Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Hill. I am from the Commission's Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. We are happy to welcome you to this technical conference to discuss electrification and the grid of the future. Before we begin with opening remarks, I will outline some logistics for the conference. We will have 2 panels this morning and early afternoon, followed by a lunch break, and then 2 more panels this afternoon. We will also have breaks in between the panels. Only the commissioners, panelists, and a small group of commission staff will have speaking roles today. This conference is being webcast and transcribed. However, the conference is not being recorded for future viewing. The purpose of this conference is to discuss broader issues regarding electrification. We do not intend to discuss the specific details of any pending contested proceedings before the Commission, whether listed on the supplemental notice issued on April 14th or not. And we ask that all participants similarly refrain from such discussion. If anyone engages in these kinds of discussions, my colleague Sarah Greenberg from the Office of General Counsel will interrupt the discussion to ask the speaker to avoid that topic. With those initial matters out of the way, I will now turn it over to Chairman Glick for his opening remarks. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Michael. I want to first thank you and all the staff for putting together a great technical conference. And I think we're going to have a very interesting set of discussions today, so appreciate that. I also want to thank the panelists for making time today to participate. I know sometimes it's not easy. You all have other things to do, so I appreciate you participating. And you know, I'd love to take credit for this technical conference. I'd love to take credit for the idea that for the conference. But in fact, I was reading an article that was written by former Chair Norman Bay several months ago, and in which he suggested actually that the Commission hold a technical conference on electrification. And I thought, that's a great idea. So we talked amongst ourselves and put this together, but I want to give Chairman Bay his credit. He is actually going to be on panel 4, so we look forward to hearing him and what he has to say later today. You know, I think everyone who's listening in today recognizes we're in the midst of a dramatic transformation in the energy sector. And a lot of that is focused on electrification. We certainly are expecting to have a significant amount of additional electric vehicles, buildings that are going to use electricity on an increasing basis to heat and cool, and also even on factories in terms of using electricity for process heat and so on. I think everyone realizes we're in the midst of seeing a strong wave in terms of moving forward with electrification. And that's great. In a lot of ways, that's certainly going to help us achieve what are very ambitious goals in terms of reducing carbon emissions, which is absolutely vitally important given climate change. But they also present some challenges, and that's some of what we're here today to discuss. Certainly, we're expecting to see an increased demand for infrastructure, whether that be electric transmission or certainly electric generation facilities. At the same time, there are a lot of opportunities I think we could take advantage of as well. Certainly, I think we're going to see a lot more from demand response, distributed energy resources, and storage. And one of the things I'd like to focus on today, and I'm sure we're going to hear a lot about, is how we can use these technologies, how we can use load to improve the efficiency in terms of the way we operate the electric grid. And that also includes using the current grid more efficiently. We certainly need to build out the grid, and we've talked about that a lot in the past, but we also need to use the existing grid more efficiently. So I'm really interested to hear some discussions about that and infrastructure and how we're going to address electrification on a going forward basis. And I also want to hear from the states. I know we have a panel towards the afternoon, the last panel of the day, where we're going to hear from some state commissioners. I think we're going to hear from some earlier as well. And I want to hear from the states about how we can work together to address both the challenges and the opportunities associated with electrification. So again, I'm looking forward to a great day. And I did want to make an announcement that Commissioner Danley wanted me to note that he has an appointment this morning, but he is going to be on a little bit later today. Looking forward to it. And also that for panel 3, Commissioner Chatterjee, because of the strong interest in the subject, is actually going to be leading us for panel 3. So with that, I will stop and turn it over to my colleagues for comments and begin with Commissioner Chatterjee.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening today's discussion. Thank you, Chairman Bay, for originating this idea. And big thanks to Michael and the staff team for all the work you've put into making today what I'm sure will be a great success. You've developed a comprehensive and interesting agenda, and you've lined up a stellar and diverse set of speakers, so thank you for your excellent work. At FERC, we aren't really in the driver's seat when it comes to electrification, but it's hugely important for us to look toward the horizon and look beyond it, really, to understand how electrification will impact the grid and the wholesale markets we oversee. It's clear that federal and state policymakers are putting in motion initiatives to more rapidly electrify the transportation sector and other aspects of our economy, and we need to be extremely focused on what that means for our work. Our work, our role, is to ensure that we can continue to help deliver in the most reliable and efficient manner possible the clean energy services that consumers are demanding at affordable costs. Today, we'll take a closer look at the infrastructure and system-level challenges presented by electrification, including challenges associated with the transmission build-out we need, how electricity demand will change, and the resulting resource adequacy issues we must confront. I look forward to delving into these topics. From where I sit, we absolutely must make sure that at every turn we send clear and consistent signals to industry and the investment community. Mixed signals will delay much-needed infrastructure development at a time where we should all be working towards building the grid of the future. And as we prepare for broader electrification, we cannot lose focus on two additional things. First and foremost, reliability is and must remain priority number one. If our grid is rapidly changing and more aspects of our lives are fully dependent on it, then the stakes are higher than ever when it comes to our responsibilities to ensure a reliable and resilient grid. So I'll be listening closely today for perspectives on the reliability, cybersecurity, and other risks that we need to grapple with. Second, we must be attuned to finding and creating efficiencies through competition wherever we can. That's why I'm so proud of the work we did on Order 2222 to make sure new distributed technologies can compete in our wholesale markets and get compensated for the full value they provide. I'm really looking forward to leading today's Panel 3 discussion on the grid services that newly electrified resources like electric vehicles can offer through DER aggregations and what we can do to make sure consumers can get more value out of their electrified resources. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to lead that discussion. I'll close by thanking everyone again, especially today's panelists, for what will, without a doubt, be a rich conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chatterjee. Commissioner Clement?
Thanks, Chairman Glick. Good morning, and good morning, panelists. Thanks for being here today. Chairman, I'll go ahead and give you some of the credit. This wouldn't have happened if you didn't decide to do it, and I'm really looking forward to today's discussion, so I appreciate that. And also Chairman Chatterjee, who had been thinking about this in the EV context, so and got staff going, and I know staff's done a lot of good work to get ready for today. I think I'm really glad to have this conversation in a technical conference format because this isn't just a FERC issue. We know that a lot of the issues related to the impacts of electrification and the system needs really fall between jurisdictional divide, the traditional jurisdictional divide, and as well as the operational system. So that's one of the issues I'm hoping to tease out today. And I think more specifically, one of the themes that are driving some of my questions is how we should think about the costs and benefits of new investment across the system. So if we're talking about smart meters, we're talking about vehicle-to-grid capabilities, all the way interoperability, hardware and software, all the way up to transmission line development. Our regulatory structures do not easily provide for optimization of benefits that all of those investments bring and the related savings for customers. And without that optimization, then we're left customers are left in suboptimal positions. So I know many of you on the panels today have done a good amount of thinking on this question, and I look forward to the chance to hear from you. So thanks, Chairman. Back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clements. Commissioner Christie, are you on?
I had turned the mute off. Morning, everybody. Just briefly, first, I want to thank Chairman Rich Glick for convening this technical conference. Kudos to him. I want to also thank FERC staff. I went through the briefing book, and that's enough to tell you that staff did a lot of work on this. And so kudos to the FERC staff for all the work that went into this. I also want to thank the panelists, a lot of great panelists today. I look forward to hearing from them and what they've got to say. And with that, I'll turn it back to the chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Christie. Now we're going to turn it back to Michael Hill to lead us into the first panel. Thanks, Michael.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first panel today will discuss how electrification could unfold over the coming decades, including the major drivers of electrification, the sectors and key technologies implicated, and environmental justice considerations and cybersecurity risks associated with electrification. Each panelist will introduce themselves and has the option to give initial opening remarks of no longer than 3 minutes. After that, we will begin a question and answer session. I will call on each panelist in turn to give their opening remarks. First, we have Rob Chapman, Senior Vice President for Energy Delivery and Customer Solutions at the Electric Power Research Institute. Please go ahead, Mr. Chapman.
Great. Thanks, Michael. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hosting today's technical conference and allowing EPRI the opportunity to talk about these important issues. Just real quickly for the record, once again, to remind folks, EPRI is a not-for-profit 501c3 organization. Our role in the industry is to provide unbiased, science-based research to inform industry stakeholders. But for my opportunity to make a few remarks this morning, I wanted to focus in on 3 different areas. I wanted to talk about why electrification and why now, why efficient electrification and why now, and then talk about what's going to drive the pace of end-use electrification technologies, and then close by talking about equity, very briefly again in the opening remarks. But let me just start with the electricity sector, and obviously what is driving the transition within the energy system is decarbonization. Not only decarbonization of the electricity system or the energy system, but also decarbonization of overall economy. And I think that latter point is what is so key to reflect on here. To the extent that the electricity system can continue to improve the carbon footprint, and by improve, reducing the carbon footprint of its fuel, the electricity that it produces, then we have an opportunity to enable other sectors of the economy to transition away from fossil fuels and to use the electricity as a preferred fuel going forward. It supports the decarbonization aspect, but also ultimately can support affordability going forward. I did want to mention that, of course, in order to think about this going forward, we also have to think about the grid. It's great to think about a decarbonized supply, but without sufficient investment in the grid, whether that be transmission to bring in the renewables or whether that be the distribution grid, then we can't realize this future that we are looking forward to. The second point I wanted to make about driving the pace of change, and this is really focused on end-use electrification. As an engineering institute, we love to talk about 3 different areas that we are focused on. We love to talk about the end-use electrification, we love to talk about the technical potential, we love to talk about the economic potential, and then we love to talk about achievable potential. The technical potential we realize is emerging rather quickly. We see that in the technologies, electrification technologies, whether it be transport or space and water heating, that are coming to market and give us the opportunity to transition. The economics are improving on a regular basis, and that, to a certain degree, will drive adoption. And, of course, we have to think about that broadly in terms of not only economics of the capital cost of equipment, but also over the lifespan of that equipment operation and maintenance. But the area that is most critical for us is how do we drive adoption of these technologies. And when you begin to look at, you have 100 million, more than 100 million households in the U.S. that ultimately need to transition their behaviors to support adoption of electric end-use technologies, we realize how important it is to drive behaviors proactively rather than reacting, reminding folks that shelf life of various technologies, whether it be a vehicle, 10 to 11 years, the average ownership, or whether it be a space or water heater that's 14 years or more, we have to be very proactive. And then finally, on the equity side, I just want to point out that environmental justice is important. Of course, decarbonization is important, and we know that disadvantaged communities spend a disproportionate amount of their time being impacted by those environmental issues. But then I also wanted to highlight that we can't forget about affordability. Affordability to ensure equity in this transition is going to be key. And I know that we'll have a chance to talk about that further in the session. So with that, Michael, let me conclude my remarks and turn it back to you to move on to our next panelist. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chapman. Next up, we have Catherine Hamilton, co-chair of the World Economic Forum Global Future Council on Clean Electrification. Go ahead, please, Ms. Hamilton.
Good morning, Chairman Glick, Commissioners Chatterjee, Christie, and Clements. I'm Catherine Hamilton, and I'm co-chair of the World Economic Forum's Council on Clean Electrification, a group of global subject matter experts from industry, academia, and civil society. Our members share a multitude of experiences that are not dissimilar from those we face here in the U.S. The Forum believes that achieving net zero targets will require clean electrification of energy uses for buildings, transport, and industry. Our council has taken a deep dive into electrification efforts globally to identify best practices and key drivers to enabling a fully electrified future. The main global driver is the scientific consensus that our planet will sustain increasingly devastating damage if temperatures continue to rise. Rocky Mountain Institute estimates that if we decarbonize power generation on our electric in the U.S. alone, we'll reduce emissions by 30%. But then if we electrify systems on the grid, homes, businesses, transportation, we can decarbonize 70% of our system. With the climate imperative, governments have set goals and policies to provide long-term certainty for the business sector. And given that financial experts assert that climate change poses a significant risk to the economy, financial markets have reacted and are another driver toward electrification. The International Renewable Energy Agency states that electrification will play a significant role in the transition and that speed is of the essence. The building sector would see the highest direct electrification rates reaching 73% by 2050. The industry sector could be 40% by 2050. And the transportation would be the most accelerated transition, with electric vehicles counting for more than 80% of all road transport activity by 2050. Electrification technologies, such as heat pumps, which could replace tens of millions of polluting stoves in emerging economies, are available today. What is novel is the optimization of these diverse systems into one system that allows the customer side to be a resource. The grid is becoming increasingly digitized, enabling more interaction and optimization of electrification technologies. The International Energy Agency says digitalization is blurring the distinction between supply and demand and creating opportunities for consumers to interact directly in balancing demand with supply in real time. Deployment of digital technologies and decentralized resources, as well as electrification, are already being supported by governments in many countries, driving down costs and encouraging a faster transition. Equity must be top of mind as we look to solutions that benefit everyone. On a basic level, as we move to more digitization, access to broadband is imperative and will enable all consumers to participate. Saul Griffith, one of our council members, calculates that electrifying everything will result in consumer savings by using a less expensive renewable energy resources on the generation side and allowing full customer participation on the demand side. If electrification is planned and deployed correctly, reliability and resilience should increase. The American Council for an Energy Efficient Economy found that increase in reliability was a combination of energy efficiency and electrification. Based on my experience with experts around the globe, no one has the perfect pathway to electrification, but most agree we need to get there. We can share experiences, learn from each other, and transition in a way that uses technology, a systems approach, smart regulatory policy, and financial incentives underpinned by inclusivity to ensure that everyone benefits, that economies grow, that resilience increases, and that we protect our planet from further harm. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Hamilton. We now have Jeff Dennis, General Counsel and Managing Director of Advanced Energy Economy. Floor is yours, Mr. Dennis.
Thank you, Michael, and good morning. It's good to be back with old friends and colleagues at the Commission. Thanks for the opportunity to participate in this important discussion of the impacts of electrification of the economy on the electricity grid. And let me echo thanks to the staff team that put this together. I know from experience how much dedicated work each of these conferences takes, so I appreciate the hard work that went into this. AEE is a national association of businesses that are making the energy we use secure, clean, and affordable. We're the only industry association in the U.S. that represents the full range of advanced energy technologies and services, both grid scale and distributed. Advanced energy includes zero carbon resources like wind and solar, demand response, energy efficiency, and distributed generation, and technologies like electric vehicles and smart home efficiency technologies, which we're going to talk a lot about today. AE works to open markets for all of these technologies through policy reforms that move states and wholesale markets toward a 100% clean, advanced energy future. Electrification of the U.S. economy is accelerating in response to a combination of low and zero carbon policy enactments at the state, local, and increasingly federal level, cost declines and performance improvements in advanced technologies for generating and utilizing clean electricity as a fuel source, and increasing customer preferences for these technologies. State and local governments have really been the major driving force of electrification to date. They've established a combination of economy-wide decarbonization goals, municipal codes and standards that incent or mandate electrification of building energy uses, and renewable and clean electricity standards that underpin all of this. The federal government is now emerging as a policy driver as well, with President Biden setting early direction to use the massive buying power of the federal government to spur electrification of transportation and expansion of clean energy production. The two sectors leading the way in electrification are transportation and residential and commercial buildings. AE's 2021 Advanced Energy Market Report shows that advanced transportation market revenue in the U.S. grew to $37.7 billion in 2020, a 16% increase from 2019, with plug-in electric vehicle sales revenue alone growing 19% in that time. The building efficiency market segment, which includes products and services that support building electrification and energy conservation, including high-efficiency HVAC systems and associated controls, grew to $94.5 billion in revenue in 2020. Electrification is also providing opportunities to address long-standing environmental injustice. Just one example is the opportunity to reduce internal combustion engine emissions that impact historically disadvantaged communities near highways, transit depots, and other sources of such emissions. Electrification is expected to result in a necessary increase in electricity demand and also changes in demand patterns. In some regions, studies have shown that electricity demand and capacity needs could as much as double by 2050. Electrification of buildings is likely to drive new seasonal peaks and create new needs to plan systems to accommodate more than a single annual peak. And transportation electrification will make daily and hourly demand more dynamic and variable. In conclusion, it goes without saying that the electricity grid, including the transmission systems and wholesale markets regulated by the Commission, are really the foundation of decarbonization and electrification of the economy. Broader regional competitive wholesale markets, expanded transmission systems will both be essential to cost-effectively adding the gigawatts of new low and zero carbon generation we will need to serve clean electrified fleets and buildings, and to efficiently meet the challenges of changing demands at scale. Markets and system operations will also need to account not only for new demands created by electrification, but also to account for these technologies as sources of flexibility and resilience in a dynamic grid of the future. I look forward to the discussion. Thanks again for the invitation.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dennis. Next, we have Matthew Tisdale, Executive Director of GridWorks. Go ahead, please, Mr. Tisdale.
Good morning, folks, commissioners, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you having me on this panel. I'm Matthew Tisdale, Executive Director of GridWorks. We're a nonprofit based in California. We are focused on convening and facilitating some of the most difficult discussions around decarbonization. That has led us into the weeds on many electrification-related topics. I'm happy to share a few findings and insights that have been gained over the 8 years I've been working on this. I'm going to mention 3 points here at a high level and hope that we can come back to them through the Q&A. First is that our electrification future depends on what we call load shift. Load shift is a ability to transfer a customer's energy use from a time of relative plenty to away from times of scarcity. And the extent to which we need to invest in infrastructure, both on the generation, transmission, distribution side, will heavily depend on how well we do with load shift. There's a direct implications here for wholesale market designs and rules, so hope you'll have a chance to pay attention to load shift in the context of advancing electrification. The second thing I wanted to call your attention to is all of these measures, electrification measures, vehicles and buildings, they're all going to be interconnected at the distribution level, but they, as you know, have deep and profound impacts at the wholesale level. So I'd like to share thoughts and insights about the need for coordination between the transmission and distribution systems and better models for communication and working together between wholesale market operators, transmission system operators, and distribution system operators. It's a topic that I think is going to need a lot more attention as electrification advances. Last, on the equity side, our group has been doing work considering the impacts between gas rates and electric rates in the electric future. When we transfer folks from the gas system to the electric system, we see declines in throughput through the gas system, and that affects the underlying fundamental finances of the gas system. So there's a great potential that low-income customers who are interconnected to the gas system, who can't afford the upfront cost of electrifying, may face very high rates on the gas system. This would be an unacceptable and intolerable outcome of electrification. So we have a report on the gas system and transition and how we need to protect low-income customers from those rate impacts. That's just introducing you to a few pieces of the puzzle of our electrification future. They'll be impacting the magnitude, pace, and scale of our electrification transition. Happy to talk more about those things through Q&A, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tisdale. We now have Carlos Casablanca, Managing Director of Distribution Planning and Analysis at American Electric Power. Go ahead, please, Mr. Casablanca.
Thank you, Michael. I have a brief prepared statement. Chairman Glick, commissioners, staff, and colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important dialogue about electrification and the grid of the future. My name is Carlos Casablanca, and I'm the Managing Director of Distribution Planning and Analysis at American Electric Power. This opening statement provides a high-level summary of my pre-filed written comments. AEP is an investor-owned electric utility that operates a large interconnected network of facilities that generate, transport, and deliver electricity across the United States to serve approximately 5.5 million customers in 11 states. AEP strongly supports electrification and the development of the grid of the future. As efficient electric technologies become less expensive and more advanced, the business case for capital investment in electrification becomes more attractive for everyone. The electrification of end-use technologies in industry, buildings, and the transportation sector in particular will bring significant benefits to the environment, society, and business. There are multiple types of commercially available technologies being deployed today or being considered for deployment to electrify different sectors of the economy. As an investor-owned utility, AEP sees itself as a facilitator and integrator of the electrification needs of all industry sectors, including its own. Multiple factors will play a role in electrification efforts in the near term and long term. And while economics, technology, and climate goals are key factors, AEP believes that public policy at the federal, state, and local levels will have a significant impact in this transformation. AEP is doing its part by working directly with customers interested in electrification to inform and educate them on relevant technologies that they can benefit from today. AEP is also pursuing its own electrification efforts with its existing fleet of diesel and gasoline-powered vehicles. As these important conversations about electrification take place, it is critical to engage in a collaborative effort to ensure that marginalized communities do not bear any additional unintended negative consequences. The modernization of the grid, in combination with the penetration of more modern electrified loads and resources, is expected to enable a future where the active management of loads is possible to address emergent real-time issues in the grid. And while AEP does see available capacity to handle the increased load in the near term using our existing infrastructure, we expect that enhancements of the grid to renew aging infrastructure will be required. AEP also sees an immediate need to build new transmission to integrate new, large, renewable generation coming online. And AEP believes that continued cybersecurity technology development, collaboration, education, and investment across all sectors of industry will be required to to continuously mitigate cybersecurity risks as new threat vectors arise. In closing, I would like to thank FERC for organizing this workshop and for allowing us to participate. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Casablanca. We now have Adrienne Mouton-Henderson, Deputy Director of the Renewable Energy Buyers Alliance. Please go ahead, Ms. Mouton-Henderson.
Good morning, Chairman Glick, Commissioners Clements, Chatterjee, and Christie, fellow panelists, and members of the public. I am Adrienne Mouton-Henderson, Deputy Director of Policy Innovations at Renewable Energy Buyers Alliance, known as REBA. The views expressed today are my own and do not necessarily represent REBA or our members. It is no secret that the main drivers of electricity consumption are the private sector, namely the commercial industrial sectors more specifically. So the question is, how do we modernize the grid in a manner that expands customers' options and provides the integration of clean technologies while tackling the GHG crisis? Additionally, the shift to electrification will impact some industries and sectors more profoundly than others, specifically in regions where fossil fuel dependency are the lifeblood of those communities. Investment in infrastructure and education and job training needs to be central components of policies adopted. And there must be an understanding that what's equitable for one region, customer class, or household may not be for another. The needs are different, and they will be different, and aligning those differences is essential and crucial to a well-planned policy-making process. It will be a heavy lift, there is no doubt. Therefore, any policies formulated to tackle the climate change issues that are pushing us towards electrification and modernizing the grid need to be, one, broad enough that implementation at the local, state, and federal level allow for tailoring to each jurisdiction's unique needs while still advancing the RPS adopted by that particular jurisdiction. As we all know, RPS standards in every jurisdiction change almost year to year. They need to be 2, sustainable, 3, resilient, 4, affordable, 5, customer-focused, and 6, carbon-free. The barriers to adoption of electrification vary from region to region, but they are often linked to the lack of insufficient organized markets to procure renewable energy, energy costs that are super high in other regions, as well as a lack of concise customer messaging. Policy alone is not sufficient to drive the innovation needed to revolutionize the electrification market and green the grid. Additionally, proactive conversations such as these are the building blocks that need to occur to understand how clean energy technologies can provide societal benefits and sustainable green jobs, especially in marginalized communities. I look forward to a robust conversation today on cybersecurity as well, and understanding how we can better do a great job in order to electrify the grid. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Mouton-Henderson. We now have Ella Joe, Senior Modeling Engineer at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Please go ahead, Ms. Joe.
Good morning, Chairman Glick and Commissioners. Thank you, Michael and the FERC team for putting this together. I'm Ella Joe, Senior Modeling Engineer at NREL with a focus on power system operation. I'm part of the team that conducted the Electrification Future Study, which explores the impact of widespread electrification in all U.S. economic sectors with a focus on commercialized technologies. So the demand side scenarios in the EFS include a reference scenario with very limited electrification. The medium and high electrification scenarios have electricity demands that are 20% and 38% greater than the reference in 2050. Electricity's share of total final energy is 41% in the high electrification scenario in 2050, compared with 19% in 2016. But the general figure understates the level of electrification because electric technologies often provide a greater amount of service per unit of energy. So the report includes a lot of details on the deployment of electric technologies by end use. For example, in high scenario in 2050, 63% of industrial cooling relies on electrical technologies. 88% and 81% of light-duty cars and trucks are plug-in EVs, and 94% of buses are electric. We found that electrification has the potential to significantly shift load shapes, particularly due to increased reliance on electric heat pumps for space and water heating needs. For example, in many states, peak demand grows and shifts to the winter season under high electrification, a number of states in the Northeast and Midwest becomes winter peaking or dual peaking. Along with the shift in peak demand timing, the magnitude of the peak also increases. EFS shows that meeting the electrified loads in the high scenario requires a doubling of generation capacity in all U.S. regions, and the expansion of transmission capacity is correlated with the growth in renewable capacity. We found that participation from flexible loads in the planning and operations of the power system is crucial, especially in a highly electrified system. Flexible load can partially mitigate the electrification-driven power sector infrastructure needs and the associated costs, particularly by serving as a resource to meet peak demands and planning reserves. Flexible load can also enhance power system operational efficiency by reducing variable renewable curtailment, by providing high-value grid services during periods of system stress, and by increasing utilization of more efficient generators. We encourage folks to refer to the MREL Electrification Future Study report to find more about the methods, assumptions, and limitations and detailed outcomes from the analysis. And with that, thank you again for the opportunity. I look forward to the discussion.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Joe. We now have Glenn Blackman, Manager of the Energy Policy Office at the Washington State Department of Commerce. Go ahead, please, Mr. Blackman.
Good morning. Thank you, Michael, and Chairman Glick and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about the 2021 Washington State Energy Strategy and its implications for electrification. This was a deep decarbonization study that Washington State produced last year in order to figure out how we could meet science-based emissions reduction targets that had been established by Governor Jay Inslee and the state legislature in 2020. These are limits that would require us to reduce emissions by about 45% by 2030 and to achieve net zero economy-wide by 2050. It's a very challenging economy-wide reduction that's required. It's one that we found to be feasible and actually would save money for the people of our state. And electricity plays a very central role in that strategy. It's not so much that we have a big challenge of reducing emissions in the electricity sector. As you probably know, Washington State has a very low emissions rate already due to hydroelectricity, and we already have a 100% clean electricity standard for electricity that will put that sector on the path to zero emissions already. But electricity becomes the replacement form of energy for our other emitting sectors, in particular transportation, which is our largest source of emissions, but also in buildings and industry. We found that the electricity requirements for that are substantial. We would roughly double the amount of electricity that we need to deliver to our homes and businesses by 2050. And those need to be renewable or non-emitting sources of electricity. Our hope is that we can draw those resources from across the West in order to take advantage of the diversity of energy sources in the West and to be able to locate generating facilities where they have the lowest environmental impact and also have the best performance for their cost. This brings me to what we think is a really important issue at the federal level and in coordination with other states, and that is to strengthen the transmission system. For us, that means across the West, but the same we think would be true anywhere else. With a robust transmission system, we can achieve our climate goals at a lower cost and with greater reliability than if we have to rely on more of a limited ability to transact energy across the country. Another important multi-state issue in this transformation is to ensure that we have electricity markets that are transparent and that are efficient. And in particular, we want to make sure that we're able to trade clean electricity in those markets rather than trade market electricity that has unknown characteristics. This strategy requires a lot of investment, both in terms of the infrastructure. We were really happy last night to see President Biden emphasize that in his address. And it also requires a lot of investment in consumer equipment, such as electric vehicles and charging equipment, and furnaces and water heaters, commercial equipment, things like that. That's a really great opportunity for our economy in terms of jobs, and in fact, local jobs for us in many cases. But it also illustrates what we identified as an important risk with electrification, and that is that there will be different abilities to finance these investments for different people, whether it's small businesses or low-income households. If they don't have access to capital to make these investments, the risk is high that we would leave behind important sectors of our society through this transformation and end up where certain members of our society end up having to use more expensive fossil fuels, have greater exposure to pollution from those fossil fuels, and end up having to pay for largely stranded infrastructure. And so we believe that it's key that policymakers approach this electrification transformation with those equity considerations in mind and ensure that we achieve this for everyone. Look forward to the discussion today. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Blackman, and thank you to all the panelists. We will now begin the question and answer session. If a panelist would like to answer a question, please use the WebEx raise hand function. Alternatively, if you are having issues with the raise hand function, please turn on your microphone and indicate that you would like to respond. Our moderator I will call on panelists that indicate that they would like to answer in turn. At that time, please turn on your microphone and respond to the question. When you have completed your answer, please turn off your microphone and lower your virtual hand in WebEx. And I will now turn it over to Chairman Glick to start the Q&A. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Michael. Thanks again to all the panelists. I want to especially thank those of you that are on the West Coast. I know you got up pretty early to participate today, so thank you for doing that. Wanted to start with a question for everybody in terms of timing. Obviously, we're in a transition. We're moving towards electrification in some respects, some places quicker than others, some sectors quicker than others. I was curious if anyone or if all of you have some thoughts about this, when we're going to see a dramatic move forward in terms of electrification, and also between the different sectors. So, for instance, on electric vehicles, it's pretty, people essentially buy cars sometimes I think every 10 or 15 years they get a new car. You can see people substituting with the current gasoline-fueled car for electric vehicles. It seems to me on the building sector, it probably takes a lot longer to transition, both in homes but also in terms of commercial buildings. And so I'm wondering if you all have some thoughts about what the timing is for this transition over towards electrification.
Chairman Glick, this is Rob Chapman of EPRI. I'll go ahead and start. And with my opening remarks, I mentioned just what you were talking about, the shelf life of various technologies. So I want to separate two things that I think is very important. We talk about the acceleration of electric transportation, and some proposals or some studies indicate that 50% of new vehicle sales will be electric sales by 2030. So a rapid increase in the number of new vehicle sales. But I want to caution the group once again that new vehicle sales represent a small fraction of the overall vehicle miles traveled. So to your point, if a vehicle lasts 10 to 11 years before I change that, even though I might have 50% new car sales being electric in 2030, EPRI looks at that as vehicle miles traveled. Only about 20% of those vehicle mile travels that would be supported by electric technology. So, and you can look at that by extension on space and water heating also, which I think is probably the next biggest opportunity that we have. Having said that, Time, of course, will drive adoption of these technologies, provided they're economic, provided they meet consumer preferences, and provided that we can enable all socioeconomic groups to take advantage of it. So I would advocate that to the extent that policy or regulatory constructs that can support adoption of new technologies, maybe before the end of their shelf life, is going to be extremely important in terms of driving the electrification of end use. But EPRI does look at this and think that over the next 30 years, we are going to see final energy move from about 20% electricity today to more than 60% by 2050 in our most aggressive scenarios. Thank you.
Catherine Hamilton, I see your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I did also include some numbers in both my oral and my written testimony from IRENA, the Renewable Energy Group, about different sectors and the speed at which they're moving. And those numbers are also pegged to 2050. On the transportation side, Norway has already seen a tipping point, and a lot of this is because of public policy that they've taken. That same inflection point is predicted for electric vehicles globally between 2023 and 2025. But crucially, based on what the IPCC is saying, this next decade is going to be really, really important to moving quickly. So, while a lot of the predictions are to 2050, we really have between now and 2030 to make some really substantial differences in what we end up purchasing and deploying. And a lot of that does have to do with public policy decisions as well.
All right, and Jeff Dennis, I see your hand raised as well. Please go ahead.
Thanks. And yeah, really echoing a lot of what Catherine said there, to look at, when you're thinking about the trajectory of how fast we're going to go, looking at, first and foremost, where some of those policy drivers are. And speaking specifically to electrification of transportation, we're seeing states that are adopting, requirements, emission standards to really phase in to get to 100% sales of zero-emission vehicles in their state in the 2030 to 2035 timeframe. So you're looking at a 10 to 15-year trajectory there where, we could expect to see a real tipping point where in many places, sales will be 100% zero-emission vehicles, meaning electric vehicles. I think the other thing to keep in mind here is that when we look at the trends and we look at cost trends as well, think of it a little bit like smartphones, HD TVs. As these products come down in price and they reach price parity, and we're seeing that really with electric vehicles because of battery technology improvements, we're reaching price parity really in the next couple of years. You start to see a wave of consumer adoption, and that really drives things as much as policy does. And so something else to sort of watch and consider. We know it'll be a wave. And I think, as Catherine alluded to and others, I think it's really a 10 to 15-year time frame.
All right, I don't see any other hands raised. Did any other panelists want to respond?
Okay. All right. So we can move on to the next question then, which, is based on, some of you have mentioned, and rightly so, environmental justice and equity and affordability. If we don't address those issues, then what are we doing? We're not accomplishing anything. So, Mr. Tisdale, I thought, raised a very interesting point in his opening statement about customers, for instance, that are relying on natural gas at their houses or their apartments, and then all of a sudden, a lot of other customers leave, and some customers can't afford to move over to electricity, and then what happens is they get stuck paying whatever's left of the cost for the gas pipeline or the gas distribution line. And that's something I think we really need to figure out how to address. So my question is for everybody: how do we best, and not just FERC, but also other government agencies, both at the federal and state level, how do we all, as we move forward with electrification, ensure that we do so in a more equitable and a just manner?
Mr. Chair, this is Rob Chapman with EPRI, and I'll go ahead and comment first on that also. I think it's important to point out as we think about equity and environmental justice, for all socioeconomic groups. When we look at disadvantaged communities and we look at the amount of their income that goes towards their energy burden, it's incredibly important to realize that's where they are disproportionately impacted and have the exposure to continue to be disproportionately impacted going forward. I do want to highlight a couple things that I think are important. The environmental justice is incredibly important, and it was mentioned by previous panelists, the impact that transit corridors and public transit has on disadvantaged communities. So obviously electrification has the opportunity from an air quality and a health perspective to help support those communities to make or to improve the environmental impacts associated with that. The flip of that, though, if we don't consciously think, to your point, about the affordability aspect and realize that, one, disadvantaged communities many times aren't going to have the capital whatsoever to invest in emerging technologies and to make changes, and two, that if they do have that technology or if they do have the capital resources, that many times it is not sufficient to make broad changes in the industry. I would just advocate that this is an area that we have to look at. Energy efficiency is a great example where we have supported this industry, this particular group of consumers in the past is through energy efficiency that helps to manage their overall energy consumption. And when you look at electrification of end use to a certain degree, and many of the technologies, not to a certain degree, and most of the end use electrification technologies, they are more energy efficient than their fossil fuel equivalent. So I don't want to overlook the impact of energy efficiency in addition to electrification of end use being able to manage their overall affordability of this particular group of consumers going forward. But the capital cost is going to be significant. Thank you.
Glenn Blackman, I saw your hand next. Please go ahead.
The question and the opportunity to talk about this, it was an important element of our state energy strategy development. And I guess the first thing I would want to say on this point is to emphasize the importance of listening to disadvantaged communities as opposed to talking about disadvantaged communities. I don't say that as one who has been incredibly successful at it. I would say it's more from experience at being less than successful at times. I've learned the importance of that. But now I'll talk about that issue nonetheless. And I do want to emphasize the investment issue that several of us have raised here, the fact that we risk leaving behind people in rural areas or in low-income communities, people who may not have a driveway to put an electric charger in. There are just many examples where circumstances vary in important ways, and we run the risk of leaving people behind if we are not thorough in planning for this transformation. And because we do have some work ahead of us through this transformation, it's important that we be deliberate in thinking through all the different ways that this could affect our society and not let things just sort of cascade on top of us. For me, an important example of that would be the natural gas distribution system, and that we not just kind of leave to another day the questions about how we pay for potentially stranded assets, how we ensure that this transformation occurs in a way that leaves people with fair rates and leaves investors with fair return. There's a lot of this that can be solved through collaborative work, and it's very important that we not ignore it as we see this transformation take place.
And Ms. Mouton-Henderson, would you like to go next?
Sure, thank you. I think that Mr. Blackman made a very poignant point of, it is extremely important that we have a healthy utility, but also that we have customers that can actually afford to pay for the services that we want to provide. I think that EE and GR programs are the first step in educating those marginalized communities on the benefits of clean energy technologies, and also meeting those people where they are, meaning that engaging with groups that are on the ground in specific communities to understand what those specific needs are. It's great to have new policies, but those policies have to be able to meet people's needs, and that is extremely important. I think that electrification can be really, really great and provide a lot of societal benefits, but if I, as a person in a marginalized community, don't understand the benefits of that and I have a fossil fuel job, I may not understand that there's another job avenue for me. So I think education and actually having people at the table who maybe don't have the technical expertise but understand the benefits for their community and what their needs are is going to be pivotal in the transformation.
All right, and Matthew Tisdale, would you like to go next? And if you're speaking, we can't hear you, Mr. Tisdale.
Beg your pardon. Thank you for raising the issue, Chair Glick. I want to second Mr. Blackman's remarks about listening to the communities that are impacted here. That is the number one way I think that we can advance our understanding about how to engage disadvantaged communities in this transition and to help them be first out the door at electrification. The second piece I'll mention here is that in our work we've found that the infrastructure impacts of electrification, both in terms of increasing the need for infrastructure on the electric side and also seeing corresponding challenges on the gas side. It depends on how targeted we are with our electrification efforts. If we have sort of scattershot, broad-scale electrification adoption, sort of willy-nilly wherever it happens, that's a good thing. We need everyone to go electric from a GHG point of view. But from an infrastructure point of view, it helps a lot if we can go neighborhood or community or infrastructure area by infrastructure area. And so developing the regulatory, analytical, and economic and commercial infrastructure, we need to go area by area to target electrification, make the necessary accommodations on the electric side, begin to prune back the gas side in those places, then we can see whole savings in those areas. And I mention it in this context because some of the areas that may be most opportune to serve in this sort of targeted places would be disadvantaged communities. And so I hope that we can all work together to sort of develop that infrastructure to go in big chunks in order to get those savings and bring those communities along holistically.
All right, and Catherine Hamilton, did you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I've thought a lot about this and written a lot about this publicly because my family's from Appalachia, and there's sort of two sides to the same coin. One is, where are the communities that aren't being able to take advantage of a transition to clean energy, and then how do we transition communities that have been harmed by fossil fuels? So I see this as two sides of the same coin. I think we can take some lessons from what they've been able to do very thoughtfully, with some bumps along the way in the UK and Spain to bring those communities along. But I think in this country, reducing barriers to entry, so making interconnection cheaper, allowing aggregation of resources so that a whole host of customers can take advantage, allowing co-optimization so that while you're doing energy efficiency, you're also installing an efficient heat pump that can be your air conditioning unit. So, making sure that we lower those barriers to entry and make sure that those cost-effective, cheaper, and really more resilient solutions are available to customers who normally couldn't afford them. Thank you.
And Jeff Dennis, please go ahead.
Thanks. Just quickly wanted to make a couple of points sort of following up on some of the infrastructure conversation we've had. And, Mr. Chapman mentioned at the beginning that there certainly is going to be a significant capital cost in some of the infrastructure that we'll need to develop. But, we also know that we're thinking about the right public investments right now to make an infrastructure for the future. And investments in public charging networks is a really critical way to expand availability and affordability to electric vehicles for more people. And, you know, I was struck as I was preparing for the conference, one study I hadn't seen before, you know, noted, and this kind of turns to both the infrastructure and the energy burden piece of this, that over the past 8 years, the two utility service territories with the most EVs in the U.S., which is PG&E and Southern California Edison, EVs have contributed $806 million more dollars to utility revenues than additional costs. And that drives down electric rates for everyone, both EV drivers and non-EV drivers alike. So, you know, if we can leverage public investment in charging infrastructure that then contributes more revenues to the overall, you know, sort of volumetric, what everyone is paying in terms of their electricity rates, we can actually do a lot to address a lot of those issues. You know, and then as I mentioned at the beginning too, the straightforward really benefit that we can have in terms of reducing internal combustion emissions in places where they're concentrated, which are often in places that have been disproportionately impacted by those things. Bus depots in low-income communities is a great example. You know, so another place where public investment in electrifying infrastructure like transit can really make a difference, not just in terms of what we're getting out of our electricity system, but also the benefits we're providing back to historically disadvantaged communities.
All right, and Ella Jo, would you like to go next?
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to offer some data points from another study we did on LA 100, which is a very detailed analysis for different pathways for Los Angeles to reach 100% renewables, including electrification scenarios. So in that study, we find that low-income households tend to be most affected, regardless of the overall results are either positive or negative. So when we have a scenario where the impacts are positive, the income of households earning below 10K on average of like 0.37%, versus for household incomes of over 150K per year, their annual increase is only 0.10%. So this is pretty intuitive, and then this also happens when the overall income is negative. But another data point is on the health impact. We found that throughout all of the scenarios we have examined in LA 100, by the year 2045, the health impact for the disadvantaged communities are generally greater than the non-disadvantaged communities. So the benefits are greater for the low-income households. So I think these are important things to keep in mind.
I believe there are no more hands in the queue, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you all. That's very helpful. I just want to transition two more questions and then turn it on. Move on to the next commissioner. But this next one is from Mr. Chapman, I think, in particular. You know, there are an enormous number of benefits we're looking at here in terms of technological innovations associated with the move towards electrification, and it's certainly going to rely on increased technologies that are obviously digitalized, and the internet's going to play a very important role here. And so my question is, given the increased role for the internet and digitization, what additional thinking do we have to put into issues such as cybersecurity as we move forward?
Yes, excellent question, Mr. Chairman. I think when we look, as you suggested, not only the digitalization, but the decentralization of our energy system, where we will have millions of devices, whether they be distributed energy resources or the Internet of Things, thermostats, vehicles, et cetera, that ultimately are interacting with the grid and providing potentially, as we have all suggested, value back to the customers and being able to monetize these distributed resources. It's going to be incredibly important that we think about the cyber impacts and make sure that we think about proactively how to address these in an evolving digitalized grid. I would suggest that within the industry right now that we have very good efforts underway in terms of trying to manage cybersecurity. But of course, the bad actors are always seem to be one step ahead of where we are going as an industry. And so the need to have a concerted industry effort that proactively looks at the cybersecurity risk and develops a roadmap for solutions based upon the decentralization and digitalization of the grid is going to be important. So cyber is one of the key risks that we have to keep in mind. And as other panelists have suggested, that risk only increases from a resiliency and reliability perspective as we drive more of our consumers to using electricity as an end-use fuel of choice.
And Ella Jo, I see your hand raised as well. Would you like to comment? Or was that hand raised from before?
Sorry, that was from before.
Not a problem. Mr. Casablanca, I see your hand raised as well. Would you like to go ahead?
Yes, please, and I do apologize, but I did want to follow up. So I want to also mention that in the end, cybersecurity and the threat vectors can come from anywhere. I think we've seen several examples recently where, you know, coming through an unrelated industry like the software development industry, threat vectors could potentially be created that impact the utility industry. So I think our point, or maybe the statement I want to make, is I think all industries need to get better and collaborate, and maybe there should be a renewed focus on education and improvement of tools, development of tools around cybersecurity. It's not just the utility industry, it's all industry sectors. I think we all need to get better and continue to improve as new threats arise. Thank you.
And I see no more hands in the queue.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you for the responses to these questions. It's very helpful. On the interest of time, I'm going to move on here and turn it over to Commissioner Clements. I think Commissioner Chatterjee had to step out, so Commissioner Clements, you're up next. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman, and thank you all for these interesting comments. I think I'll start with some of the transmission and distribution system coordination points I made in my opening comments, and this is a question for any panelist who wants to weigh in, but Mr. Tisdale, you did refer to a report you issued on increasing coordination on that front. And also I was reading the EPRI report, Mr. Chapman, the National Electrification Assessment, which talked about the prerequisites for an integrated grid, which included some T&D coordination, communication, operability recommendations. Appreciating those live in two different regulatory spheres, do you all have recommendations or perspectives on the FERC touchpoint side on which issues FERC should be thinking about right now that may be changing or evolving in light of this increased electrification?
Go ahead, Mr. Tisdale.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner. It is unfortunately, it feels like this conversation is in a bit of a state of limbo. It's kind of stuck between the retail local side and the wholesale federal side. And we still, it appears to me, have not really stepped up to define a clear vision for coordination between wholesale operators and distribution operators. And so what I would encourage FERC and folks who are participating in this space to do is to clearly and consistently call for some resolution of this question. And I think FERC has the opportunity to play a leadership role in reaching out to its counterparts in the local regulatory realm and inviting them to put forward their vision, inviting them to share what responsibilities they expect the retail side to play in this paradigm, and to be prepared to adjust the regional transmission operators to that local vision. This, I know, is a bit of a perilous, a bit of politics here between the federal and local authorities, but in the absence of a clear question, a clear call for that clarity, I think we're going to remain in limbo. And so I would invite and encourage you all to call the question.
Thank you, Commissioner Clements. This is Rob Chapman responding also. I think one of the things to highlight, and I agree with what Mr. Tisdale said, I do want to highlight that one of the things that EPRI continues to point out that is important as we think about the energy system of the future is recognizing regional and locational nuances and being able to factor those in to ensure reliability, resiliency, and ultimately affordability. From our perspective, being able to overlay the regional and locational aspects, whether that be renewables, Mr. Blackman talked about up in Washington where they have a significant amount of hydro. You can look to California and the West in general for the renewables. Maybe that doesn't exist or it doesn't exist in the Southeast. And so how we balance the regional locational needs are going to be important to really maximize the affordability and the overall economics of this transition. Thank you.
And Jeff Dennis, would you like to go next?
Sure, and I wanted to note that, order number 2222 is actually, the Commission has actually really taken a leadership role in starting these conversations by making distribution utility coordination with regional grid operators and others a central tenet of implementation of that role. And what that's led to is really necessary conversations, hard conversations, maybe at times perilous, like Mr. Tisdale said, but necessary conversations between the distribution system operators and planners and that side of the utility industry with RTOs and ISOs and with kind of the wholesale market side of the industry. I would commend MISO and PJM actually, who in the course of their efforts to comply with order number 2222 have dedicated specific conversations, many hours, to making sure that the distribution utility folks within their transmission owning member companies are brought to the table so that they can start having those conversations because those folks don't participate in those conversations all the time. So there's a lot more work to do, to be sure. And I also agree with Mr. Tisdale that I think more of those kind of conversations, more of FERC really setting an expectation and working closely with NARUC that, we're going to have these conversations is really important. But they are really starting with order number 2222.
All right, and I see no more hands in the queue.
Thank you. Those are helpful answers. And tying that question, I guess, to a conversation that Chairman Glick asked about, the comments on low-income and otherwise disadvantaged communities and the need to not leave them behind is a really important one. And I also know that a lot of the direct effort to support that part of the transition will happen at the local and state level. And so when you think about the Commission's role on the infrastructure side, it's straightforward to the extent that you're citing or licensing infrastructure that affects individuals or communities. On the electric rate side, it's about cost, right? And it's a little bit of it's a real relationship to people. It's an attenuated relationship to people. And so there's also a reality to the point that you're making that to get these savings, it requires investment. And so getting back to my opening question, investments that regulators might approve at the state level have benefits increasingly for the bulk system. Investments that are approved by transmission investment and bulk system investments have increasing benefits for the distribution system. Do you have advice for us as federal regulators and our fellow state regulators to think about how we even start to be, to get over that question where you don't make the cheaper investment because you can't get cost recovery at the federal level and vice versa?
Mr. Dennis, would you like to respond?
Sure, and it's probably not a fulsome or totally satisfying answer, but it's a conversation that AEE and our members that are actively pursuing aggregation of distributed energy resources, for example, as well as really increased investments in storage are having with utilities about those benefits and how we make sure that we capture those benefits sort of across the distribution and wholesale market realms. And we are increasingly as well having conversations with state commissioners about that because they want to capture those benefits for their customers too. And I think the challenge of how to capture it across jurisdictions is a real one. I think, one of the things that I think the commission wisely did was sort of allow, in its Order 2222 and Order 841 before that, allowing states to design sort of fulsome retail programs and take all those into account, as well as sort of allowing for wholesale market participation directly to grab those benefits as well. But this strikes me as an area where a really well-timed FERC and NARUC collaborative could be really useful to break down some of those conversations and take the conversations that we're having in a commercial context and raise them up to that regulatory level, I think could be useful.
Ms. Hamilton, would you like to go next?
Sure. Again, I don't know if I'll be able to give a perfect response, Commissioner, but I do a lot of work in states. And one state IRP that I would look to, it's the first time they've done an IRP that allows stakeholder participation, is in Mississippi. And their IRP rule is pretty amazing because it requires the utilities to look at the consumer side and the supply side as fungible, as like how do they intersect with each other, and they really ask, how is the consumer more than load? And I think that is something we really have to think about, because the only way we're going to allow everybody to benefit is for them not to just to be load and pay for electricity, but actually participate in the system in a real way. And aggregation certainly helps that. But also just enabling more technologies and better modeling tools, I think, are going to be crucial to this too, that really accommodate and attribute value and benefits back to the customer are going to be really important as we think about, especially in implementing Order 2222. So I think looking at some of those modeling tools, and it's going to be a process in Mississippi. The process itself is not perfect, but the rulemaking and the thought behind how do we do this in a way that allows the customers to participate is very important.
And Matthew Tisdale, would you like to go next?
Yeah, thanks again. I appreciate the struggle that you're wrestling with here, Commissioner Clements. And I wanted to call attention to one relatively simple but deep idea that I've seen in this space that you can follow up later in one of the later papers, one of the later panels. Southern California Edison has done a lot of work in developing this concept of forward radar and thinking about the uncertainties of electrification, the implied impacts on infrastructure, the implied impacts on decision-making about what local versus utility-scale infrastructure may be needed. And, this is a deep concept, but some of the most simple manifestations of it are, the days of point estimate deterministic forecasting and making decisions about infrastructure based on one point estimate. I mean, if that was ever a good idea, we can put that to rest. That is not the world that we're living in here. There's a lot of different possibilities for our electrification future in terms of magnitude and pace and location and regional differences. And we need to appreciate that and build into our planning and coordination between federal and local entities an appreciation for that risk. Begin thinking a lot more along the lines of risk management and how we develop sort of feathering schemes to make decisions over time that appear least regret. And as some of the other panelists have mentioned, I think that's going to require a lot more coordination between our federal and local brothers and sisters. So I encourage you to ask Pedro Pizarro on the panel later about his concepts of forward radar and how they're developing them at Edison. I think that will be a helpful point of view for you.
And Ms. Mouton-Henderson, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner, that's a very thoughtful and thought-provoking question because I think we're all at a disadvantage of kind of knowing where to start. But I do believe that better distribution system planning is needed at the local and regional level. I believe that the opportunity to insert non-wires alternatives and other DERs could be very useful and also less costly to ratepayers. And I do believe that the conversation with FERC and NARO could be a very pivotal conversation to know what those jurisdictional needs are needed at each different region and will allow for capital infrastructure investments to be more thoughtful whenever they're planning and also to plan out for more technologies that can provide more clean tech energy uses.
Okay, and Mr. Blackman, please go ahead.
Thank you. And I am experienced enough that I'm not going to try to wade into the jurisdictional question, but I do want to get in, at a point that's sort of behind it. And that is, and I think it's reflected in Order 2222, but it's important nonetheless, that electrification of end uses is going to happen. The markets will produce that. Consumer choice will produce that. And it's very important that we help guide the market in a way that where those new loads are smart loads so that we can have a highly renewable electric generating system in the future that is also highly reliable because there's a smart grid that is replacing the dispatchability of natural gas with the flexibility of end-use loads. And so there are sort of fundamental decisions that need to be baked in now as we build out the charging infrastructure, as we replace water heaters and furnaces and heat pumps and things like that to build the intelligence into that. For us, one example is a couple of years ago, we adopted a standard for electric water heaters sold in the state of Washington that they now all have to be equipped with a port that will allow for future control of that as a demand response resource. You know, on the first day, it's of practically zero value if that port is installed on that water heater. But 5 years from now, we're going to have a fleet of demand response devices that utilities and grid aggregators will have access to. And it's something that if we waited 5 years to do it, then we'd need to wait another 5 years for the stock to turn over. So there really are these fundamental kind of day zero issues that need to be addressed in order to ensure that we have a successful transformation of our economy and our energy system.
All right, and I see no more hands in the queue.
Thank you, Michael. There is no perfect answer to this question. It's hard, so I appreciate those helpful inputs. I have another question, Michael, and Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to reserve it if, from a time perspective, if there's time at the end.
I think we have a little more time.
Okay, thanks.
Let's go down.
Thank you. My last question is, and it's got teed up, I think, by some of the comments you just provided. How should we be thinking about incorporating these electrification scenarios into more efficient use of the transmission grid via transmission planning and any other way that the Commission has within its jurisdiction to ensure that the build out of the transmission system incorporates the reality of the expectations that you have all have described, but also comes at it from a consumer cost protection perspective. Ms. Joe, I'm particularly interested in your perspective and others as well.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Clements. I think that's very important because in our electrification future study, we found that the expansion of the transmission, bulk transmission really scales, especially with the amount of renewable deployment. And then with electrification per se, at the same amount of renewable deployment, electrification drives the spur line capacity expansion quite significantly. So transportation, we also see greater utilization of transmission lines, and then those interregional interfaces a lot more in our highly electrified scenario. So we think that's a very important.
Commissioner Clements, this is Rob Chapman with EPRI. I'll make a comment on that also. I think one of the tenets of efficient electrification, of course, is the fact that we need to make sure that the energy supply, the carbon footprint continues to reduce, and renewables play a key role in that evolution going forward. No matter what technologies you look at as being part of the energy supply, renewables will continue to increase substantially, and with that increase in renewables comes the need to make sure that the transmission capacity is available to bring that power from the renewable area where it's generated to the load centers where it will be used. So transmission capacity is expansion of transmission capacity is the key tenet of how we enable electrification of the economy going forward. I did want to make one other brief comment to your previous question. I think one of the questions that many of the panelists have circled around is how do we monetize the overall value of end-use electrification ultimately? How do we look at the various value streams? And when you look at from a regulatory perspective, in the past, energy efficiency has had some very defined tests that the state regulators and stakeholders have used to help ascertain the economic impact of energy efficiency measures. We have to begin to think about that from an efficient electrification perspective also and go beyond. Yes, it's a more efficient technology, but it does require the increased use of electricity. Does that impact a regulator's perspective of it? But also then how do we monetize other value streams that are going to come about, being the distributed energy resources and the flexible load that goes with that? So EPRI, and we'll include it in the record after the conference, but EPRI did publish a document, the Total Value Test, that begins to look at how we monetize the various revenue streams associated with electrification of end use going forward. Thank you.
And Mr. Casablanca, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question. So from our perspective, we are seeing the need, right? We see that the future is much more distributed. And as we've been talking about in this panel, loads are likely to become more dynamic. We know that the technology costs for non-wireless alternatives connected to the distribution system in particular are coming down and are becoming much more attractive. At the same time, we're seeing a significant amount of renewables integrated in the bulk system. And, with this drive, push, or reality of electrification in the 5, 10, 15-year time frame or sooner, we see the need for more integrated transmission, distribution, generation planning and scenario planning, figuring out ways of integrating our models so that we can account for how localized variables, localized adoption rates for different types of technologies ultimately impact the overall system. And just making sure that, I think as was mentioned, that the appropriate values are captured in different parts of the grid and that we always try to stay ahead, right? I think all the change that's happening is great and we support it. But at the same time, ultimately, we want to ensure that we operate a safe, secure, and reliable electric grid. Thank you.
And Mr. Dennis, please go ahead.
Thank you, Michael. Commissioner, I think, really following up on what Carlos just said, I think that this really highlights the need, and I know that the Commission is looking at this very carefully, to look at transmission planning practices, in addition to that integrated planning that Mr. Casablanca just talked about. In particular, to think about what we call multi-factor transmission planning, right? Order 1000 really kind of took us from an era where we were thinking about transmission planning in terms of reliability or economic transmission and said, let's open that up to public policy, right? But now 10 years on, we've got these electrification trends that are adding a whole new set of factors that have to be put into the transmission planning process. A lot of this is driven by public policy, but as we've talked about, it's also being driven by consumer demands and increasing consumer demands. So I think it's just another in the many reasons that you've heard that we need to take another look at transmission planning and how it's accounting for all of these these new realities of the electric system.
And Mr. Tisdale, would you like to comment?
Yeah, thanks. Maybe just a quick end cap to this conversation. I mean, listening to the panelists speak in their introductory remarks about the growth in capacity that's necessary to serve our electrified future, it seems to me the risk of underbuilding is far exceeding the risk of overbuilding. If we are planning, siting, constructing, and bringing into operation transmission at the rate that we currently do going into the future, we have a fair margin of safety in moving ahead here. So I want to stand behind the remarks I made earlier about taking a risk-based approach and coordinating and developing better multi-factor ways of doing transmission planning. But at the same time, we need to be bold here, and we need to get moving. And there's not an opportunity. I think we shoot ourselves in the foot here if we're letting the perfect be the enemy of the good.
And Ms. Mouton-Henderson, please go ahead.
Yeah, just real quick comment, Commissioner Clements. I think it's important also that if we have a better and more accurate load forecasting mechanism in place and the methodology utilized, it would be very pivotal in us getting to those goals that we want to set, and also for a better policy on electrification. I think that FERC plays a pivotal role in making sure that when transmission planning takes place, that if that load forecasting is more accurate, that would be pivotal and very well received by a lot of different industry makers who are in the process of trying to plan and go forward. Thank you.
All right, so I believe that was all the hands in the queue.
Great. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. And thanks, panelists.
Thank you, Commissioner Clements. Commissioner Christie?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I'm just going to check to see if Commissioner Chatterjee or Commissioner Janley have joined us. If not, Michael, I think we're finished with our questions.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all the panelists for the time for this panel. So I'd like to conclude by thanking everyone. We appreciate your participation this morning. We will take a break until noon. Panel 1 panelists, please sign out of the WebEx meeting. And if you would like to continue watching the conference, you may do so using the public webcast link on the conference event page at FERC.gov. Commissioners, please stay signed into the WebEx over the break, unmute your microphones, and turn off your cameras until we resume. So we'll see you all at noon. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to start the second panel for this morning, entitled Infrastructure Requirements of Electrification. This panel will focus on how transmission owners and system operators are planning to integrate changes in electricity demand due to electrification, and whether there are any existing challenges in transmission, interconnection, and resource adequacy planning processes that need to be addressed. Beyond planning, the panel will explore the types of infrastructure investments electrification may require, including additional generation, local, regional, and interregional transmission, and distribution investments. In order to maximize the amount of time for the commissioners to ask questions of the panel, we will be foregoing opening remarks for this panel, and we'll move directly into a question and answer session. Following this panel, we will break for lunch. I'd like to start by introducing our panel 2 panelists. We have Pedro Pizarro, Vice Chairman of the Edison Electric Institute and President and CEO of Edison International. Jordan Bakke, Senior Manager of Policy Studies at the Mid-Continent Independent System Operator. Rachel Wong, Director of Energy Strategy, Research and Development at the Sacramento Municipal Utility District. Dr. Asa Hopkins, Vice President at Synapse Energy Economics. Rick O'Connell, Executive Director of GridLab. Larry Gastiger, Executive Director of Wires, Gary Ratcliffe, Executive President of Market Development and Innovation at Hitachi ABB Power Grids, and Roger Cranenberg, Vice President of Energy Strategy and Policy at Eversource Energy. Welcome, panelists. As we begin, I'd like to remind all participants to refrain from any discussion of pending contested proceedings. If anyone engages in these kind of discussions, my colleague Sarah Greenberg from the Office of General Counsel will interrupt the discussion to ask the speaker to avoid that topic. We will now begin the question and answer session. If a panelist would like to answer a question, please use the WebEx raise hand function. Alternatively, if you are having issues with the raise hand function, please turn on your microphone and indicate that you would like to respond. I will call on panelists that indicate that they would like to answer in turn. And once I do so, please turn on your microphone and respond to the question. When you've completed your answer, remember to please turn off your microphone and lower your virtual hand in WebEx. I will now turn it over to Chairman Glick to start the Q&A session. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you again for panelists for participating today. I thought I'd start off with a question that probably is very similar to asking for an opening statement in some ways, because it's associated with the topic of this panel. I'm curious if each of you can give us some thoughts, provide us with some thoughts on the infrastructure investments that are going to be necessary given the trend towards electrification. And in particular, I am interested in the fact that, the utility industry often has to forecast for a long period of time. And, it's difficult sometimes to know what the world's going to look like in the future. I think it's even more difficult when it comes to electrification in terms of penetration of electric products and the availability of technologies and so on. So I'm curious if you can elaborate a little bit on the type of infrastructure investments that are going to be needed to be made, both at the low power system level, but also the local retail level. And secondly, provide us with some level of confidence. And in particular, I'm interested, is there a risk that we may overbuild in terms of infrastructure investments, given that there's a lack of clarity about how quickly we're going to get towards electrification and how extensive it's going to be?
Right, Mr. Pizarro, I see your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Sure, happy to get this going, and thank you, Chairman Glick, and all the commissioners. So let me start with the last part of your question. Is there a risk of overbuilding? I think to answer that, I first go back to what's the purpose of electrification. And there's multiple purposes. There's the efficiency benefits, there's the economics for consumers, but we have to acknowledge that one of the large drivers is that electrification is going to be one of the most economic tools for decarbonization. And so consistent with where President Biden has articulated the return of the U.S. to the Paris Agreement and the NDC that he announced last week, the scale of electrification needed will be very significant, and particularly if we're thinking around the 2030 next milestone that he set for a 50% to 52% economy-wide reduction in greenhouse gases relative to 2005 levels by 2030. I think at this point there's fairly low risk of overbuilding. And the reason for that is that the scale of the transition across the economy is just so large. Representing EEI here today, as well as our own company, just finished a year as chairing EPRI. As I look at the analyses at EEI, that EPRI, that others are doing, when you look at the potential scale, it is so large. And so in the case of California, just to use our piece of the U.S. as an example, the analysis that we've done going out to 2045 calls for significant additions of renewable resources to contribute carbon-free energy. I think as you look at a national perspective, it is renewables, but it's also maintaining existing nuclear. It's responsible use of fossil fuels with carbon capture and sequestration over time. A number of tools on the generation side that we'll need in terms of the supply side infrastructure to drive decarbonization. That clean energy then gets used efficiently to electrification across the whole economy. In the California example, we see a significant tilt towards transportation electrification. and we've already seen our governor call for shifting to all new vehicle sales being zero emission, beginning with the 2035 year. We're seeing, I think, a similar emphasis by President Biden and Advisor McCarthy and others on the pace of transportation electrification, the need to add charging equipment, et cetera. And so whether it's transportation electrification, whether it's building electrification with the use of heat pumps or space and water heating, there will be investments needed, not only with the clean supply, the transmission piece to interconnect to a variety of new resources where they are, moving on down to the distribution grid, where we will need to make sure that at a local level, utility operators are redesigning the distribution grid to be able to not only meet the added needs of these new loads. In the California example, we estimate that load may increase by 60% between now and 2045, and peak demand may increase by about 40% in order to accommodate the vast transition across so many sectors of the economy. But also the distribution grid will need continued redesign to make it more of a two-way grid, because we expect to have, in addition to bulk power resources, many more distributed energy resources communicating or interacting with the grid in a two-way basis. So I'm sure other panelists, well, I want to keep this short to turn over to other panelists, but it's really all of the above across the whole value chain. Final piece I'll share is that this also puts then emphasis on the planning tools and the coordination between FERC and FERC-regulated entities like the RTOs and ISOs and the state-level regulators, as well as customers, the OEMs that are going to be providing the appliances and the vehicles that will drive electrification. It is quite the planning challenge that we have ahead as we look at these very large targets and then all try to fill in the dots in terms of what the transition phase will look like over the next 5 years, over the next 10 years. But because the scale is so large, I think that I'm more concerned now about making sure that we can build quickly enough, and the industry is very committed to doing that, but in particular, the permitting processes around transmission, probably the one piece where if I had the magic pixie dust, I'd probably put it first there in order to help accelerate the transmission development process in order to make sure the bulk power grid can have the connections it needs.
Great, thank you. Would Larry Gastiger like to go next?
Yeah, well, thank you, Michael. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, for initiating this technical conference. I think this is exactly the sort of forward-looking examination that FERC should be doing. This is clearly an important topic. Certainly, transmission is going to need to be part of the response to what we see coming down the road on electrification. In 2019, Wires put out a report on this very topic. It's called The Coming Electrification of the North American Economy, and I believe the report has been posted to the conference event page, and I would commend it to the commissioners and staff for their reading. Just to give you some numbers, some concrete numbers on the issue, the report looks at 10 to 30-year projections on anticipated electrification and finds that $30 to $90 billion in incremental investment is going to be needed by 2030, and 200 to 600 billion in transmission investment is going to be needed from 2030 to 2050. Now that translates into 3 to 7 billion investment per year through 2030. That would be a 20 to 50% increase in spending over the average annual spending for the past 10 years. And then on the longer range projection of 2050, it translates into 7 to 25 billion transmission and investment from 2030 to 2050, which is a whopping 50% to 170% increase over annual investment over the past 10 years. So those numbers are quite frankly breathtaking. I think Mr. Pizzaro hit the nail on the head in a variety of ways, particularly on the need for focus on this and the question of timing and urgency associated with trying to meet these needs. On your last question, Mr. Chairman, about the potential for overbuild, I agree with Claire Moeller from MISO that I don't think that the risk is in the potential for overbuild right now. I think the real risk is in the potential for underbuilding. And I think we, given the needs that we see, not just with electrification, but but needs associated with meeting clean energy goals and resilience of the system, we have a tremendous amount of investment to go. We're in a hole right now, and we have a lot of ground to make up, so I don't think there's a big threat on overinvestment in transmission right now. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Cranenberg, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you much to the Commission for having us. I thought I'd spend a little bit of time talking about New England. I agree with pretty much everything Pedro just said. I spent most of my career at the national and international level, and wanted to share with the Commission some of the uniqueness of New England, which is paramount. So if you look at New England, it is a cold region with cold snaps, high population density, and fossil energy, both supply as well as transportation limited. So if you look at it from that perspective, together with a strong greenhouse gas policy. I grew up in Texas, and in Texas, safety and health is summer peak, summer heat. In New England, it's the winter peak and the winter cold. And the reason I raise that is, if I can sort of connect to a thread that Pedro was touching on, is when you look at electrification, you think of it as both molecules and electrons and a coordination between molecules and electrons. And today, those molecules are predominantly natural gas. In the future, if we are decarbonizing to the levels that we plan to, carbon neutral by 2050, those molecules could be something like hydrogen. I would refer you to John Kerry's address to CERAWeek, talking about existing infrastructure and how do you leverage and transition and transform that existing infrastructure. And I'll share with you from my experience in telecom, the last mile infrastructure that exists is very valuable in any transportation industry. So the challenge for us is how do we re-envision or reimagine the use of that infrastructure. Again, specific to New England, we see the near-term transmission needs as predominantly for connecting new supply. And new supply in New England means offshore wind, again, different from many other parts of the country. Offshore wind is our big resource, our big regional, local resource. And in managing that interregional transmission is going to be key in boosting the utilization of that resource. And at a much more localized level, we're seeing a need for transmission investment as well as distribution investment for solar. We've got pockets within New England where it's constrained because of solar investment. In terms of EVs, things are uncertain but relatively stable out to about 2030 because of the wave of consumer-owned vehicles. Where the uncertainty starts to broaden quite a bit is when you get beyond the late 2030 forward, when fleets are really going to come on. And sharing from my experience on electrification of drive systems in industrial loads, when that transition from engines to electric, there was a realization of it wasn't just a substitute and it wasn't just efficiency. The level of functionality just increased, and the adoption was very, very rapid. So part of the planning challenge I think we'll be facing is how do we manage that uncertainty in the longer time frame, and that ties back to many of the things that Pedro said around siting. Siting is a very challenging thing in New England because of the population density. And in terms of thinking about investments in infrastructure, I would heavily emphasize that investment also means smart. When we bring these loads onto the system, when we bring these new supplies onto the system, to be smart about it, and specifically for consumer-owned EVs, make sure that charging happens in the super off-peak, for example.
All right, thank you. Mr. Bakke, please go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to share some of MISO's perspective with you all. So MISO, I'm going to echo many of the comments that have already been made to try to provide some distinct comments from the MISO region's perspective. So this has been an important topic for us for a long time, understanding the evolving nature of load and the implications of that to operations and transmission. And what we see from the footprint perspective is coming off of this era of flat load growth or relatively flat load growth due to energy efficiency. And we're at this point now where electrification is starting to occur. There's a lot of activity within the various sectors in the MISO region, to transportation, a lot of activity in new electric vehicle development, and a lot of pilots that our utilities are undertaking to electrify the various processes and customer segments that they have. And so while the kind of the growth will be slow at the beginning here, there will be a high potential for increased electrification over the long term. On the infrastructure side, we potentially see a doubling or tripling of the installed capacity base over the next 20 years, given kind of the high potential with the accelerated rate of electrification that could come into play. And that's non-uniform across the footprint. As was just stated, electric heating will have a very large impact on the northern portion of our footprint, and a shift towards winter peaking loads. And so that changes the nature of the type of generation that we have, away from things that are highly available in the summer to all leading resources that are also highly available in the wintertime. On the transmission side, along with the generation, we're going to see a large need for transmission infrastructure. And this is not just to deliver the additional generation to the additional load. We're also seeing growing variability from electrification, potential growing variability if things aren't responsive and controllable, especially if we continue the trend of passive electrification. And coupled on electrification is with the larger decarbonization efforts is changes in the supply side and growing complexities that we see on operating and planning for a high renewable fleet. And so given more complexity on the demand side, more complexities on the supply side, it makes it difficult to specifically tease out the cause and effect for why specific infrastructure developments and why specific transmission lines are needed to be built. I think that drives some of the uncertainty and the slowness on developing a new transmission infrastructure, which has the consequence of being slow to or underbuilding rather than building in step with the need and being very low risk of overbuilding. I agree with the previous commenters on that line. I guess last thing I would like to say is that on the building side, it takes a long time to build transmission, and even though electrification is going to take a little bit of time to pick up steam, it's going to come quickly once it reaches policy consensus and cost parity with other technology. And we need to make sure that things are moving, and we're being proactive in the infrastructure development to not get caught short when that change picks up. I don't think we'll have the opportunity to wait to see everything come into play before we can start the development of infrastructure. I think we have to start it before we reach that point in time. And that's true on the transmission side, but also on changing some of the internal technology for our markets and other things that take a long time to develop. And so being proactive in all of these areas will be important to meet the challenges and the opportunities of electrification.
All right, thank you. Dr. Hopkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and other commissioners. I want to start my answer, build off of all the answers before and respond a little bit. But also want to build off of something that, Mr. Chairman, that you said in the first panel, which is that the transition time frame on which markets change for buying new things can be much faster and much sooner than the load change that results from that. A typical vehicle lifetime may be 14 years, 10 years for a water heater, 20 years for a heating system. So that as we watch the markets change for those end-use technologies, we will be able to see that load coming. Right? It's not going to all of a sudden be here tomorrow and surprise us. But the pace of change on the supply side, driven by renewable policies and low-cost variable renewables, is potentially much faster. Those markets actually can change much faster. There's a lot of assets, fossil assets, that may be due to retire anyway. Right, so there's a turnover that maybe drives that transmission story in particular, and the capacity story, much more driven by other policies. Given this electrification piece is part of an overall transition to renewables, transition to a blend of supply side and demand side solutions, transition to low carbon solutions at both the supply and the demand side. So planning through that puzzle is going to be really fun and interesting. But also, I think we do have time to be able to do that. I'll put a plug on the planning side for the NARUC-NASIO Comprehensive Electricity Planning Task Force. State energy offices and regulators got together over the course of the last couple of years and thought comprehensively about how to integrate state policy and state regulation and think about planning for all these kinds of upcoming transitions. On the overbuild question, I think one of the things that might keep overbuild is siting challenges. But I do think that it's important to figure out what we need to build, be able to build it, but not build more than we need to build. The demand side solutions, energy efficiency, distributed energy resources, storage, the sheer amount of storage that's going to be present in the electric vehicles that are on the road may dwarf the amount of storage that's on the grid. So figuring out how to actually use that storage to avoid building transmission and distribution where possible. The conversation on non-wires alternatives and other ways of using demand-side resources instead of poles and wires is definitely advancing. And so that kind of comprehensive planning, looking out, understanding what the needs are, and looking holistically at all the different kinds of technologies and options and scales that might be able to meet those needs. And in fact, there might be places where electrification helps to avoid transmission costs, that helps to avoid overbuilding. I know there's a pocket in northern Vermont where there's too much wind and solar for the amount of load that's there. Well, if the folks who were there had EVs and controllable heat pump water heaters, right, that you actually be able to avoid transmission export pockets like that. So thinking comprehensively about how to build the system we need using all of the resources that we have, and recognizing that we do actually have the time to do the planning well. Thanks.
All right, Gary Ratcliffe, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you, Michael, and thank you to the chair and the commissioners for inviting me to participate in the panel. I just want to make a couple of quick points. One is that we're currently embarking on an energy transition, which involves both the move to carbon-free or net carbon zero on the supply side, at the same time that we're building electrification of in-use applications. One of the key ones being transportation, but also including industry, building, and agriculture, perhaps maybe with less priorities on those. But it's important in terms of the electrification to make sure that as we electrify, we're using clean energy in that process. We're not shifting carbon emissions from one location to another. So when we look at the supply side, today we're 40% carbon free, which means we have 60% of our supply side that potentially is changing between now and 2050. At the same time, we expect to see growth in energy consumption in this country around 50%. Globally, we see numbers of energy consumption growth of around doubling or 100%. And electricity falls in the U.S. somewhere between those two numbers because we are increasing the amount of electricity as the in-use energy consumption. So we're expect to see maybe 70%, 75% potential growth in electricity energy consumption between now and 2050. So we have growth in consumption and we have a supply side that's changing dramatically. And I think there's investment that needs to be looked at in just three main areas that I'd like to highlight. So one is on the transmission side with renewable generation and the location of that generation, the timing of when it's available, its flexibility and resiliency are key issues that will impact transmission investment. And one of the things that we should, I think, recommend is strengthen our national planning of transmission, not only regionally, but between the interconnections to give us more flexibility and be able to utilize the renewable generation resources to a greater extent. At the distribution level, I think a key element is the digitalization of the grid, being able to better engage customers, be able to better manage load, and maybe introduce a paradigm shift where we shape demand aggressively to match non-dispatchable renewable generation. We're also expecting to see more automation and even get to the point where we have autonomous control of loads or components of the grid as we move forward with digital technologies and strategies. And this is also, the third item has also been mentioned, but storage is also a game changer, both at the distribution level, even behind the meter, as well as at the transmission level, providing flexibility of operations, decoupling supply from demand, being able to capture surplus generation and shift that to other end uses, whether it's storage or also using transmission to move generation to better match load. But storage comes into play across the components of the grid, again, at the transmission level as well as at the distribution level, either utility-owned or non-wire alternatives, and also behind the meter. Thank you.
All right, Rachel Wong, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Chairman Glick and commissioners. So SMUD's Board of Directors just adopted our 2030 zero carbon plan last night, which is a flexible plan to achieve zero carbon by 2030. And so, electrification is a big part of our plan for decarbonizing the region. So what we're looking at is expecting a threefold increase in building electrification and a tenfold increase in transportation electrification by 2030. What we expect from electrification is to increase winter peak loads from buildings. We'll see some increased off-peak loads due to EV charging. And we think we're going to see a modest increase in summer peak loads from electric cooking and public EV fast charging. To support this load for our plan over the next 10 years, we believe that the majority of infrastructure needed is going to be at the distribution level. And so really that we think it's important for us to leverage load flexibility to be key to minimize the investments as much as possible needed to support that widespread electrification for both buildings and transportation. Now, that being said, transmission investments may be needed depending upon local generation, where it's sited and where our load growth is expected to occur. So we also recognize that our needs are system specific. And, as mentioned by other panelists, as we look to the statewide goals in California of electrification of both buildings and transportation by 2045, we do expect that investments are going to be needed both at the distribution and transmission level to support the goals.
All right, and Rick O'Connell, please go ahead.
Great, thank you so much, Chair Glick. Thank you for the Commission for inviting me to speak. Just about a little less than a year ago, Grid Lab and UC Berkeley released the 90%, the 2035 report, which was looking at a 90% clean energy standard. And in that report, less than a year ago, we didn't include electrification. But just 2 weeks ago, we looked at the effects of electrification, specifically vehicle electrification, but we also included building electrification of a more aggressive EV mandate for 100% light duty and medium duty and heavy duty sales by 2030 and 2035. And so we leaned heavily on the NREL Electrification Future Study, which we heard from Ms. Zhao earlier in the first panel. But we see 25% more load through 2035. And as other panelists have pointed out, we're going through two transformations, right? So we're electrifying a lot of end-use loads over the next 15 years at the same time that we're decarbonizing the grid. So we see 40% more wind, solar, and batteries in the 90% CES scenario through 2035 than without electrification. And then on transmission and distribution, we see an additional $100 billion of spending on transmission and another $100 billion of spending on distribution in the next 15 years in the electrification scenario versus no electrification. So I think it's significant investments, but luckily in terms of the increased throughput, increased sales, are going to actually hopefully keep rates flat or even slightly declining from today's levels. I think the important thing, I think everyone kind of answered this question, and I'm going to just add to the chorus that, underinvestment is more of a concern than I think overinvestment. And just reminding folks that you need anticipatory investments in charging infrastructure if we're going to be successful at electrifying transport. And so that means doing something that the power system doesn't generally do particularly well. And I think a lot of folks have been talking about on transmission planning for a long time, which is, what Texas did successfully with the competitive renewable energy zones, what other states have tried to do, what MISO, Jordan talked about, the MPP projects, but really building out infrastructure because we know we're going to need it. It's really important to do if we're going to be successful. Like, we can't wait for the load to show up and then decide to make then sort of plan and make the investments. And as Asa said, we do have time, so these loads are coming on later, but we do need to build especially for vehicle electrification, we need to build these investments now. So I think it's really important to make the investments upfront in both transmission and distribution. And I look forward to talking more about, I think, some of the interesting challenges between transmission and distribution coordination. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I believe there are no more hands in the queue, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Michael, and thanks for the responses. My next question relates to cost allocation, transmission cost allocation in particular. And I think, as panelists suggested, we're going to be seeing we're going to need a significant build out of the transmission system. And the courts have essentially told us that when we oversee at least transmission, we have jurisdiction over the cost allocation associated with those facilities. We have to ensure that the costs are allocated roughly commensurate with the benefits. So my question for those of you that want to answer, and I hope most of you, if not all of you, will weigh in, is should FERC look at this differently in terms of if we're building out transmission to satisfy the electrification? Do we need to expand our view of beneficiaries when we consider cost allocation proposals?
Mr. Cranenberg, please go ahead.
Chairman Glick, I realize most people would be a little bit shy about jumping into this one. As you well know, it's a very tough one. I think the industry has done a nice job and is stable on what I would call reliability, and over time we'll probably need to extend that into resiliency investments, broad system-wide benefits. I think that's stable. Folks are happy with cost allocation and how it works, and the planning around that. And before I move on to what I think you're trying to get at, but I also sort of put forward that society is going to demand an enhancement of that because we're asking it to put more and more of its life into the electric system. We as an industry, we as a broader industry, will be asked to enhance that reliability and resiliency, and that will provide some investment opportunities. But I think what you're trying to get to is the new resources that are coming on, the loads which are predominantly coming on at a distribution level, both EVs, electric heat pumps, geothermal, maybe hydrogen generation. What we would ask on that is that requires a strong coordination between FERC and the state. It's not crystal clear exactly how that gets worked out, but the best way to manage that is a very strong engagement with the states and understanding of the state's objectives, going state by state, region as well, and understanding those dynamics and having a conversation of how that interplay happens and how the cost allocation and the benefits will be quantified. I would offer that for consideration.
All right, and Pedro Pizarro, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you. And Roger, appreciate you kicking it off. I was trying to find my raise hand button and a little technology challenge for a minute there. No, I agree with your points, and I'd expand it this way. First, recognizing what Roger said already, that the partnership and collaboration between FERC and state agencies will be critical because there will be a local nature to a lot of what's driving solutions in different regions. You look at our state of California, which has a very clean start, if you will, because of the early beginnings of the shift to clean energy here, versus some of our other member company states across EEI that are relying today on a different mix of resources for reliability, right? And are worried about making sure that the transition to a cleaner stack is both reliable and affordable. And so there's no one-size-fits-all here as you go from state to state, and so therefore the local content and the role with the local regulators in addition to FERC is critical. I think a second point I'd make is that, and it goes back to my earlier comments, this is not electrification for electrification's sake. This is electrification for economics, for reliability, but importantly for decarbonization. And so as we think about the benefit cost calculations or cost benefit calculations, certainly in our state of California, we're seeing an increasing tilt to thinking not only about life in terms of dollars per megawatt hour, dollars per kilowatt, but also life in terms of dollars per ton of GHG or CO2 removed. That's an important part of the calculation that then impacts how we think about overall benefit framework. Some of the work that EPRI did about 3 years ago in its efficient electrification analysis was looking at how the cost benefit frameworks needed to be broadened in order to bring into account things like decarbonization benefits, air quality benefits, water use benefits, et cetera, to think about the broader sustainability aspects as part of the equation, probably goes beyond the traditional cost benefit methodologies that are used. And then a final point I'll make here is that, and this is acknowledging I think we have our answers yet. We have to get going on specific projects because that will then help, prove out where are the bumps and the challenges, and smart people can figure it out. But the pace of electrification, the pace of the technology additions elsewhere across the value chain that I and a number of others talked about already, from clean and carbon-free resources to storage, which will play a major portion of this, et cetera, that will be so inextricably linked with top-down target setting by states and by the country in terms of decarbonization, but also with bottom-up customer adoption of these technologies, right? And that goes back to your original question, Chairman Glick, around over versus under investment. I think given the sense of urgency around doing something around climate, it's important that we not let endless debates about did we get the cost allocation 100% right get in the way of getting projects in the ground, steel in the ground that will be needed to help make sure that we're ready for customers for adding that electric vehicle or that heat pump, and that we're ready for states and the federal government that have set decarbonization targets. So, lots to be worked out there, but that coordination will be critical, and that shift in mindset to include decarbonization as one of the variables in the equation will also be helpful. I know others have shared numbers already, but just to put this in scale, in our analysis for California, we saw a need for something like $170 billion in capital investment between now and 2045 statewide for the combination of the supply side combination of clean energy resources and storage. We saw a need for around $75 billion statewide for the wire side of the equation, from transmission all the way through to distribution reinforcements. So that also then helps scale the relative contribution. And I think transmission was maybe around half, if I recall correctly, of that $75 billion. So that gives you a sense of, as far as the cost allocation debates that I'm sure will ensue, they are over a smaller portion of the total investment need.
All right, Larry Gastiger, please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I certainly agree, Mr. Chairman. You hit on one of the toughest issues. Cost allocation is right up there. But I think Pedro made a great point I want to pick up on. Whether it's cost allocation or planning or some of these other issues, I think we do need to be sensitive to not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good here. particularly given the scale of the mountain we need to climb in terms of transmission and getting transmission investment made. One other item I would just point out for further consideration along the idea of cost allocation and efforts to more broadly socialize those costs. One of the things we saw in the WIRES report was we can't assume that the needs associated with electrification are going to be evenly spread throughout the country. In fact, it's looking more and more likely that, at least initially, we're going to see a greater increase in electrification in areas such as the Northeast or the Pacific West for a number of reasons, whether it's being driven by public policy or consumer acceptance of these new forms of energy. So if that happens, you're going to see the needs with respect to a lot of this investment being driven by regional needs, and you may not see the same requirements in areas of the Southeast or the South Central region relative to what you're going to see, again, out in the Pacific West or up in the Northeast. Thank you.
And Asa Hopkins, please go ahead.
Thanks, Michael. So there's a couple of points feeding off of some of the earlier comments. One, I would say that a broadening conception of what benefits and costs should be included is warranted. Mr. Pizarro, I think, mentioned the importance of greenhouse gas emission reductions. You know, when you look at sort of modern conceptions of how to do a benefit cost analysis from a regulatory perspective, thinking about societal benefits, thinking about policy objectives, where a state or a country has a net zero target or a 50% by 2030 target, right? You know, on the books. Right? Those need to be. We need to be building to hit that, right? We need to be designing a system to hit those targets, and not thinking of carbon pricing, for example, as some sort of external cost. The failure to hit those targets should not be something that we plan for. On the allocation point in particular, I just want to maybe throw a little bit of a left field piece in here. It's a question about cost allocation over time. The initial folks who would benefit will maybe quite more narrow set of people than the folks who will benefit in the longer term. Right? So thinking about how to change that allocation over time as the benefits spread to others. In particular, even just shifting total costs later in time, there's a particular dynamic where building lots of infrastructure to serve electrification loads may discourage people from electrifying because it may make rates go up in the nearer term. So figuring out how to keep per kilowatt hour rates low enough that folks see a heat pump for an EV as a highly economic purchase, and recognize that you may be able to recover those costs from a more fully electrified system, from more people benefiting from it at some point downstream.
All right, thank you, and I believe those are all the hands in the queue, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Michael. I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Clements, and depending on time available, I might have some questions at the end. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman Glick. My question is going to be on a different aspect of this cost issue, just to continue the conversation, starting on the transmission system side and then going to the distribution side. The first question is on the transmission system side. How are we going to incorporate these electrification scenarios into the transmission planning process? And when we think about the magnitude of this investment challenge, I mean, we're all desensitized to these big numbers these days, but you're throwing out really big numbers, and that's the reality we're in. And so we need to be really judicious about how we protect customers in the process of here to there. So in my mind, the electrification scenario should really implicate the whole planning process, from the load forecasting in terms of what the distributed energy resources that are providing electrification or the end uses can do in terms of reduction in particular kinds and shifts in kinds of demand. And then all the way up through making the existing system more efficient up to the big transmission development. And so, Mr. Bach, when I was reading your comments around the way that MISO has, maybe you're a good starting point and then others can weigh in terms of the lessons learned from incorporating your electrification scenarios into your long-term planning process, it'd be helpful to understand if there are things that come up to you that would be applicable more broadly than MISO that you could share with us.
Thank you. This is a great question. MISO has a long history of incorporating scenario planning or future planning or future forecasting into our various planning. And we feel like it's important to extend that beyond simply transmission planning and think about all the change that needs to occur on the system. So specifically to electrification, we, in our most recent MISO futures, incorporated broadly throughout the various plausible scenarios that we use to facilitate transmission and other planning within the organization. And we like to make sure that we look at a broad range of things. I think as an industry, we tend to under forecast the amount of change that we are experiencing, and we keep ratcheting up the amount of change that we have in our forward-looking scenarios, and that's true on electrification as well, or the change we're seeing on the load side of it. Starting with electric vehicles, I think that's the most obvious one that many people see, and incorporating that pervasively within our processes, but also some of the more uncertain types of electrification, such as heating electrification, which is a little bit harder and more expensive to do and takes longer to turn over, as was previously discussed. I think as a general statement outside of MISO, thinking about both proactively and robustly including future scenarios in the planning process is important to understand what is needed long term. These assets that change takes a long time to build, and not seeing the change that's coming, the kind of the full spectrum of change, will really lead us to this underbuilding conversation, or this incremental conversation that we've been talking about, and kind of miss the boat or miss the ball on how quickly things need to change going forward. So proactive and robust and forward-looking scenarios, incorporation of electrification, then utilizing that in transmission planning, users adequacy, new market product planning, kind of pervasively across the ISO or utility sphere will be important to meet the rate of change that we're experiencing now.
All right, and Mr. O'Connell, would you like to go next?
Great, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. It's a great question. And yeah, I just want to commend Jordan and his team at MISO for a really great work. We started looking at, when we started doing studies several years ago, that electrification really, because it changes the load shape, it really does change the resource mix. So you're going to end up with a slightly different resource mix so you do need to make sure that you're planning for electrification. But I would say, I think in the near term, I think we're closing in on a terawatt of projects in the interconnection queues around the country. And so I just think there's still, these changes in the load shape and sort of the things that you need to be thinking about for electrification are extremely important in kind of the late 2020s, early 2030s timeframe. And, we all need to be doing this sort of long-range planning. But in the near term, there's just still, what's really driving transmission need is the transition to low carbon, variable renewables and storage away from our traditional. So that transition still is really driving the transmission conversation, not really so much electrification. Obviously, I think in the great work that Jordan and other ISOs and other market participants are doing with planning, you definitely want to incorporate electrification. But in the near term, I think there's just still huge amounts of no-regret transmission investments that can be made. And I think I'll just keep repeating what everyone else has been repeating, which is, underinvestment is the real risk here.
And Mr. Gastiger, please go ahead.
Yes, and well, thank you, Commissioner Clements, for bringing up this important other side of the equation, which is how do we address and try to minimize the costs associated. I was one of the panelists who was throwing out some of the large numbers you were talking about earlier. And one thing I would point the Commission to is a report that Wires put out a few years ago that was entitled "Well-Planned Electric Transmission Saves Customer Costs," and it deals with this very topic. And one of the things that it advocates is using an anticipatory transmission planning process, which, if used, I'll throw out some other big numbers going the other way, could provide savings in the $30 to $70 billion range for total generation and transmission investment costs across the U.S. By 2030, which is essentially the same time frame we're talking about for some of the needs associated with electrification. So I think there are ways to go about doing it. One concern I do know that some WIRES members have is just the very point that electric load, we know it's coming with respect to electrification. And there is a big concern that updated load forecasts are tending to push actually in the opposite direction, and that they don't allow for infrastructure to get ahead of the need. And I think that idea of getting out ahead of the need is where we can look to try to save some of these costs that we're talking about. Thank you.
And Roger Cranenberg, please go ahead.
Commissioner Clemens, thanks for the question. I think it raises a lot of really important issues. Some of the things I'd like to highlight is, I believe, Asa, you were the one that raised this, the time frame. The late 2020s and early 2030s is where things get really interesting, so to speak. There's a lot of headroom. The engineer in me would say there's a lot of headroom in the system to bring stuff on if we're smart about it. If we're not smart about it, that's a different discussion. For example, consumer EVs, if we bring those on into sort of the natural charging patterns, into super off-peak, there's not a lot of investment needed there. If we bring in heat pumps, and this is probably more particular to the New England system, it'll raise the winter peak, but the system already has headroom from being designed for the summer peak. Some of the challenges that we're facing right now, and I think we'll continue to face, is transmission planning at a little more localized level. Case in point for New England is where solar naturally wants to go in, it's creating constraints. So we no longer have the luxury of transmission planning at a broader perspective. We've got to get more localized in our transmission planning. Solar, the same thing you see for energy efficiency, the same thing you'll see for EVs. Where do you see most of the EVs in New England? It's around the western suburbs of Boston and southwest Connecticut. So if you're looking at transmission planning, your forecast, and you're spreading it over the whole region, you're going to miss what's needed. The other issue, especially when you look at fleet adoption coming in the late 2020s, 2030s, we don't fully understand how that's going to come in because that's driven heavily by the operations of that company. Consumer-owned vehicles, by and large, we've got some idea that they're going to naturally want to charge at home at night. Fleets have very different dynamics. They're very much driven by Amazon. They're focused on getting packages to you. They're not focused on EVs. EVs is just a means to an end. And it's also very much driven by economics. So that's going to be a learning process. And again, back to my experience in industrial, when commercial fleet applications sort of understand what's in it for them, that transition can happen very rapidly, much more rapidly than we've seen with consumer vehicles. The other thing that I would sort of put forward for consideration is, and this is the finance side of me saying, let's look for cheap optionality. We all know there's uncertainty. We all know in the long term, we all think in the long term there's going to be more and more electricity demand and more peak needs. And some of the things that we look at when we're doing projects, if we're going to be doing a project and we size the project for X, if we can put in a bigger line at X plus 1%, that creates cheap optionality for the future, we'll look at doing that. So those are some of the things. And, looking at new technologies, static VARs are new technologies to stabilize the system. So the project today may do X, but by adding a static VAR in the future, it might do X plus Y. So those are some of the considerations I'd like to put forward.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Pizarro, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Clements. And I won't repeat what the other panelists said. I agree with that. Two things I would add, though. One is this transition does require all of us to shift from a more traditional deterministic framework for our planning to one that's much more scenario-based. And in the SCE released a white paper last December on reimagining the grid, and one of the concepts in there was this idea of strengthening our forward radar. How do we take input and early indicators from all sorts of different disparate data sources, looking at customer trends, looking at EV adoption, which obviously in our area, we have a consumer base that's at the leading edge of EV adoption across the country. Looking at both power system issues, right? Are we seeing issues with maintaining system inertia, depending on the patterns that we're seeing show up in terms of the demand? I would also add to this the impacts of climate, right? And my comments earlier focused on these tools as climate mitigation tools, but we also need to think about the tool set for climate adaptation and where do we need to harden the system. Certainly in California for our distribution lines, we've seen the need to significantly harden against the added risk of wildfires. I would also have the scenario planning around grid technologies, right? I like Roger's financial optionality piece. Their technologies of today just make sense. There are no regrets options to put in. There are others where we're watching. We might be piloting, but we want to see how technologies mature and at what point do they climb up, the cost curve or down the cost curve, up the performance curve, so that they make sense for more mass adoption. So using that forward radar to bring in all sorts of different data inputs to then figure out what things that we need to be planning on for 10 or 15 years from now, and what things just make sense as good near-term, no regrets options that we should be putting into our next rate case with our state commission. That also then reinforces my earlier point around the intense increased need for coordination and collaboration, among all the players. Whether it's the ISOs and the RTOs engaging their planning process with the local state commission planning processes, with the IRP proceedings, et cetera. These are all ways to sync up the assumptions. The second point I'd make is that, particularly as we think about the pace of electrification and the shape of it, not every electrification hammer will require not every electrification nail will require a wires hammer. And what I mean by that, although I mangled it a little bit coming out, what I mean by that is that we need to be engaging in the discussion with customers around ways in which their approach to electrification might reduce the impact on grid needs and therefore the cost that ends up getting allocated, across the network. And a great case in point here is on fleet electrification. I've been fortunate enough to see a couple different angles on this. We have Edison Energy, which is our non-utility affiliate that advises large commercial and industrial customers. They're getting increasing questions from their, Fortune 50, Fortune 100 customers who are looking at fleets and how they think about the design and management of that. We're really seeing it with full view through EEI. I've been fortunate enough to co-chair a CEO task force on transportation electrification. And one of the activities we've done there as we compare notes across our members across the state is engaging with some of those large current and future fleet operators and having the discussion, I think Roger alluded to this, about how do they design their depot, right? And what exactly will be their charging pattern? And can they modify their charging pattern based on their business needs, but also based on the implications for local grid reinforcements that might be needed? But what role does storage play on the grid side or on the customer side, right? And at the end of the day, how do we make sure that we can satisfy that increase in electric load that we will see over time, which, by the way, is frankly good for all customers because it provides more electrons over which to amortize grid investment and get higher utilization of the grid overall if you do it smart, if you have managed charging for vehicles, for example. But also, how do you use technology like storage to help bring the overall peak demand down or, constrain the increases in peak demand to create less of a direct impact on the wire system and less of a need for direct wires investment to address that. So lots of different tools here, including smart, managed charging as one example that will help to minimize that overall impact and therefore the overall cost of the clean energy transition. And I remain confident, though, that when you add it all together, there will be costs, there will be investments needed, but I've taken a lot of comfort from one of the key conclusions of our Pathway 24 or 85 analysis for California that said that when you add it all up, when you put in the $250 billion of investment that I mentioned earlier, once you get to the other side, because electric technologies are so much more efficient than trying to convert energy by burning it in a fossil fuel and then, hooking it up to a bunch of gears and transmission and all of that to the wheels to turn the car, efficiency benefit from electric technologies, whether it be a motor or a heat pump, will lead to, in our analysis, a 1/3 decrease in the cost that our average customer will be spending across all forms of energy. Their electric bill may be higher, but they'll be spending less on gasoline and maybe spending less on other, forms of energy. And that 1/3 reduction in real terms compared to today is one of the big engines here that will help drive electrification and bring benefit beyond decarbonization.
Thank you. And Gary Ratcliffe, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thank you, Michael. Just a couple of quick comments regarding EV and electrification of EVs and how that's impacting the overall grid. One of the challenges in forecasting EV load is what will be the uptake or the adoption rate. And one of the things that we have found out in working with fleet owners, and I believe that fleets will be first part of electrification of transportation, primarily because of the high utilization rate of fleets versus the relatively very low utilization rate of private light-duty vehicles. And so for fleets, if you talk to the fleet providers, whether it's leasing or major users of fleets, their first response in terms of adoption is going to be total cost of ownership. It's really the economics. And then the second driver will be what are the policy requirements, such as a mandate to have only zero-emission vehicles by a certain date, will also drive their adoptions. And that's going to heavily influence what the impact will be to the grid. The other component is from the utility side or the supply side, it's really the issue of where does this load hit in terms of location, what is going to be the timing of these load additions, and then how much load is going to be added to the grid. And that's going to look very different for residential use, charging in people's private garages versus fleet use, which is going to be located in a different area and may have stronger, sub-transmission or stronger grid feeding or commercial area. And those things ultimately will then roll up and be coordinated with the transmission requirements to support that. And also, it was mentioned that what the fleet owner is going to be doing is optimizing their consumption based on number of vehicles, type of vehicles, dwell time of vehicles, cost of the charging infrastructure, what demand charges may be applicable in terms of how they buy their infrastructure, what load the grid is going to see, whether or not storage makes sense for them as an investment to mitigate the grid infrastructure requirements that they see, and also demand charges. And it's a moving target as we look at adoption of vehicles, and there's definitely very significant subcomponents to electrification of transportation that we need to review. And the Grid Make Ready is going to be a key part of this, and then also the managed charging is going to be a key part. Thank you.
All right, and Rachel Wong, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a really brief comment because the commissioner mentioned the importance of load forecasting, and we absolutely agree. So maybe just to add on to Mr. Pizarro's comment, I think we have started, when we started our push as it relates to electrification, to try to develop tools to actually forecast what our electrification adoption is going to be and how that is relative to statewide goals. We've also started to develop some tools to forecast what our DER adoption is going to be and what kind of capacity we can get those from a load flexibility standpoint, but it's definitely not a precise science. So I think that I just wanted to add that, given the discussion, that it's really going to be important for us as an industry to think about how can we develop these forecasting tools and continue to refine them. How do we utilize information as we see these technologies roll out and be able to better understand as we use this information into our 10-year forecast and then feed that into regional planning efforts as well.
And Dr. Hopkins, please go ahead.
Thanks. I just have a couple points to tag on the end. I guess you teed up this question, say you renew transmission first and then distribution maybe next. But I think it's telling that most of the answers here have actually come all the way down to the end use, right, and all the way back up again, right? It emphasizes the integrated nature of the system as it will be, where the state of charge of a car in a driveway is a transmission asset, right? And how to think of and coordinating. And I guess I'll just build on that, put a plug for coordinating across state and federal, and also across between regulators and other kinds of policymakers. State PUCs, state energy offices, legislators, right? People who are setting direction on things. A common level of understanding, a common level of appreciation for the roles of the different players, establishment of policy objectives by the legislature and informed by governors and their energy offices, right? And then the appropriate role for state PUCs to make sure that's done in a way that implements through. So they're regulated utilities, coordinating that at the federal level with you all at FERC, but also Congress is going to have something to say about this. DOE is going to have something to say about this, about providing good information and convening people. So there's an unlimited supply of meetings in our future in order to figure out how to get the right information to the right people. But I think also making sure that one of the things we could send back, say, from the regulated space into the policymakers is we're making long-term decisions. We could really use policy clarity, right? We could really use a plan and a sense of where we're headed so that we can make decisions about assets with 20, 30, 50, 70-year lives, right? To know that it's okay to maybe build a little more now because we know it's going to get used later. That kind of certainty really involves needing to have that kind of coordination, not just transmission and distribution, but also across all the different kinds of players we have that have a stake here.
All right, thank you, and I believe those are all of the answers in the queue.
A lot of important inputs, and none of these things are unrelated, right? It's kind of very encouraging, Mr. Pizarro, your comments on your views of the future, and Dr. Hopkins, where you just ended in terms of that need for coordination. And we're making the end game. So if we think that the electrification loads we're really thinking about the late 20s, early 30s. But the part of the solution set that is the transmission hammer, we have to start the investment in now. And if you ask a state regulator to explain to their customers or their governor or their whoever why the transmission portion of their bill is going up, there's not a differentiation between all those things. And so to me, it's how do we do the steps along the way, because we're making these cost determinations on an ex ante basis, not an ex post basis. And so it's a really hard story, and it bumps into Chairman Glick's question on the cost allocation along the way. And so it compels me to mention his initiative with NARUC on the transmission front, hoping that over time it can broaden to address some of these issues where you ended, Dr. Hopkins. So thank you for those comments. I was going to ask the same question on the distribution system, but since I think I'll just ask one last question, or a second question that is my last question, again on the interoperability issues on the technical side of that coordination between the state and the federal government. And Rick, Mr. O'Connell, I know you've thought about this required operational coordination between the transmission and distribution systems a good deal. When it comes to DER participation in wholesale markets, we now have rules in place requiring implementation of market models that provide for that participation. Do you have any advice on what the Commission should be thinking about dialogues it should be engaging in, or any other guidance during this implementation phase for Order 2222? And others can jump in.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's a great question, and it is something that I'm pretty passionate about. And I also just want to say that I really enjoyed the discussion and the answers to your last question, especially Mr. Pizarro's answer. I think that's, SCE should really be commended. The reimagining the grid work that they did late last year was really spectacular, and some of the best thinking that I've seen. So, but back to your main question, which is really around 2222. And so I think I think 2222 is a pretty forward-looking, and the Commission should be commended for passing such an innovative proposal. And I think it really I think it's going to set the stage for this kind of, market-informed responsive load that we're going to need and that we've been sort of talking about for a long time. And I think many of the panelists have sort of talked about how we need to have this kind of responsive load if we're going to be able to do this right. And so I think it really, I think 2222 is hopefully going to jumpstart that discussion and move it out of this sort of panel, like let's talk about it, to actually seeing how it's actually going to actually happen, and making, I think it's really time for the conversations to move towards implementation. I guess some of the things that I'm a little concerned about, and I think this is more on the distribution side than it is on the transmission distribution interface, is that our conventional wisdom and our conventional thinking in the electric sector is that sort of command and control, centralized command and control is the way to move forward, is the way to unlock, is the only way to kind of unlock that responsive demand. And I really want to see us think about different paradigms, especially in the distribution system. And I think that we can, I think we can learn from other countries here. So folks like the UK, Australia, have done a lot of thinking around how, this TSO, DSO interface and how information flows from the distribution into the transmission system and how information is shared and communicated in the distribution side. I think it's actually, I would love to see us think more kind of about distributed, autonomous thinking on the distribution system. So where we really leverage the fact that we now have low-cost communication, low-cost computing capability, right? So, a home solar storage system now probably has the compute capability of all of ISO New England had in, the 1990s. And so let's leverage that, and let's not sort of come at it let's not come at it in a perspective where we're going to just we have to put all the EVs in the U.S. on AGC, right? I don't think that's workable. So I guess that would be my answer to, and really thinking differently about how we're going to do this and sort of start doing some real pilots and start doing some real thinking around this. Because I think we've sort of talked about it a lot and assumed it's going to show up. And we haven't done a lot in terms of implementation. And I welcome others to tag on and dispute my assertions.
Mr. Pizarro, I see your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Just a quick response. I agree, and frankly, internally, when we talk about this broad topic, particularly around the distribution grid, I don't think it's command and control, but it has to be coordination, right? And we need to make sure that there is that value and benefit of grid edge computing that we're already have, frankly, in California, and we're going to see increase dramatically. We need to harness that. That'll give customers choice. That'll give flexibility and optionality to the system. At the same time, there's some benefit in being able to coordinate that to make sure that it's not working across purposes and that we can really rely on the benefits of these resources for reliability, for resiliency. But it's coordination. It's not central command and control. The other thing I'd say is that the work that our team is doing, and along with other peers and with EPRI, et cetera, on developing the platforms for doing that. What's the information backbone on which these distributed resources ride? How do you make sure you have a coordinated system? And importantly, how do we think about one other item that we haven't talked about in this session, but it's important to what we do? It's cybersecurity, right? We're going from a grid that used to have maybe dozens of nodes to one that for us already has thousands of nodes, and we'll be going to tens of thousands and more. And so making sure that we're architecting in grid security and cybersecurity, even as we open up the bandwidth literally and go to more of a coordination model, will be really critical. So I am pleased that we have lots of smart folks across the industry working on this, but I can't emphasize enough the importance of that. And I know that FERC has had stepped up discussions recently on the emphasis on cybersecurity, which we all appreciate.
All right, then, Mr. Cranenberg, please go ahead.
I'll keep this very, very brief. I mean, the essence of it is we're having more and more conversations about the need for tighter coordination between our distribution business and our transmission business, and the uncertainty, coming up from the distribution side. then also a lot of the techniques that are currently used in our transmission business are now moving down into our distribution business. So it's an ongoing dialogue of the need for a much, much tighter coordination between those two parts of the grid. And case in point, I'd highlight battery rebuilding in Provincetown. So I'll do the classic New England thing. And, P-Town is at the tip of the Cape Cod and, the arm, the whole thing. But it's an interesting facility. It's 38 megawatt hours. It's a distribution asset, right? But it backs up the entire town. I haven't found something of that scale and size with that functionality. And as we dug into the project, it had transmission benefits. The lines are starting to blur more and more as these assets come on the system. So I just wanted to offer that as some real-world examples, things that we face day to day.
All right, thank you, and I believe there are no more hands in the queue.
All right. Well, that's a really rich conversation. I appreciate those inputs, and I'm probably going to have to listen to the recording to take it all in. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Clements. I don't think there are any other commissioners. I just have one more question that we could ask. I know we only have 12 minutes, so I'll just ask for brief responses. But a number of people, both in the first panel and the second panel, either in the written testimony or during the discussion, mentioned that one of the implications of electrification is going to be that some regions that were summer peaking are going to be winter peaking. I'm wondering what you think that might mean from the way we look at electrification, we look at infrastructure development. Do we need to think differently in a winter peaking situation versus summer peaking situation? So with that, whoever wants to answer that.
Jordan Bakke, see your hand raised. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So this is something we do see potentially happening in the MISO region as we experience more heating load in the north due to electrification. And there's several different consequences. One is the dual peaking nature of the system. We don't see it switching from summer peaking to winter peaking necessarily, but being relatively even between summer and winter, which spreads the risk out away from focusing on one part of the year to really need to focus on different parts of the year from a resource adequacy perspective, and aligning resource availability when we see that risk throughout time. We're also seeing load factor or just percentage of time at high load increase, making coordination, outage coordination, the ability to take resources offline more difficult as we just have higher load in general throughout the course of the year. From a transmission perspective, we see a likely increased variability in flow patterns as different parts of the region electrify in different ways. And so the use of the transmission infrastructure will change. And I think the need for interconnecting the broader region becomes more important. Transmission is a key enabler of all this change, both on the supply and the demand side. And so having that infrastructure in place to deal with the variability challenges as well as the increased load growth opportunities and challenges will be important consideration going forward.
All right, thank you. And Asa Hopkins, please go ahead.
All right, there's a correlation between the people who raise their hands first and the people who work in cold climates. I guess a couple points. One is that on the sort of capacity planning side of things, while we're thinking about decarbonizing the supply, the shift of load to winter, whether it's a winter peak or just number of gigawatt hours, you're thinking about where you get clean gigawatt hours in January, right? So that raises the prospect of seasonal storage. The Northeast, that might take the form of transmission connections to Canada, as well as other things. And then there's, of course, offshore wind can be quite a good resource. Maybe not on a moment-to-moment basis, but at least on a couple quiet days. You might need some storage or make some hydrogen with your excess wind on one day and make the power back with it a few days later. But but I think that the supply side planning piece, when we're thinking about what does a really highly renewable, really highly low carbon mix look like, that winter planning piece is going to rise and rise and rise in prominence. And related to that is the question of planning for extreme winter events. Extreme summer events are like, we kind of know how to do it. It gets to be 110 maybe where Pedro lives, right? But not so hot in most places. But AC comes on, whatever. But it doesn't get to be the equivalent of the summer equivalent of -40 doesn't happen. Mr. Bakke, Jordan does plan for that, right? So that delta T between inside and outside can be very extreme in a polar vortex type context. So planning for what does that level of extremes look like from a transmission planning standpoint, from a supply side standpoint? Is that a place where do you keep the entire gas system around to run it for a day or two a year, right? We have on-site solutions in various ways. Like how to actually plan that extreme. And I guess I'll put my demand side plug in. If the building shells are a whole lot better, then that problem gets a whole lot better. There's talk of retrofitting millions of homes as part of the American Jobs Plan and other things. To the extent that those investments are targeted towards building shells, and that'll just give folks load flexibility. It just lowers that overall demand potentially by a great deal. Thanks.
All right, and Roger Cranenberg, please go ahead.
So I live in the cold climate. Dr. Hopkins was referring to, I think you're referring to me. I grew up in a warm climate, but I live in a cold climate. And I would encourage the commission to look at New England. We're going to be on the forefront of that one. What happens in the winter peak, transitioning from a summer peak to a winter peak. And there's many different dynamics that play out. I would encourage you to look at New England ISO's forecast. If you look at gross demand, you see a significant increase in winter peak. If you look at their net demand, which is net of energy efficiency and solar, it's fairly flat. So there's a lot of dynamics playing into that. And I think a big part of that will be providing heat in a cold climate will not just be air source heat pumps. It will be individual geothermal networks. We're looking at doing a pilot on geothermal networks. That may be the solution for denser environments like in Cambridge. So it's a broader discussion. I talked about molecules, and one of the things I'd really encourage the Commission to think through is this coordination between molecules and the electrons. That's going to be really critical. And on air source heat pumps, one of the things that we look at is you work in averages, you miss the nonlinearity of air source heat pumps. And what I mean by that is as you go down in temperature, these are cold weather air source heat pumps. As you go down in temperature, it doesn't change linearly, which is the way most people think. It actually goes nonlinear because you're bringing in the strip heating more and more as you go down in temperature. And that nonlinearity could create a much higher peak than if you're just thinking it in terms of averages. But overall, and an offshore wind, luckily that's a great resource for us. And that resource corresponds very well with the cold winter peak. Interregional transmission to bring more hydro in to balance those ups and downs are going to be critical. But to Dr. Hopkins' point, I think New England will definitely be on the forefront of how do you manage a transition from a summer peak to a winter peak.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Gastiger, please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to mention that one variation on the question surrounding seasonal peaks is also the impact on peaks during the day, particularly in the context of EVs. And as you see commercial fleets shifting more towards EVs, and I think also residential too, you're going to see a shift in the peak when they're trying to recharge those EVs. And it also raises the question of whether some tools, potentially like time of use rates, can be used to induce charging to occur during different periods. And that could ultimately be used as a tool for trying to provide for customer savings. So it's just a little bit of variation on your seasonal peak question.
All right, and Mr. Pizarro, would you want to comment?
Sure, really quickly, and Roger, sorry, we're not that deep winter, although we do have everything from deserts to snowy mountains. No, all I would add is that this is a very regional answer, and so in the California analysis we've done, we still see California being a summer peaking system, but we will see increased winter use, particularly through space heating. So the other point I'd make here is that I can't think of it just in terms of the impact of electrification, but again, that connection with the resource changes we're going to be seeing as part of the broad decarbonization stack, right? That's pulling on both the clean resources and the electrification applications. And in California, we're already seeing, the concept of net peak, for example. The fact that we don't just think about gross peak, but we think about net peak, including or netting out the behind-the-meter distributed solar. And so that I think leads to a theme you've heard already from a number of us around the fuzzing up of the line between transmission and distribution, between supply and the resources. But good news in this is that because of that also, as we think about electrification, smart application and new technologies will help to manage this. I mentioned managed charging already for electric vehicles, and I think others have discussed it in the concept of fleets. When you think about water heating with electricity, that can become its own form of storage, right, to shift the demand off intraday. So I think, continue to think about managed charging and managed use applications on the demand side will help to then, minimize the impacts and the cost of the transition.
All right, and Mr. Ratcliffe, would you like to comment as well?
Just a quick comment because I know that we're running out of time. I did want to follow up on what Roger said about the nonlinearity of, air source heat pumps. We see that in southern utilities today, actually, where southern utilities have winter peaking load because of resistant heaters and, the lack of efficiency as it gets real cold with air source heat pumps. So I think we have at least experience as to what that dynamic looks like when that peak is going to occur. But I would agree with Isa in terms of the real challenge will be the resource adequacy and how we can have the supply chain or the supply source, especially when we move more towards renewables, which are non-dispatchable storage, seasonal storage, transmission capability will be key in terms of grid flexibility to address this electrification. Thanks.
All right, thank you, and I believe those are all the hands in the queue, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. That's all of my questions. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have reached the end of our time for this second panel, so I'd like to conclude by thanking our panelists again. We appreciate your participation. We will now take an approximately 1 hour lunch break. We will begin afternoon opening remarks at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Panel 2 panelists, please sign out of the WebEx meeting. If you would like to continue watching the conference, you may use the public webcast link on the conference event page at ferc.gov. The chairman, commissioners, and panelists for panels 3 and 4 should be online at 2 p.m. for the afternoon opening remarks. We will run through the technical logistics at that time to make sure everyone has been able to connect. So we will see you all back here at 2:30 p.m. Thank you. All right, why don't we go ahead and get started. Good afternoon and welcome back to the conference. My name is Michael Hill and I'm with the Commission's Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. For those of you tuning in for the first time today, I want to cover some logistics for the conference. We will have 2 panels this afternoon. We will also have a break in between the panels. Only the commissioners, panelists, and a small group of commission staff will have speaking roles today. This conference is being webcast and transcribed. However, the conference is not being recorded for future viewing. With those reminders out of the way, let's get started with the third panel entitled Transmission and Distribution System Services Provided by Flexible Demand. This panel will explore transmission and distribution grid services that can be provided by newly electrified resources and the technology required for those resources to provide grid services. We'll also discuss whether any barriers exist to these resources providing grid services that they are technically capable of providing. In order to maximize the amount of time for the commissioners to ask questions of the panel, we will be foregoing opening remarks for this panel, and we will move directly into a question and answer session. Following this panel, we will have a 15-minute break. I'd like to start by introducing our panel 3 panelists. We have Adrian Collins, Senior Vice President of Power Delivery at Southern Company, Pamela McDougall, Senior Manager of Grid Modernization at the Environmental Defense Fund, Maria Bocanegra, Commissioner of the Illinois Commerce Commission and Chair of the Beirut EV Working Group, Garrett Fitzgerald, Principal of Electrification at the Smart Electric Power Alliance, Peter Clower, Senior Advisor on Smart Grid Technology at the California Independent System Operator, Ann Smart, Vice President of Public Policy at ChargePoint, Jeff Deason, Program Manager in Electricity Markets and Policy Department at the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and David Nemso, Director of the Building Technologies Office at the U.S. Department of Energy. Welcome, panelists. As we begin, I'd like to remind all participants that the purpose of this conference is to discuss broader issues regarding electrification. We do not intend to discuss the specific details of any pending contested proceedings before the Commission, whether listed on the supplemental notice issued on April 14th or not. And we ask that all participants similarly refrain from such discussion. If anyone engages in these kind of discussions, my colleague Sarah Greenberg from the Office of General Counsel will interrupt the discussion to ask the speaker to avoid that topic. We will now begin the question and answer session. If a panelist would like to answer a question, please use the WebEx raise hand function. Alternatively, if you're having issues with the raise hand function, please turn on your microphone and indicate that you would like to respond. I will call on panelists that indicate that they would like to answer in turn. Once I do so, please turn on your microphone and respond to the question. And when you've completed your answer, please remember to turn off your microphone and lower your virtual hand in WebEx. I'll now turn it over to Commissioner Chatterjee to start the Q&A session. Commissioner.
Thank you so much. I'd like to welcome everyone back to today's conference. I'm extremely pleased to lead this panel, which is really about harnessing the power of electrified resources such as electric vehicles and smart thermostats. Because end-use customers tend to own these resources, this panel is also about enabling, rather empowering, customers to get additional value out of the resources they already own or are planning to own. Today's panel will discuss different types of electrified resources, the services they can provide, and the challenges we've already seen or that we expect to see in the future as the nation moves towards electrifying its buildings and vehicles. So I want to start off with a question for all the panelists about the type of grid services electrified resources can provide. Specifically, are they limited to flexible demand at this point? And what technological advancements will be necessary to enable resources such as electric vehicles to provide a full range of grid services in the future? And open that to anyone on the panel who would like to tackle that.
All right, Peter Clower, would you like to respond first?
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Peter Clower. I'm a Senior Advisor for Smart Grid Technology at the California ISO. I want to thank the commissioners and commission staff for providing the opportunity to participate in today's technical conference. So the California ISO believes that there's far greater opportunity to unlock the potential for flexible demand to help reliable operation of the transmission grid. And that's both now and more so in the future. Along those lines, I'd like to call out 3 important points. So first, the operational challenges that we face due to solar generation are not going away. We continue to set new limits for minimum net load during the day and our 3-hour ramps in the evening. The ability of these resources to shape and shift the load curve can provide a huge value if the transmission distribution operators and regulators can find ways to value these capabilities either through markets or through non-market mechanisms. Second, the expectation is that most of these resources will be connecting at the distribution system with a majority of resources behind the customer meter. So this means that the transmission operators and distribution operators need to create new mechanisms to coordinate the operation of these resources across the transmission and distribution interface. And this is going to require willing partnership and strong support from the state and federal regulators to reimagine a reliable grid operation and clarify where and how these resources can provide the highest value in the most cost-effective way. And finally, third, the California ISO has developed multiple market participation platforms for flexible demand to provide transmission services in its markets. So we have our demand response model, which is based on load curtailment. We have a non-generator resource model. This is our storage-based model based on continuous operation between positive and negative generation. And we also have a distributed energy resource aggregation model, which allows DER aggregations at both in front of and behind the customer meter to provide transmission services. So these platforms today allow resources to provide energy and ancillary services such as spinning and non-spinning reserves, as well as frequency regulation. We believe these resources actually have the capability to provide primary frequency response, and this is something that the California ISO is interested in us looking at. However, I have to say that to date, the market participation of these types of resources consists of our demand curtailment under our demand response offering. We do not have participation under our non-generator resource model or our distributed energy resource aggregation at this time. Now, we believe most, if not all, newly electrified resources have the potential to provide grid services or support reliable operation of the transmission system. So this includes everything that's been mentioned so far today, including EVs, stationary storage, fuel cells, water and space heating. And specifically with respect to electric vehicles, California ISO has participated in vehicle grid integration pilots and demonstrations since 2011 and successfully demonstrated vehicle-to-grid participation in the California ISO's markets where electric vehicle aggregations demonstrated the ability to respond to 5-minute energy dispatch, as well as 4-second frequency regulation control. And while this project was a pilot for the utility serving the vehicle load, it met all production participation requirements for the ISO. And I think in summary, the technologies exist, we've demonstrated, but I imagine we'll continue the discussion into the challenges and barriers in another question. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. And Pamela McDougall, would you like to go next?
Thanks. And I'd just like to focus my response specifically on electric vehicles. I do firmly believe that electric vehicles will have a vital role in providing grid services, both at the distribution and the transmission level. I'd like to really kind of back up what Peter had just mentioned with regard to some of the frequency services that they can provide at the CAISO level. In particular, they can also provide energy management, capacity services, and keeping in mind they are actually batteries on wheels, storage services, equivalent to what a fixed battery storage can provide. Right now, in the short term, we can see that vehicles are primarily focused on providing V1G or managed charging, in which they can shape, shift, or curtail their load. But we are noticing more V2G or bidirectional charging popping on the market. And then also catering specifically to the medium and heavy duty vehicle sector, we often see right now a lot of these fleets are including in their infrastructure solar and storage behind the meter. So they also have behind the meter assets that isn't limited to just electric vehicles. So finding ways where you can aggregate these behind the meter resources to participate is going to be vital. With regards to technology limitations, on the resource itself and the vehicle itself, I don't really see a technology barrier. I see more barriers that we'll probably address in other questions. The only one that I could really think of is potentially telemetry barriers and having monitoring and control barriers with regards to what was mentioned in panels 2 and 1, having visibility at the distribution level and linking that to your transmission.
All right, thank you. And would Adrian Collins like to go next?
Yes, thank you. Southern Company is excited about the promise these resources offer to grid reliability and resilience. The grid services that can be provided by these resources include frequency response, voltage support, ramping, and load flexibility. There are still many answers we don't have. We do, however, have a history of successful integration of electrified resources in the past, and we're going to continue to do so through our research, development, demonstration, and deployment strategy as we continue our focus on load management options. Our RD&D strategy, along with our vertically integrated structure, allows us to evaluate the benefits along the value chain from distribution, transmission, and generation, such that we can maximize the benefits for all of our customers and ensure that from a cost perspective, we don't burden non-participants. All customers should benefit from these services. And to do that, we have to ensure that we evaluate these technologies and understand the capabilities such that we can bring that value to the customers while enhancing the reliability and the resiliency of the grid. Electric transportation can play a significant role through providing load flexibility while also providing the benefit to the grid and to all of our customers. We are ready to continue to support the expanding electric transportation infrastructure and look forward to continuing to work with manufacturers and resource owners because we can help make utilization smarter, cheaper, and more reliable. As we develop a framework to facilitate the integration without compromising reliability or affordability, we will continue to focus on supporting further evaluation through our R&D strategy. Let me just touch on 3 key areas of that framework. First, we must ensure safety for the public and our teammates. Second, with respect to grid reliability and resilience, we need to be able to see them, understand the behaviors of these resources, and interact with them. And then from a customer and a resource owner, we need to understand their needs and the value that they're going to expect for providing this grid service. So through implementation of this framework, customers and the grid will benefit.
Thank you. And would Garrett Fitzgerald like to go next?
Yes, thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak today. I echo what was said earlier. There's tremendous value that electrification of new load can provide, but I'm going to also speak primarily about electric vehicles because they have one of the most unique aspects of flexibility. They're flexible in the rate at which they take power from the grid. They're flexible in the time of day, but they're also flexible in location. And so these battery on wheels will add a new dimension of flexibility in terms of the location on the system that they can provide, the services mentioned earlier. And what's even more interesting down the line, if and when autonomous technology enters the market, you have a mobile battery that doesn't need a person behind it to move it around. And really the numbers are quite staggering in terms of how much capacity is expected to be online. I think in 2030, 90 to 95% of all batteries that exist globally are going to be within electric vehicles. And what that means in the U.S., take rough numbers, you have 26 million EVs by 2030, if we're at 10%, and that turns out to be 2,600 gigawatt hours of batteries. If you even capture 1% of that, you're at 26 gigawatt hours, which is nearly 10 times what we have now. But I think, so there's tremendous opportunity, but the biggest barrier I see is not in technology, but in ensuring that the owners of these devices, that is the driver, participate or are enabled to participate. Vehicles sit stationary 22 and a half hours a day, and we have the opportunity to ensure that the norms and behavioral norms of charging are put in place in a way that maximize the benefits that could be provided to the grid rather than adding additional burden. And an example there is today the norm is to fill your vehicle with fuel at a gas station in 2 to 5 minutes. That shouldn't be the norm as we move forward with electric vehicles, recognizing the tremendous time frame, 22 and a half hours a day that we can connect to the grid. So I think right now with 98% of vehicle owners having no experience with charging, we need to put in place the practices now so we don't instill generational behavior that we will have to reverse. It was mentioned in earlier panels, the idea of stock turnover of water heaters and furnaces, 10 to 14 years. I think if we set the wrong charging behaviors now, it's more of a generational turnover. So I just wanted to really emphasize the opportunity and flexibility in time, space, and power, but also the barriers that we can avoid if we set the right behaviors and examples now. And the way that we'll do that is with many of these price signals and market participations that will be discussed later on this panel. So thank you, commissioners.
All right, thank you. And Maria Bocanegra, please go ahead.
Thank you, Michael. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with all of you, and thank you, Commissioner Chatterjee, for that question. Like many of my colleagues today and on this panel, I won't repeat, some of the capabilities. Instead, I think I will focus my remarks more on what are the technology capabilities that are required to help enable these grid services. And a lot of my observations are certainly based on my work as chair of the EV working group and engaging with a lot of the commissions from across the country and what that dialogue looks like. And so I think the first thing that has become clear through those conversations is the need for managed charging. The ability to manage charging is actually key. Otherwise, we would see a lot of new demand on the grid without really the ability to shift that load to low demand times, really causing voltage regulation issues and placing strains on the grid that will have to be met with potentially expensive additional generation. Especially if EVs are growing at the same time as building electrification, that could also be an additional strain on the existing grid. And this is a conversation that I've actually had in prior talks, and this is more on the natural gas bans that we're seeing across the country in cities or even at the state legislator levels. Because in my mind, really, when we talk about a natural gas ban, what we're really implying is building electrification. And perhaps I think that makes the case even stronger for something like managed charging. The second thing I would say that is needed is interoperability and standardization. When we think about plugs, communication systems, communications between electrified resources as well as the grid, RTOs, ISOs, I think vehicle standards may eventually change at the federal level, and as more EVs, especially V to G models, are needed. I think we'll also need shared standards among vehicles and interconnections in order to allow consumer flexibility, and maybe even car warranties will likely need to be updated to allow for V to G activities, notably on the injection side. The third thing I would say is thinking about security and privacy technology. Security and privacy are obviously critical. State regulators are obviously tasked with protecting consumers, but and also the need to guard organizations from cybersecurity threats, as well as guard information that might be proprietary. But I would add here, however, that the increasing use of blockchain technology perhaps eliminates the concern for privacy and security through this concept of the open ledger. And then I quickly want to touch on some of the potential barriers to that technology that I just mentioned. And this is more of policy focus. So the first is economic development, specifically at the state level policies that are focused on these ideas of, green recovery. I think that kind of policy can really further a lot of these technologies by providing incentives, jobs training, retraining. And conversely, I think that, if there are state policies that are not yet fully realized or fully fleshed out, this could potentially present, I wouldn't say a barrier, but certainly a delay. And then, of course, the flip side to the standardization is the lack of standards for things like interconnection and communication for all the resources that will be on the grid, especially for mobile resources like EVs. Enabling the larger DER landscape, including DERMS, is thus important for maximizing EV's potential. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Ann Smart, would you like to go next?
Sure. Thanks for having me today. So I'm with ChargePoint, and our business model is that we sell charging stations that are independently owned and operated by businesses, governments, utilities, homeowners all across the country. And so when we're looking at what the potential grid benefits or services might be in the future, we want to think through how do we enable a consistent participation from the many different types of businesses that may be operating a charger, and making sure that we are considering the various use cases. So, for example, there may be charging that occurs at a workplace where drivers are plugging in when they come into work and may be parked for 8 hours a day. There's a great opportunity there to help shift that load by either reducing the rate at which a driver is receiving a charge or delaying when that charge would start later in the day. That works really well for long dwell time charging. For a scenario like a fast charger along a highway corridor where a driver is not necessarily able to replan their route depending on what time of day it is or what the grid conditions are, that may not be quite the best use case for a type of managed charging scenario that we've been discussing. I think that there's many different opportunities to look for ways to support the businesses and operators of charging stations to encourage the use of well-established technologies we have now, including managed charging capabilities. For years, that has been something that businesses that own a number of charging stations may use simply to shift their existing load for their own purposes. But enabling that to also be something that utilities are supporting through price signals to the operators of the chargers, not necessarily the drivers, but the operators of the chargers, or enabling managed charging programs that incentivize charging to occur either when it's most beneficial to the grid or when there's the potential need for it in a real-time event due to specific grid conditions. All of that technology is already here, so it's a matter of determining how do we enable those policies to be consistent and specific to use cases. Looking into the future, I think we really want to enable more load to be put both on the grid and also shifted. So, when we're looking at EV adoption, that is scaling rapidly right now. But we need also chargers to be used in order for those to have enough load to see any real impact in terms of shifting or delaying or managing that charging. There are huge opportunities coming with medium and heavy duty charging. We're looking at bus electrification, particularly on municipal routes and school buses. We're looking at truck depots, enabling, truck depots that may have several megawatts of power to respond appropriately to grid conditions and also encourage the charging to occur when it's most beneficial. That's coming. It's already here now, and we really want to make sure that policies, again, consider the vast differences between those use cases, both the amount of power, the need to plan routes or charging times according to the business or the city's needs, as well as the utilities or the grid, is going to be really important in the future. I did want to touch on something that Pamela mentioned and Commissioner Bocanegra referenced a bit as well, which is the importance of metrology. I think that when we're looking at how do we enable charging to occur in a way that's going to benefit consumers and drivers and provide transparency, metrology is really critical. So NIST has in place guidance called the Handbook 44, which is a clear national provision that enables companies like ChargePoint and others to design products with metrology to be a certain percentage of accuracy in the field for a long period of time. It also creates visibility for drivers when they're coming up to a charger to understand through a screen and through specific ways that screen displays pricing when and if there's going to be changes occurring throughout their charging session, such as the response to a managed charging program or even a time of use rate, and enable the driver to fully understand what their costs and benefits might be from charging at that period of time. Right now, California is the first state to pass policy to implement NIST Handbook 44, and we expect many other states will soon follow. I'd encourage everyone to take a look at what California Department of Measurement, Division of Measurement Standards has been implementing, and ChargePoint is pleased to be one of the first companies to have our equipment and metrology meet those standards. And across the board, we also just want to encourage that technology look closely at how do we enable a national technology or international standards that are actual standards and have been established by a standards-making body. I think the important thing to support the growth of this industry is make sure that we are not jumping ahead with things that haven't been fully worked out by a standards-making organization or body that can help us provide clarity and consistency across the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank all of you for that. That was great. If I can interrupt real quick, I just want to follow up there because for me, when we talk about electric vehicles providing grid services, I just can't help but think about the value FERC Order 2222 can provide for consumers and as we just discussed, municipalities. I really want to zero in on this school bus example that you referenced. You know, a lot of school districts have fleets of buses that are generally only used twice per day, taking students to school in the morning and home in the mid-afternoon. Can you just quickly drill in on that a little bit and talk about the potential for school bus fleets or other similar fleets to provide grid services when they're not in use? And what I'd really be curious about is the potential scale of wholesale revenues and whether these revenues can make a meaningful difference for local governments charged with budgetary responsibilities.
Sure, absolutely. So I think that school buses in particular are a great opportunity both for managed charging and likely maybe one of the first scenarios that makes sense for vehicle to grid. You are absolutely right, Commissioner, on the extra benefits that we could see for governments and school districts if there is the appropriate policies in place to compensate shifting that load or enabling charging to be put back on the grid. I think that one of the things that's important, again, to consider is the needs of those school districts and the municipalities to plan out their routes, and in some cases for municipal fleets, the ability to incorporate many different types of vehicles into the same charging infrastructure. For example, we work closely with BTA, the Santa Clara County Valley Transit Authority, and they have on their chargers buses, they have shuttle vehicles, they have light-duty vehicles, they have solar and storage on site, and needing to plan out how do we enable the shuttles to be charged at the appropriate time to support when those drivers need to be picked up, how do we enable the bus routes and the length of the bus routes to also coordinate with when the chargers will be available, how do we enable the storage to be used when demand charges become an issue at various times of day, and then when do we take advantage of the on-site solar? And that can get complicated. There's software and technology to support that. But I think it's important to think of use cases like that, which are actually not that unique, and then make sure that we're not creating policies that intend to fit a scenario like that into something very specific. But I think overall, you're absolutely right. There's a significant potential benefit for cities and school districts financially to support this.
Thank you. That's fantastic. I want to move on to my next question. And again, we'll open this up to any of the panelists. Staying with FERC Order 2222, it aimed to eliminate barriers to distributed energy resources in our organized wholesale markets. And obviously, we're in the implementation phase now, so we'll be doing a lot of learning in this space in the months to come. But I think it would be helpful to focus for a moment on the non-RTO regions. This is a jump ball for anyone on the panel who wants a shot at it. My question is, what are the unique opportunities, barriers, and challenges to electrified resources, provision of grid services in the non-RTO regions? And what's currently being done to overcome any barriers and challenges that you see in non-RTO regions?
So Adrian Collins, why don't we start with you?
Thank you. We work closely with our state. So within the Southern Company, we are have a vertically integrated structure. So we have the ability to integrate aggregated, distributed energy resources without barriers. We have a history of successful integration of electrified resources in the past, and we're going to continue to do that through our RD and D strategy as we continue to focus on our load management options. So we just look forward to continuing to have successful working relationships with vendors and others, and through oversight from our state regulators to learn more about these technologies for the value that they're going to bring to our customers while also enhancing the reliability and the resilience of the grid. Thank you.
If no one else is jumping in, I will actually stick with you, Adrian, and actually have you start, and then others can weigh in. In your prepared remarks, you mentioned both the need for visibility as we incorporate new technologies and also the risk of growing interdependence on telecommunication systems. Are these realities in conflict? And from your perspective, how do we strike the right balance to provide the visibility operators need while mitigating against these risks?
Sure, thank you for the opportunity to expand on that. First, we are committed to ensuring that the resources provided provide that benefit to our customers in the system. So for us to be able to integrate them, we have to have the three operational capabilities. We've got to have the visibility, the predictability, and the dispatchability. We need to be able to see them, understand their behaviors, and interact with them. So to incorporate these operational capabilities safely, we have to prioritize the development of a comprehensive, flexible framework that is going to be critical for integrating these technologies. Maximizing these abilities to allow us to integrate more of these resources while protecting reliability and keeping prices low for our customers. Another key factor, as you mentioned, is the successful integration that we must be able to maintain a reliable and secure communications as these continue to increase with complexity. So we're going to continue to do that through our R&D efforts, working with our state regulators while we successfully integrate these. So as we think about this from a cybersecurity perspective, again, with assessing any type of risk, resilience of the grid must be the number one priority. So cybersecurity is such a foundational component of designing a resilient grid for the future and must be considered up front in the design of any new technologies providing any grid service. So the integration of these technologies will continue to increase those communications, the complexity of those communications. And since these assets need to communicate with our control system, we're going to require a robust network segmentation and electronic access management. And this is consistent to the already implemented cybersecurity practices in our industry.
Anyone else care to weigh in on that? Hearing none, I'll keep it moving to allow time for my colleagues. My next question is for Jeff. Can you talk about any ongoing work at the national labs exploring the potential for electrified resources to provide energy services? And can you explain whether and how the national labs can serve as a resource to help local, state, and federal policymakers, as well as potentially the RTOs?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Commissioner Chatterjee, and I'm very happy to have the opportunity to be speaking on this panel today. So the labs, as you can imagine, can offer a number of supports to the topics that you mentioned, and I'll basically divide this into more research-related work and then more technical assistance-related work. And so on the research side, certainly, we have some work ongoing and work that will be released fairly shortly on some efforts to size the potential for sort of provision of grid services and flexible demand from various sectors of the economy, including EVs as well as buildings, and buildings is the side that I personally work a bit more on. And so we have, and certainly, at Berkeley Lab and at some of the other labs, we have a variety of technical resources that we can draw on to do this kind of modeling. And I'll also mention a lot of work done as part of the Electrification Futures Study by our colleagues at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory that has, set out a variety of scenarios, electrification scenarios, and the types of grid implications and the kinds of grid response that may be motivated by those electrification scenarios. So that's a whole set of work on, sort of kind of developing the research foundations for what to expect as we look toward electrification, greater electrification of buildings, transportation industry. On the types of assistance that the lab can provide. So the lab provides technical assistance to a whole variety, Berkeley Lab and other labs provide technical assistance to a whole variety of stakeholders in this space. And I'll mention a few things specifically. So I and several of my colleagues at Berkeley Lab provide a lot of technical assistance around topics related to grid interactive efficient buildings. We have a working group with 22 different states involved in that working group, where the states have the opportunity to states and PUCs have the opportunity to come to us with issues that they are grappling with related to grid interactive efficient buildings, and we can then offer some support. And we also provide, we have a long history of providing technical assistance on a number of topics to states, to public utility commissions, and also to some extent to ISOs and RTOs. And so, as you can imagine, there's a pretty deep bench at Berkeley Lab and other national labs of expertise on these topics. And we're, always happy to have the opportunity to engage on specifics and help those kinds of actors with specific questions or barriers they're confronting.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful. Maria, you bring a key perspective here on federal-state cooperation. From where you sit, what are the most critical areas for federal-state collaboration when it comes to newly electrified resources, provision of grid services, and what are the best ways we can make sure that collaboration happens?
Thank you, Commissioner, for that question. It's interesting because I think it depends, which state you're talking to and how far along the spectrum they are with respect to electrified resources. But what I will say, and perhaps it's pretty obvious, but, one of the things that comes up a lot is funding. Funding continues to be a barrier for a lot of states, especially as we are sort of emerging from this global pandemic. States are really grappling with how to fund and enable, especially transportation electrification. And so I think one potential solution is something that the working group talks a lot about is engaging in public-private partnerships, whether it be, exploring ways that states and the federal government, along with other entities, can help fund this and enable this. The other thing I would say is collaboration with folks like NARUC and, of course, the working group. I know that NARUC is often the liaison, if you will, between the regulators at the state level. But I think what becomes important to also recognize is, at least within the working group, what we talk about is there's regulators at the state level that are constantly, coming in and leaving. Some are, getting reelected. Some are reappointed or not. They go elsewhere. But it presents somewhat of a 101 issue, if you will, and I think that this is where commissions can really benefit from, working with folks like FERC or DOE in gaining better understanding of what some of those emerging technologies are. I know Jeff mentioned, the labs being offered up for technical assistance. I would say that, that's one area that NARUC and the working group can certainly benefit from is getting that technical assistance specifically tailored to commissioners who are really kind of, in my opinion, at the front lines, really grappling with a lot of these things.
David Nemsa, would you like to comment? Oh, and I think you're still on mute, David.
Thank you. Michael. Thanks, Commissioner Chatterjee, for that question, and also thank you to Chairman Glick and to Michael and the FERC staff for organizing this important discussion today. With the Building Technologies Office, I'm the director of it at the U.S. Department of Energy. So let me talk about buildings for a moment, as important as vehicles are. And the story with buildings and the grid has to start in 1882. So when Thomas Edison threw the switch at Pearl Street Station, he lit 400 light bulbs. That was it. And to this day, though, buildings consume the lion's share of U.S. power. In fact, are the largest energy-consuming sector in the country, larger than transportation, larger than manufacturing. And so we can't think about these issues without thinking about the important role of buildings. On top of that, and we talked a little earlier about electrification broadly. As we look at the climate challenges facing the nation, it is impossible, of course, to deal with that without dealing with all sectors of the economy, certainly including buildings. When it comes to decarbonizing the U.S. or reducing the carbon emissions of the U.S. building sector, there are three basic areas to do that in. One is to decarbonize the power grid, and therefore provide cleaner electrons to buildings. Two is to provide energy efficiency so that buildings consume their power and natural gas and oil resources more efficiently. And three, to electrify, assuming, of course, that electrification is cleaner than the fossil fuel, oil or gas that they were using previously. So I just want to set that context about how important the stakes are and what an essential role buildings play here. And look, let me acknowledge, I work on buildings. I love them. I get paid to love them. But, Teslas and Mustang Mach-E's are a little more fun and they're a little more eye-catching. I get that. But here, so I want to be a little competitive, and I'm going to talk to my friends at Southern. So we have a project with two Southern company subsidiaries, and also this gets to your earlier question, Commissioner, about the role of labs, called Smart Neighborhoods. One is outside of Birmingham in Hoover, Alabama, a affluent suburb. One is in town Atlanta, and I'll talk about the former. It was a smart neighborhood supported by my office as well as the Office of Electricity at DOE and by the Southern Company and their Alabama Power subsidiary. A lot of work was done by the Oak Ridge National Laboratory as well as EPRI and a local home builder and others. And it was a new development of 62 homes, single-family homes. And after 1 year, very smart, well-connected, electrified induction stovetops, grid interactive, high-tech, high communication. And after 1 year of occupancy, the numbers are in. And the numbers are, I'm competing now with you Tesla and Mustang drivers. The numbers are that these homes, the families who lived there and led their lives there for a year in Hoover, Alabama, consumed 44% less energy than a similar new home built to code. I'm not comparing it to an existing worn down home, compared to a new home built to code. That's how much the savings were beyond that. And better yet, the comparison to peak demand was 34% less. And the peak demand is where buildings really shine. In most of the country, obviously it depends on climate, geography, buildings are not only 74% of total electricity consumption in this country, but typically over 80% of peak power demand. And I don't have to tell any of the commissioners or anybody on this panel why that is so much more valuable. So this ability to not only electrify, but do it is the term we use at the Department of Energy's grid interactive, efficient buildings. To do that all at once has enormous potential. And I will be happy to talk about the R&D opportunities there, the work we do with the PUCs and Commissioner Bocanegra. I'd like to follow up with you afterwards if you'd be so good. The work that we do with the utilities. But mostly, I just want to say to you, Commissioner Chatterjee, as I was commenting to Chairman Glick earlier, the department would very much like to work with the Commission, working together on these issues. The challenges are just too great for us not to collaborate. So again, thank you.
Thank you for your thank you for your work and for participating today. And yeah, if anyone else wants to follow up on that.
Jeff Deason, did you have another comment on that?
I would like to quickly follow on David's comment and further cheerlead for buildings in a specific sense, which is also which I also work on buildings. And one of the points I want to make here is that as there's some work out of DOE on grid interactive efficient buildings and the different kinds of the different kinds of grid resources they can provide, and they can provide a number of grid resources, but certainly front and foremost are, basically energy and capacity resources, and the potential for load shifting in buildings is, as my colleague David mentioned, pretty significant. And I guess the other sense in which, I want to cheerlead for buildings is that we've been drawing on buildings for demand flexibility services for quite some time. This isn't, a brand new effort or anything, and we've been running demand response programs in buildings, and we've now got, in certain parts of the country, buildings participating in wholesale and retail markets by offering demand flexibility services. And so this resource is already out there, and there are parts of the country where we've actually, in specific utilities that have attained really notable participation in these kinds of programs. And so, we do have a little bit of a running start here in that there's a lot of models to follow. And, and there's also a lot of opportunity for scaling some of those models up in terms of, providing greater demand flexibility and load shifting services and load shedding services on peak from buildings in the near term, I think. So I wanted to make that point as well.
Thank you. And Ann Smart, did you have a comment as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on the question of how federal government can work with states and vice versa, which I think is a great question, and tie it back to the labs. I think that there have been a number of excellent studies coming out of the labs that could contribute to many of those discussions we're having at the state levels and at the commissions about how many chargers do we need, where do they need to be located, what's going to be the impact on the grid, where is the growth coming, and I think that the National Renewable Energy Lab, Lawrence Berkeley for sure, Idaho, Oregon have all created great databases for us to provide information and data in a way that's competitively neutral and protected and studied and taken back to the commissions in a way that we should continue and ramp up as we're looking at some of these new growth areas, particularly in the medium and heavy duty space. We're strong advocates for the federal government to continue to invest in research in charging and believe that there's a lot of data that we've had. Our company's been around 12 years. We have millions and millions of sessions data that's out there. We'd love to work more closely with the labs to determine how we can use that and inform some of the state policies. And then furthermore, with the funding that's coming potentially from the federal government for chargers focused on reducing the cost of the charger itself or the installation costs, we have a great opportunity at the state level to look at what are the complementary policies that we need to enable that rollout to occur fast and in a way that's going to be supportive of the grid. So seeing DOE and DOT have conversations with the states through NASIO and NARUC and others will be helpful, I think, in determining what complementary policies we might need, like line extension policies that enable utilities to go a little further in supporting some of the commercial deployments of chargers, complemented by a federal funding for the charger itself, or looking at rate design issues, managed charging programs, and things that will help support these chargers being located in more areas and be more beneficial to the grid over time. So I think with the funding and the announcements coming from the administration this year, now's the perfect time to ramp up the communication between the federal and state at this time. Thanks.
Adrienne Collins, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up after David highlighted our smart neighborhoods within Southern Company and just add a couple of additional comments. Our robust RD&D program collaborates and leverages strategic partnerships with DOE, the National Lab, EPRI, academia, utility peers, and vendors to develop and demonstrate and deploy these proven grid-enhancing technologies across our system. And I think what you heard from David earlier is there is a lot of opportunities for these technologies, and we're going to continue to learn about their capabilities and the potential impacts to our customers and the grid and the benefits that they're all going to provide. Thank you.
And Pamela McDougall, would you like to go next?
Thanks. I think I just want to follow up with Commissioner Chatterjee's comment about the importance of the National Lab. One key topic that I think is really important that I know that Lawrence Berkeley is focusing on is determining the value of these new resources and the value of the grid service they're providing. I think in some instances, the value with which they're being assigned for the grid services is undervalued, and that limits, circling back to one of the original comments about customers receiving the benefit, we need to determine what this value is for the overall grid and for these services so that we can ensure that the end resource owner, such as the EV or the building, is receiving a benefit that is equitable compared to other types of traditional resources. Thank you.
And Peter Cotler, did you have a comment?
Thank you. Yes, I did. So just to kind of build on that, I think one of the challenges that we face is how are we able to extract value from these great services? And I think there was a question in terms of, in respect to wholesale revenue, and are they able to provide services in a way to be compensated in the markets? And I think we have to remember, and we shouldn't assume that the new grid or the grid of the future is going to be all about participating in the market. I think there's a cost effectiveness element that needs to be looked at, because if this is what we see today, we see entrepreneurs and developers and R&D projects trying to enter the markets, and there's costs associated with that and a tremendous amount of complexity. So I think there really does need to be a reimagining of how to really value these resources and where the benefit's coming from and how to provide benefit back to those service providers. So, for example, we see a tremendous opportunity in terms of proper rate design or aligning time of use rates to grid conditions and sort of naturally edging people to consume energy at the right times of the day and when not to. So I think, in line of the collaboration that's needed to reimagine this, I think, within the federal jurisdiction and within the state jurisdiction, we need to come together and really collaborate. And I think this was echoed quite a bit this morning to think about how do we create and educate the industry in terms of where should they be moving? What do they need to do? Because right now it's very much, I would say, an experimental approach. They look at the existing opportunities, they try to provide services using those mechanisms, and they're really getting pushed back pretty hard. And I think a lot of it is education, a lot of it is that more work is needed, I think, on the distribution side to really educate people in terms of what use cases make sense, how to streamline things like interconnection and get an understanding of costs to connect and provide those services. So there's really, and at the same time, there's actually a competition going on, because we've seen people who are considering and projects that are considering wholesale market participation, but then they realize, well, hey, maybe I could get more benefit by participating in some of these other constructs like a net energy metering agreement. Or maybe I need to devote those resources more towards a microgrid and use those resources for my own needs as opposed to giving up those resources in terms of overall grid services. So it's a very complex environment right now, and I think one of the challenges is that I think there's really a lack of understanding, a clear understanding of where these resources need to be applied and which use cases can provide the most benefit. I think there's tremendous opportunity across all types of resources. We mentioned electric vehicles, the medium and heavy duty classes of vehicles, I think would have an easier time to provide grid services, where light duty vehicles are more likely to get the most value through things like demand response. And I think the thing to take away is that there's a cost associated with whichever path they take. And we really need to help people understand what the cost-effective path is to get them to integrate to the grid in a cost-effective, valuable way.
Michael, it's David. Can I comment again on this issue of valuation and rates?
Sure. Yes, please go ahead.
So, let me say this. I couldn't agree more, and my office and the Department of Energy invest heavily in this issue of valuing demand-side resources and electrified stationary and transportation technologies. So we couldn't agree more on that issue, and in fact, later this year we'll be releasing the first ever national roadmap for grid interactive efficient buildings. And I do want to say, for the FERC historians here, it is inspired in large part by the National Action Plan for Demand Response that the Commission did several years back. And that will help look at this resource base and the value. But I want to come back to this issue of rates and value. I want to be clear and careful that we don't inadvertently conflate the two. And I'm not going to speak to smart charging. I'll let Ann and others talk about that. But when it comes to buildings, we have to remember that as of 2021, 40 years into the modern energy era, fewer than 2% of American residential and small business consumers see time-sensitive electric rates. And you can like that or not like that, but the point is that that's the reality. And any of you in the utility or PUC business understand that dynamic because you live it. And so my point is not whether that should or shouldn't be the case. I have my own view on that. But even if it is the case, even if rates are not time sensitive, that doesn't mean that we, government, utilities can't still help on this issue of how to provide better valuation. Utilities can still provide incentives, as they often do. Commissions can still set goals for utilities that are based on time-sensitive valuation. In fact, DOE, working with Berkeley Lab, will be releasing later this summer, some of you have been beta testing it, a TSV calculator, time-sensitive valuation calculator, so that if you're a commission pick here in Idaho or Georgia or Michigan, you can use that and don't have to hire an expensive consultant to do some valuation. So again, even if you don't choose to do time-sensitive rates for small customers, you can still provide signals working with the utilities and other players. And I think that could be enormously helpful to get the kind of behavior that I suspect we'd all like to see.
All right, thank you all. I have literally less than 1 minute left before I turn it over to the chairman and my colleagues. So I'm going to ask a final question, and I'm going to do it in honor of Alex Trebek, Jeopardy style. First person to get the hand up, please try and answer it in a minute. Are the technological requirements, i.e. communications equipment, metering, and telemetry equipment for electrified resources to provide wholesale services, different from those to provide retail services? And if so, how are they different, and what challenges does that present? Who's brave enough to get their hand up first and answer that in 1 minute?
I'm only brave enough to say yes, Mr. Commissioner.
I'll take it. With that, I want to turn it over to Chairman Glick.
Thank you, Commissioner Chatterjee. I wasn't sure we were going to have a Jeopardy round here, but that's helpful to see. I was, before turning it over to Commissioner Clements, I wanted to just dig a little deeper into the building sector. First of all, we had some discussion this morning, I think the first panel, with regard to the how quickly we're going to see the building sector provide these kind of grid services. I know the capability is probably there now, but in terms of having the equipment, obviously electrifying the buildings, and then being able to provide these services on a broader scale. And Dave, I'll start with you, since obviously that's your expertise with the Department of Energy. What do you see in the time frame? I know that the Biden administration has a number of initiatives here, but how do you see the time frame developing?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to go back to Commissioner Chatterjee's question. That was easier than yours. That's tough. That's a tough one. And look, as I said earlier, buildings are 74% of U.S. power consumption, even more at peak. So we know we know the opportunity is there, and I know that begs your question. And we also know that thanks to the advances in grid interactivity, in smart appliances, smart buildings, that the technology is growing quickly. The timing is a tough one. That study I mentioned that we'll release later this year, the National Action Plan that we did with Berkeley and the Brattle Group and the Wedgmere Group, will look at that resource space. On timing, I mean to say it is certainly measured in years, not decades, not months, but I think it's going to require a concerted effort, and I'm going to avoid going on the record. But it's a matter of several years. It's a matter, and I think most of the challenges are not technological. They're about consumer education, about partnerships, about demonstrations, about those kinds of market deployment tools. So I'm going to say several years. And I think we'll see a big change. But at the end of the day, the resource is enormous. And again, it's not evolving as quickly as vehicles, but the base is so large.
Do others want to comment? Okay, I'm going to assume that's a no. Sticking with building technology, it does strike me, and this is true on I think on the EV side as well, is that there was a discussion earlier about the difficulty of folks knowing what their opportunities are in the various markets, whether it be the retail market or the wholesale market and so on. It strikes me that the provision of grid services into the market to reduce demand and so on is likely more to be a subject of aggregation rather than having one-off. Even a big building owner, I'm assuming, it kind of makes more sense to do it on an aggregated basis. I'm wondering if there's any, what your thoughts are on that. Anybody want to talk about what your thoughts are in terms of the opportunities for aggregation in these markets?
I don't know if Adrian wants to talk about the work that Southern's doing, but again, David Nemso here, I'll just say, I agree with you. One of the big challenges for aggregation here, Mr. Chair, is when it comes to buildings, and in this regard, they are different than vehicles. There are different ways to aggregate. For example, there are some firms that aggregate air conditioners from numerous buildings and use that as the node of aggregation, meaning HVAC systems. There are others that aggregate at the building level, and whether that's water heating or HVAC or lighting or other services, they do it at the building level. So there is a role for aggregators. There are quite a few companies, some of which are household names, who use programmable thermostats to do that. But there are different approaches to aggregate, and I think we want to let 1,000 flowers bloom on this. I think that the jury is out yet as to the best way to aggregate among buildings. Whether it's at the build, I tend to think it's more productive at the building node. And one other thing about buildings is, in addition to the demand side resource, many of the chargers in the world are in buildings. Not all of them. Much of the PV is at the building site. Much of battery use is at building. So buildings can also be a node, not just for the demand side, but also for the DER side too, in many cases. And so we do need aggregators or utilities to do that aggregation on behalf of the community.
Pamela McDougall, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Chairman Glick, for this question. Actually, I think that the role of aggregators is going to be key for these small resources to be able to participate in wholesale markets. Also be able to respond to existing market products that are but also for forecastability and reliability. That being said, I will note that we have noticed, for example, in TISO, that there is still low distributed energy resource participation, and I include demand response as distributed energy resource. And I believe, having noticed the uptake of participation in the European market, that one of the key factors for that is developing wholesale products that actually match the resources that we want to have on the market. Existing wholesale markets have been developed for traditional generation, large-scale utility-size generation. And when we see these fleets, let's say you have a depot of like 100 trucks. Let's say the Amazon, they want to be able to participate in the wholesale market. They're idle for 8 hours. They want to be able to offer a grid service. The problem with a lot of these resources is forecastability and accurate forecastability to be able to offer their full resources. And the way the markets are made up, in some cases, you have to be able to accurately forecast up to 24 hours in advance. Now, I don't know how traffic is in your area, but with some traffic issues, you're not able to actually adequately and accurately forecast when these vehicles come up to the charger. There is a certain degree of it, but for aggregators to be able to reliably provide flexibility, that means that they're essentially halving the amount of flexibility they're offering in the wholesale market, which limits their potential and also their revenue. So I would think that developing wholesale market products such as an intraday settlement, where you're able to offer the service closer to dispatch, is going to be a way that you're really going to be able to unlock the full potential there.
Ann Smart, would you like to go next?
Sure. Pamela covered so much of what I was going to say, so thank you. I think that we have a lot of agreement there. I would just say that to the chairman's point, absolutely, EV charging faces similar issues with needing aggregation. And again, it is potentially an extra issue in that you have both the driver being a decision maker as to when they're going to plug in or when they need to be done charging, as well as the operator of the charging station, which in some cases may also be a site that needs to make decisions about building electrification or other on-site load. And then taking that one step further, as a network provider for those chargers, we may also have a role in determining what that overall aggregation might look like, or working with third parties to provide that. I do think that there's unique situations, or not unique, but that fleet operators having a number of vehicles on site, some of which the operator of those chargers may not own. Many large fleet providers work with independent contractors that own their own trucks. That fleet operator can be a unique opportunity to work with them as an aggregator of many different decision points from there. I'd also just add that when it comes down to it, it's a matter of getting enough load to shift things around. And so looking one step above, it's important to figure out how do we aggregate to actually achieve that at this stage, and or create opportunities for multiple sites or larger fleets or workplaces that have more than one location to operate as one function, which doesn't always align perfectly with who the utility of record is, or how do we figure out if there's sites in multiple utility territories, which again is important for looking at a higher level beyond just what's going on in that local utility territory. The last thing I'll say is that even though EV charging sounds complicated with a number of different owners and players, that doesn't necessarily mean that the way to simplify it is to have one person own everything, or one utility own every charger, or remove the possibility of businesses to be in the middle of it. I think it just means that we need more tools like aggregators to enable that to be an opportunity. Thanks.
Garrett Fitzgerald, would you like to comment?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Glick. I just wanted to emphasize really the importance of aggregation, but maybe from the consumer's perspective, in that right now, vehicle owners and those who pay the electricity bill aren't interested in really engaging in wholesale markets, and it seems a successful way to get demand response or time of use rates is having it automated, blind to the consumer, and aggregators can do that to offer the business model that will allow an EV owner to, quote, set it and forget it, and then someone else will do the aggregation, and I will just see a bill savings or a bill credit. And so I just really think aggregation is important. One comment on potential barriers that aggregators might see, and I'm sure you can attest to this, each RTO or ISO is going to implement orders 2222 differently, and an aggregator now has to determine how they can tie up the customer's needs and potential value with that implementation of the rule. And an example there is, I think what happened with Order 841, and most of the energy storage went to operate in the PJM market because there was a lucrative payment for the fast frequency response. But then shortly after that, it caused kind of a deflation in the value of those services. And so that leads me back to one other point that Peter and David spoke about earlier. I don't expect that most of these responsive services or managed charging will happen through the wholesale market. In fact, a lot may and should happen through time of use rates or dynamic pricing at the retail level. Again, for the same reason, customers don't want to complicate their charging needs and how they pay for it. So just wanted to really emphasize the role aggregators can play in making it easier on the consumer side and helping with adoption of these technologies. Because at the end of the day, we need the consumers to purchase the vehicles or decide if they want to have electric hot water heater or furnace. And last note, just because it's a very interesting piece of information I learned, electric hot water heaters, almost 80% of all water heater purchases happen in an emergency. If something has failed, same thing with domestic space heating. And so that we really need to ensure that these are easy purchases to make, because logic and ration is not going to be driving that when you don't have hot water or you don't have heat in your house. Thank you.
Or the plumber doesn't have the right model on the back of his truck, Garrett.
And Adrian Collins, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. Within the Southern Company, in our vertically integrated structure, we have the ability to incorporate aggregated distributed energy resources. And while integrating, we must remember that reliability has to remain our number one priority. We can't integrate these resources any faster than the technology is going to allow. So we need to ensure those operational abilities that I touched on before to ensure this reliability. Thanks.
And Jeff Deason, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to follow actually on Garrett's point about, water heaters and emergency purchase and that sort of thing. And there's a dimension of this, particularly, again, speaking in the building sector, which is what I know, about, in order to leverage these electrified technologies for good services, we have to deploy them. They have to be there in the first place. And of course, there are a lot of electric technologies already in buildings that can be deployed. But to the extent that we're seeking to electrify, right, the point of purchase decision is a very important, dimension of that. And there's a number of aspects to this, but I think Eric's very right about, making that purchase easy and making it possible through, for example, financing structures. There's also, in particular, when electrifying buildings, there are often some substantial fixed costs, especially in existing buildings, where you may have to upgrade an electric service panel, for example, in order to be able to support a heat pump space heater or heat pump water heater or the like. And so, there's a lot to draw on in terms of supporting this, in terms of mechanisms, for example, that have been deployed to encourage efficiency technologies through incentives and or financing and things. But there's a real that is a dimension of this that we haven't discussed yet, and perhaps it's not as much of FERC's part of this dimension, but there's a real effort needed to have the mechanisms in place that will support consumers and businesses in adopting these technologies before we can start extracting value from them.
All right, thank you. And Garrett Fitzgerald, I see your hand is still up, or was that from before? All right, I believe. All right, I believe all the hands. That was all the hands in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I just want to spend 30 seconds to say that I understand a lot of these transactions are going to take place at the retail level, as they should, and I think obviously that there'll be a lot of debate there. I would say to the extent people are focused on the wholesale markets, I would certainly recommend that you all pay attention, but also participate. As we move forward, we're looking at, especially in RTO markets, some market reform ideas, one of which is focused on flexibility, how best to value flexibility. And I think these types of technologies, whether it be EVs or building technologies, I think can play a very important role in that in terms of properly valuing the benefits provided to those regions. I think are very important. So with that, I just want to recommend that you participate. And then I will turn it over to Commissioner Clements.
Thanks, Chairman. And thanks you all for providing a lot of input. You've covered a lot of ground already. And so I'll just ask one question. During the second panel, we had a conversation about the reality that while there's going to be grid benefits and customer savings related to harnessing the potential of the end-use electrification resources that come from the process of end-use electrification, in the meantime, we have to build a whole bunch of transmission, and that's expensive. And so the temporal difference between cost of investment to get to those savings is real. And Commissioner Bocanegra, maybe I'll start with you, since you've thought about this from, chaired your committee across states. How would you recommend we think about this, or do you have any insights into that knotty problem in terms of how we go about trying to build out the transmission system?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Commissioner. To be honest, we haven't really addressed that through the EV working group, but what I can say, in my commission and working and living in Illinois, I think the real question for us is how can we value, EV grid services participating in a way that can potentially avoid costly, transmission upgrades, or how can, EVs behave like battery storage to potentially act as transmission services. And, that's the thing that obviously, we grapple with here in Illinois. I don't know the answer to that, but what I can say is that I think, we've kind of said this all day. It seems to me that more and more what it's going to take is coordination and collaboration across federal and state lines, and we often talk about this issue of seams, if you will, across the RTOs and ISOs, and I think eventually we're going to see the same issue kind of manifest itself when we talk about EVs acting as transmission-related services or upgrades, or having to avoid that. So I think that there's still a lot of work and exploration to be done at the state level with commissions and within the working group, as far as how those two interactions happen between even the regulatory agencies as well.
And David Nemso, would you like to comment?
If I could just add, Commissioner, at the risk of stating the obvious, is that on the building side, we have an opportunity that isn't there yet on the vehicle side, and that is at the same time we're doing electrification and grid interactivity, we can do energy efficiency. And a lot of the same technologies, the same measures, the same interventions, the same policies can do both simultaneously. That doesn't remove the need for new transmission, but it does help ameliorate it. So I just want to throw that into a mix. That's why DOE calls our initiative Grid Interactive Efficient Buildings, not just Grid Interactive Buildings.
Pamela McDougall, would you like to go next?
Thanks. I just have a small comment with regards to transmission build out. Well, I do think that we absolutely need to invest a lot in transmission to be able to meet our climate goals. I also think that by unlocking the potential of flexible electrification, you can help fill the gap that you were having with regard to build out of transmission. One of the key comments that the panelists made in panel one was not that we're going to be overbuilding, but that we're not going to be building fast enough. So as was mentioned before, coordination with stakeholders to be able to identify locations, to be able to unlock flexibility in locations where there could be transmission build out delays is going to be key about being able to transition effectively.
Thank you. And Adrian Collins, please go ahead.
Proper evaluation is going to be key. Our integrated resource plans and our structure allows us to consider and evaluate these new grid services at any point along our value chain, from distribution, transmission, and generation. It's going to help us find the right solutions for our customers.
right, thank you. And I believe those are all of the hands in the queue, Commissioner.
Great, thank you, Michael. And back to you, Commissioner Chatterjee, or Chairman Glick, I'm not sure.
I don't know if Chairman Glick has any more questions. If he does, Mr. Chairman, please resume the floor. If not, we will turn it to Commissioner Danley.
So I do not, Commissioner Chatterjee, I appreciate it, but we move forward.
If Commissioner Danley is on, please feel free to ask questions. And if not, we could also turn to Commissioner Christie if he has any questions.
I've been listening but don't have any questions, so you can have my time.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Chatterjee, any last words?
No, I just, this was an excellent panel. I really appreciated everyone's engagement. We covered a lot of ground, and I thank you for that. And with the remaining time, if staff would like to ask questions, I would very much welcome that. But if not, this has been very successful, and I appreciate everyone's participation and contribution.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I guess the only question I'll have for folks is if you have any last words, any parting thoughts you'd like to leave with us, either takeaways or kind of the most important thoughts that you would like to leave the mission with.
Oh, well, it's David Nemso. Again, just to state the obvious, in addition to thanks for convening this, the electrification change is happening, I think, more quickly than was anticipated by many people even a few years ago. And so it's important that you do this, but I think it's going to happen much more quickly than people anticipate, and we need to get these measures and actions and dialogues and cooperations in place. So I just want to say that. That's just a kumbaya statement. And again, I thank the Commission for playing its role in that. But I think it's going to get bigger than we anticipate.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Bocanegra, please go ahead.
Yeah, like David said, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. I just wanted to share one observation that I think we spent a lot of time talking about in the working group, and that's this recognition that, we've spent a lot of time talking today about the technologies that these grid services can provide and kind of what's needed. I think through all of this, we have to be mindful of this, idea of regulatory lag. It seems that all of this is coming at us, so fast, and it's coming at all the state level commissions at a very rapid pace that by the time, you get around to providing customer education on the benefits of, electric vehicles, now it's time to educate them around things like V2G. And so I don't want to say that, regulatory lag is a good thing or a bad thing, but I think that we definitely need to focus on balancing this kind of framework around these quickly evolving technologies. And that's going to be critical, I think, for ensuring things like competitive market participation and making the distribution grid, either cleaner or having better grid management, load management, and really just ensuring electrification generally. And all of this at the state level, while our utilities are, obviously required to provide safe, reliable, and of course, least cost service. And so I just want to share that seems to be something that we will continue to face despite the technology and despite the type of electrification. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And Pamela McDougall, I see your hand raised as well. Please go ahead.
I just want to echo thanking the Commission for having this discussion. I think for me, the key takeaway that we really need to consider if we do want these types of new resources to participate in grid services, and keep in mind when you're developing products and regulation, is ensuring that there is a viable business case for aggregators and for these small resources to participate. And that's either by removing some sort of entry cost that would have through extensive telemetry requirements or entry or exit fees, but also creating a way which there's a low risk for them to participate by not having resources at the will, for example, of an imbalanced market high price, but also products that cater to their characteristics, such as an intraday market.
All right, thank you. And Jeff Deason, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, just first of all, great session. Thank you for everyone's participation. And to follow on what Pamela said, I think this is right. I mean, you can do lots of work about the technical potential of these resources to deliver, but you've got to offer. You've actually got to create a business case for them to deliver, and you've got to offer. Compensate the value that they provide in some way or another. And we've of course touched on many of those. There are a number of dimensions of this that are potentially somewhat alternatives for each other, but we've talked a lot about time varying pricing. We've talked about, actually participation in energy markets through aggregation for these resources. And, obviously can't neglect that side of this. And I think that there is something of a potentially virtuous cycle here between, electrification and providing these services and allowing, creating the markets or the pricing structures to encourage providing providing those resources to the grid, in that the more that you can do so and the more that you can then leverage flexibility to sort of hold the costs down of the entire electrification enterprise, the more competitive those electrification technologies are. And so really these things work in tandem and hand in hand. And I think there's a lot of synergy between electrification efforts and the effort to offer grid services through those new resources.
Okay, great. Thank you. And Adrienne Collins, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just really wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to engage and participate in a rich discussion today. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And Ann Smart, I see your hand up as well. Please go ahead.
Thank you for this exciting discussion. I think I just want to tie it all together by saying there's a lot of potential and grid benefits that could come from electrification, transportation. Just want to reiterate that as we design these programs, these functions, identify the technologies that are needed, that we keep in mind that a vehicle may be something that's important to someone's life, and that drivers need to be able to be fully charged to potentially get home from work or to get to work the next day or to pick up their kids or get to a hospital. All of the above need to be taken into account and make sure that as we design these grid services, we're also trying to get the best possible driver experience so that we get people to adopt EVs and that we have enough load to play with and support the grid. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
All right, great. Thank you. I believe those are all of the hands in the queue. So we've reached the end of our time for this panel. So I'd like to conclude by thanking our panelists again. We appreciate your participation this afternoon. We're going to take a brief 15-minute break. We will reconvene at 4:15 p.m. Panel 3 panelists, please sign out of the WebEx meeting. If you would like to continue watching the conference, you may use the public webcast link on the conference event page at FERC.gov. Commissioners, please stay signed into the WebEx over the break, but mute your microphones and turn off your cameras until we resume. So we'll see you all in 15 minutes. Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and get started then. Welcome back, everyone. We'll get started with our fourth and final panel of the day entitled Local, State, and Federal Coordination. This panel will explore the roles of local, state, and federal governmental entities with regard to electrification moving forward. This panel will focus on how local, state, and federal governmental entities can coordinate to ensure the grid is prepared to handle additional load from electrification and to ensure that newly electrified sources of energy demand provide the grid services that they are technically capable of providing. In order to maximize the amount of time for the commissioners to ask questions of the panel, we will be foregoing opening remarks for the panel, and instead we'll move directly into a question and answer session. I would like to start by introducing our panel 4 panelists. We have Norman C. Bay, partner at Wilkie, Farr & Gallagher and former FERC chairman. Ann Rendall, commissioner at the Washington Utilities and Transportation Commission and chair of the NARUC Committee on Electricity. Bob Ethier, vice president of system planning at ISO New England. John Williams, Vice President of Policy and Regulatory Affairs at the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority. Emeka Anyanwu, Officer in the Energy Innovation and Resources Business Unit at Seattle City Light. Phil Jones, Executive Director of the Alliance for Transportation Electrification. Sarah Baldwin, Director of Electrification Policy at Energy Innovation, and Abigail Anthony, Commissioner at the Rhode Island Public Utility Commission. Welcome, panelists. As we begin, I'd like to remind all participants to refrain from any discussion of pending contested proceedings. If anyone engages in these kind of discussions, my colleague Sarah Greenberg from the Office of General Counsel will interrupt the discussion to ask the speaker to avoid that topic. We will now begin the question and answer session. If a panelist would like to answer a question, please use the WebEx raise your hand function. Alternatively, if you're having issues with the raise your hand feature, please turn on your microphone and indicate that you would like to respond. I will call on panelists that indicate that they would like to answer in turn. And once I do so, please turn on your microphone and respond to the question. When you've completed your answer, just remember to please turn off your microphone and lower your virtual hand in WebEx. I will now turn to Chairman Glick to start the Q&A. Chairman?
Thank you, Michael. I just want to start out again by thanking the panelists for participating today. It's very helpful for us to hear from you all. And due to a scheduling conflict, I thought we'd go in reverse order this time and maybe start with Commissioner Christie. He's got a scheduling conflict later in the hour, so why don't you start, Commissioner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I have two questions. One is about EV charging infrastructure, and I'll ask that second. And then the first question, though, is to the panel about how can rate design at the state level facilitate EV rollout, particularly talking about issues like time of use rates. And are there any barriers to time of use rates or dynamic pricing, sometimes it's called, if you do believe that's important for EV rollout and EV compensation? And what were the barriers, and are there federal barriers that we need to know about? Certainly. So that's my first question, is on the efficacy, that, as you see it, of time of use rates, dynamic pricing, in facilitating EV rollout.
And Phil Jones, I saw your hand first. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I'll maybe kick off the discussion. Rate design is critical in this area because, especially for DC fast charging, if you think of the different types of charging, you have a drip charger, a 110 kV at home, you have a NEMA charger, 240 volts, and then you step up to a level 2 charger, which is anywhere from 6.6 to 11.5 kilowatts, and DC fast chargers. So the DC fast chargers start at 50 kilowatts, and they're going all the way up to 350, and perhaps megawatt scale for the trucks. So for the publicly accessible charging that's being built, the rate design is a key issue because many of these are fairly expensive to site and build, and there's permitting and all sorts of costs. And with a utilization rate in many of our states of 0.5%, I think in Virginia, when I appeared before the SEC, I cited less than 1%. California is maybe 5-6%. Washington State, my state, is 2-3%. There's not enough business for those DC fast chargers in early years. So the issue of the demand charge is a big one. So do you go with a volumetric rate or a demand charge? And then how do you send price signals to either the host site, the EV service provider, and ultimately the EV owner to use the load to charge off-peak? Because remember, the goal in all of this exercise, all of us together, is to move load off-peak and manage charging. So in response to that, many states, many utilities have approved some sort of demand charge mitigation, right? So it's not a rate per se, but it's a program to discount the demand charge, put it on the volumetric charge, and then move it, and then hopefully the EVSP, the service provider, passes that rate on to the host site and ultimately to the EV owner. Although sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But at least between the utility and the EV service provider, that's the only thing the state commissions regulate, because they don't regulate the providers of the service, the EV, what I call the competitive market or the third parties. So yeah, there's a lot of innovation going on, so that's on the demand charge. On the TOU side, on time varying rates, there's a lot of innovation going on, both for residential rates, commercial rates, not just in California, but in many other states. But it's really state by state. It depends on the resource adequacy, the spinning reserves, and what sort of reserves and flex that particular region and system has. In my region in the Northwest, as you probably know, we have hydropower, a lot of hydropower, and that serves as what I call the battery on the system. So the hydro can flex a lot. So time of use rates have not been very popular, used a lot up here. But I've been advising commissions, even in the Northwest, that as we get more electrification on the system, we will probably have to start considering time varying rates. But in states in the Mid-Atlantic, in the Northeast, the Southern Company was on earlier, Southern California Edison, Pedro was on earlier. They have very complicated and complex rate structured time of use rates. And you can either do a whole home TOU, what we call a whole home time of use. In our view, Commissioner, this has not been as successful as an EV only time of use. But the problem sometimes with an EV only time of use traditionally is that you need an additional meter to meter the use. Now, there are some technologies coming in between the car and perhaps some sub-metering to obviate the need for a meter. But as you know, the cost of a new meter might throw the cost-benefit analysis at the state level out of whack. So anyway, that's just kind of a short answer to your question. Really important, but you really got to go utility, things like they say.
All right, thank you. And Bob Ethier, would you like to comment next?
Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to be here today. I just wanted to weigh in on the need for real-time pricing, and the first thing I must do is issue a disclaimer. I'm actually an economist masquerading as a planner, so you can probably predict where I'm coming out on this one, but certainly as we see increased electrification, it's really hard to see how we're going to coordinate all these loads and generators and batteries without using a price signal. And, you know, the ISO currently produces what is the appropriate price signal to each node in the system. And we certainly feel that it's important to reveal that true real-time price to resources so that they have the right incentives to either increase or decrease consumption or increase or decrease, you know, their output to the grid, depending on the state of the grid. So certainly we think it's going to be, you know, it would be great to have it now. I understand there are lots of issues that prevent it, but as we increase our level of electrification, it's only become more and more important that we have those price signals sent to customers.
All right, and Commissioner Rendell, would you like to go next?
Sure, and in response to that, I'll just say that in Washington State, unlike New England, we are not in a RTO ISO model, and so the pricing is coming directly from the utilities, and I'm only speaking to the utility-provided EV, particularly the public charging, and some of our utilities are providing that. So they're moving away from the demand charge basis to make it more, really the pricing more effective for customers. Part of that is going to a time of use rate, more of a not hourly by hourly, but more evening versus daytime rates or peak versus non-peak rates. And we're just beginning to evaluate that. But I don't think it's a substitute for managed charging. I think the prices can give some signal to customers, but it's not as refined for Washington State for the utility-owned and provided charging as it is for maybe in an RTO, as Mr. Ethier just mentioned.
All right, and Commissioner Anthony, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just really briefly, Commissioner Christie, to respond to your question. You know, directing utilities to develop the capabilities to be able to serve more load for less money is going to be a good outcome no matter how the future unfolds. Even outside of the context of electrification, we won't regret it if utilities can serve load more efficiently. And as a state regulator, what I'm looking for with respect to if there are barriers to a utility to be able to implement real-time pricing or time of use rates, for example, if they need advanced metering, what I'm looking for is a comprehensive and compelling business case from the utility that's going to show me and convince me that the value from the investment exceeds its costs, and that the time is now to be making that investment. I'd also like to respond to some of the comments that I've heard on demand charges and demand charge holidays for level 3 charging or other things. As a state level regulator who I'm trying to promote equity in the utility system, I believe we need to be judicious about the costs that we socialize. And when the customers who have the money to make investments in electrified equipment then seek to have their power system costs, like those demand charges, socialized, it does exacerbate the inequities by pushing those costs onto other customers. And as we know, utility rates are regressive, and so it is our lowest income customers who carry those more heavily.
All right, thank you. And Emeka Nyawu, would you like to comment next?
Yes, thank you. And again, thank you to the commissioners and the commission for putting this on today. It's a pleasure to be here. Just to piggyback on what the commissioner just said, Commissioner Anthony, I think it's really important to remember when we think about time of use rates that when it comes to equity, a lot is predicated on the ability of consumers to have the flexibility to take advantage of sort of those temporal pieces. So it will be important to make sure that we design time of use rates so that they are considerate of the different lifestyles and different considerations that customers on different layers of the income scale have to really access the different times or the different sort of rate advantages of time of use rates.
All right, thank you. And Sarah Baldwin, please go ahead.
Great, thank you, and thanks for the question, Commissioner Christie. I just want to point out, a lot of the emphasis today has been largely in the passenger vehicle realm and the average residential consumer. But as we look to the future and try to aggressively electrify heavy-duty trucking, we have a new challenge on our hands in terms of how do you both manage the rate design equity challenges that Commissioner Anthony flagged and ensure we're not doing a major giveaway to any particular type of customer, but also recognize that cross-country truckers or long-distance truckers are not going to really be equipped to, know what the rates are at their different trucking stops. So there will be kind of a new element of managing that sector, which I think a proactive consideration of this will be really valuable. The flip side to that is as we electrify more trucks, we get the most polluting vehicles cleaner, faster.
All right, thank you. And I believe those were all of the hands in the queue. Commissioner Christie.
Okay, second question real quick on the charging stations. What does the panel think about the issue of whether the best way to roll them out is make it a rate-based item for the utility as a monopoly item or open it up to a competitive market with providers simply being compensated on a market-based approach?
Mr. Anyanwu, would you like to comment first?
Yes, thank you. I think in Seattle, where we have landed is to take an all-of-the-above approach. I think it's important to unlock the value of those private investments and ensure that private network owners can deploy rapidly. That's a really great way to ensure sort of a rapid rollout. But it's also important, and one of the advantages we have as a municipal utility that is underneath the city of Seattle is to really be focused on making sure that we as a utility are figuring out how to plug the gaps, how to make sure that accessibility is available in all of our neighborhoods and to all of our citizens and all of our ratepayers, so that there is really wide availability and wide opportunity for consumers to adopt. So, and all of the above approach really maximizes the ability to make this happen rapidly.
All right, thank you. And John Williams, please go for it.
Great, thank you, and thank you, commissioners, for today's session, and thank you, Commissioner Christie, for the question. I think I'm going to do a little reiterating of maybe what we've heard from Seattle as well. I think I think utilities can certainly play a very strong role in certainly what I might call as early stage infrastructure build out. We do want to make sure that as we are building the market for the vehicles, that there is levels of confidence that the consumers can feel that there will be adequate charging to happen. And if utilities are able to kind of work with existing infrastructure and system planning can be done in a way that allows for a level of rollout that can happen in a relatively short period of time, then certainly that does appear to be an opportunity space that we could be looking at. But I also agree that we need to be thinking in part of who are the site hosts of some infrastructure as well. And it could very well be that there are some consumer side opportunity spaces where those organizations, institutions, may be seeking their own infrastructure opportunities with their own providers. So ensuring that we're not kind of creating any artificial barriers to those infrastructure needs, again, particularly as we're still in relatively early stage of that infrastructure rollout, I think does make a good sense at ensuring that we are creating a momentum to having adequate infrastructure in place.
Okay, and Phil Jones, please go ahead.
Yes, Commissioner. I would just second what Emeka said and what John said. I don't use the word all of the above. I call it a hybrid market development. So the utility has a very important role to play, not just in deploying the infrastructure, but in planning. The utility is really the only one besides the state agencies that can plan holistically in TE plans. But then, as we discussed earlier, rate design, they're responsible for that. If you look at the buckets, the amount of money that has been spent over the recent past, it's a combination, Commissioner. It's about $2.5 billion by regulated utilities has been spent nationally. About $1.2 billion for Electrify America out of the $2.9 billion remains to be spent. So you have an entity that was created out of the Volkswagen Dieselgate that is building a lot of infrastructure around the country. You have $709 million committed by the states. So many of the states, such as California and Massachusetts, and many others, are providing direct grant funding. So that adds up to about $4.5 billion. But a recent study by Atlas shows that the need by 2030, under the Biden plan and under a somewhat aggressive EV plan, the public infrastructure need is 39 billion. So just do the math on that. We've only spent $4 billion, 4.5. And if we're going to meet our decarbonization and climate goals, we have to spend 39. So yeah, it's an all of the above. The utility can own and operate both what we call the make-ready. So the make-ready investments are all the electrical equipment from the transformer on the pole to the meter, in some states beyond the meter, to the stub, and that's where the private market takes over. That's called make-ready, with a rebate, and most utilities offer a rebate to ChargePoint or Green Lots or a provider, and they actually have the equipment and run it. Some customers, however, like transit agencies, multi-unit dwellings, may not want to do that because they don't understand utility rates. Siting is difficult. So in most cases, we advocate at ATE that the utilities should have a shot at providing an end-to-end solution. Usually a private company is involved in the actual installation of that, and they actually run the network. So the market development models are actually pretty nuanced, and really have to dig into the use cases to figure out what is the regulated utility and what is the both private market or the third party market.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Anthony, please go ahead.
Thank you. So, two things need to be true for electrification to succeed at scale. The first is that the equipment, whether that's electric vehicles or heat pumps, they need to be affordable at the point of purchase. And second, the price of electricity needs to be cheap relative to gasoline and oil, and also relative to electricity in other states. Only the utility can achieve number two. Only the utility can make sure that electricity is clean, reliable, and as cheap as possible. We need the utility to be laser focused on doing that job, and anything that can be done by anyone else should be. If it doesn't need to be on the electric bill, we need to keep it off the electric bill. So with respect to this question about whether charging infrastructure should be rate-based, rate-basing charging infrastructure is charging infrastructure itself is something that can be done by other parties that are not the electric utility, and rate-basing that charging infrastructure will compromise that second condition.
All right, thank you. And John Williams, I see your hand is raised. Is that from before, or did you have another comment? From before, okay. Thank you. I believe those are all of the comments in the queue. Commissioner.
All right, well, thank you. And back to you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the forbearance to let me go first in the queue this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Christie. And thanks for the responses earlier. I thought I'd start with a question related to state, federal, and local cooperation. I think we've spoken today, Valerie, about two issues, one of which is the infrastructure needs that are going to occur as a result of electrification. And secondly, how best to facilitate the grid services that are hopefully going to, alleviate some of those infrastructure needs, probably hopefully bring some more reliability and reduce cost to consumers. And I'm wondering if each of you might be able to address how FERC and the states and the local, whether it be municipal utilities or local governments, can work together to help achieve those goals.
Commissioner Randall, please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Chair Glick. I really appreciate your focus on this. And I think really how we can all work together, the important thing is, first, we can't all stay in our own swim lanes or our own silos, whichever reference you want to use. We need to be able to talk and share and debate like we are today about how best to accelerate electrification and achieve the goals and targets we all have and address the issues that it might create. Moving forward without this coordination, without a plan, can result in inefficient investments, and it could take longer to achieve the goals and targets, and we don't have that time to waste. So working together and not at cross purposes is really critical. As we've heard today, electrification covers a number of topics and areas, buildings, transportation, and the energy system. I think in the first panel, we discussed the coordination of the gas and electric systems and how critical that's going to be. And there's also different federal, state, and local agencies involved. And at the federal level, obviously you're holding this technical conference. So there's FERC, there's Department of Energy, there's Department of Transportation, and other agencies involved. State and local entities have, for some time, as you know, been working towards all three areas of electrification, often in different ways and in different paces. We've been looking at what's worked and what doesn't. The national labs through DOE have been assisting with this. You've heard from folks at Lawrence Berkeley Lab. So I think coordination can include these conversations we're having today, the opportunity FERC is taking today to convene this conversation, but also education and information sharing, which is really a two-way conversation. It's not a one-way conversation. And that coordination needs to recognize and respect the jurisdictional responsibilities of state and federal entities and our respective operational needs and the needs for reliability. So it's not a one-size-fits-all process or policy. There's lots of different ways to do this. I very much appreciate your comments about coordination between NARUC and FERC on transmission issues. I think that's promising, and we look forward to working with FERC on those issues. But I think this is another area that we can work together, either through this method or, NARUC has our meetings. We have different programs and like the EV working group, where we can convene both with state and federal entities and local communities to figure out information sharing, education. And coordination is also going to involve some national standards. I think you've heard from folks today about interoperability standards and the importance that national standards can play in moving electrification forward. So I think coordination can involve a lot of different things, and those are some of the issues I'd raise.
All right, thank you. Sarah Baldwin, would you like to go next?
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And thanks for your question, Chair Glick. So adding to what Commissioner Rendell just said, I think coordination is a term thrown out without a lot of meat on the bones. And so a really important place to start is once a lead on the coordination effort, be it FERC, in combination with DOE, national labs, perhaps Department of Transportation has a role to play, regional transportation planning agencies, really identifying and articulating the goals of the coordination is going to be key to ensuring it's not just an activity undertaken without a clear end state in mind. From the definition of the goals, which could be as simple as identifying which infrastructure is needed to support a highly electrified future and how to make sure that those investments are as cost-effective as possible, or a more elaborate set of goals. From there, I think identifying the data sharing needs and how to really articulate in a clear way what type of data is going to be needed, what is its function, in what format should it be available, at what frequency should that data be collected and updated, who is responsible for collecting and compiling, and how often should data sharing occur. That simple step is often missed, and I think we tend to sort of assume everyone's collecting data, we all know what it means, and here's what it translates to. And the fact of the matter is that's not really happening. Even among electric utilities and gas utilities, the forecasts for the future may look very, very different. And that fundamental difference of assumptions could lead to widely different assumptions about which investments are needed. So I think starting simple to define what kind of information needs to be collected and then articulating in a framework what sort of information sharing protocol should exist will help ease this coordination and make sure it's really effective in the long term.
Okay, thank you. And John Williams, please go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for the question, Chair Glick, and agree very much, with the previous comments. An added dimension I might add here is that as we're thinking of those collaboration spaces, is we have to make sure that we are engaging the appropriate disciplines in those conversations as well. One in particular, as I'm thinking about it, is with state energy offices, who are charged with doing quite considerable work to do statewide energy planning, and it is that planning that is going to be helping to inform the state policies. That's going to be the work that's going to be kind of setting the market signals within each of those jurisdictions, so that has to be kind of well understood and well known. It'll understand where the gaps are that policy needs to address. And it may even get to some of the data issues that were just brought up and the transition of those data into appropriate system planning. So the state energy office and their statewide energy planning, I think, needs to be part of the way that we're thinking about that collaboration, because it really is setting out kind of the direction that the states are going to be individually going in. In addition, I would say, where the state energy offices also plays is that they tend to be kind of active program implementers. So there is a lot of, I would say, boots in the ground type of understanding about how markets are developing, what the market participants are responding to or not responding to, and it could very well help with the way that collaborative efforts can think about, where those barriers are, what might be the appropriate way to approach different types of barriers, whether they be, rate design or whether they be market design. Those would all be efforts that we need to make sure that we've got the appropriate disciplines around the table. So that's just the point that I would also want to add to this.
Okay, thank you. And Phil Jones, would you like to comment next?
Yeah, I would echo some of the previous comments. In terms of general coordination, shared life, I think some of this depends on how you coordinate at the federal level, because EPA is involved, DOT is involved, as Commissioner Rendell said, USDOE is involved, and this is an issue. Both building electrification and transportation electrification is an issue that affects a number of federal agencies both. So I would encourage you to do that at the federal level. We have a number of venues, and I listed some in my written comments. Obviously, the NARUC. The NARUC collaboration is important, but there's also NASIO and NACA, the air agencies, the state energy offices, and others you could form some sort of collaborative dialogue with. We did that on the Clean Power Plan. We did that on SGIP and Smart Grid and AMI in 2010, 11, and 12. There are also a number of groups out there. In the Midwest, we have the Midwest Transportation Electrification Collaborative that's doing great work on TE, especially on the medium and heavy-duty side. In the Northeast, we have NESCOM. NESCOM is doing some great work on medium and heavy-duty electrification. In the western states, we have CREPC and WIRAP, the Committee on Regional Electric Power Coordination, and you've attended those meetings yourself and know how valuable they can be in bringing the state regulators, energy officials, and utilities, everybody together. So I think we have a number of venues, but as Sarah said, I think you need to identify what you're trying to accomplish, what the federal agencies want to do, why. In the jurisdictional issues, I'm not going to get into great detail on this, but I firmly believe that most of the transportation electrification work will occur at the distribution level, which is state regulated. So it's less so on transmission. I know you're talking with NARUC about transmission issues. States and FERC play, if not equally, they have great roles in. But a lot of the work is going to be done on the distribution level. So as Commissioner Rendell said, interoperability standards, what is NIST doing? Interstate corridor planning, cybersecurity. Sarah raised the issue of data. This is popping up in the states. CEII, critical energy information, is proving to be a roadblock or a barrier for hosting capacity maps, and this will come up in EVs too. If you define CEII in a certain way and the state commission defines it another way, or utility does, then that's a problem for EVs. So I can go into greater detail on this, but there are a number of areas where I think collaboration is good, but be targeted, scope it out, and then sustain it.
Okay, and Commissioner Anthony, please go ahead.
Yeah, so right now electrification is largely driven by the market, but if electrification follows the path or is anything like what we've seen with renewable energy or distributed generation, in that case it's the states that have developed binding legislation for distributed generation. In this case, the states would be developing binding legislation for electrification, and it will be those state legislatures that define the structures that drive electrification and set its trajectory. states might start choosing that route more and more. And in that case, the ultimate decision makers will be the legislatures who are choosing to exercise their authority. And in that case, collaboration, if there are states who are already moving or ready to move soon, collaboration may need to move fast to keep up.
Okay, thank you. And I believe those are all of the hands in the queue, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Next question is I'll start with Chairman Bay. And Chairman Bay, I don't know if you heard this morning in our opening statements, which was a while ago now, but I had mentioned that the concept, the idea for this technical conference arose out of an article that you had written that I was reading that you had suggested that the FERC hold a technical conference on electrification, and I thought it was a great idea, and we're doing so obviously today. I was wondering, now that we're near the conclusion of our technical conference, what you think FERC should be doing, both on the infrastructure side but also on the grid services side, with the recognition of the need to coordinate, obviously, with our federal partners, but also at the state and local level as well. Curious what you think the Commission should be doing to prepare for the next step.
Thank you, Chairman Glick, and I appreciate having the opportunity to appear on this panel, and thank you for referring to my EBA article. It's good to know that someone actually reads those articles, right? So in my view, FERC clearly has this critical role in planning for electrification. FERC has the authority and the responsibility to develop the policies that can enable electrification. And in my view, FERC can do this by focusing on traditional priorities that it has had, including markets and competition, infrastructure development, and innovation. And the way I would think about things is by thinking about what the grid of the future needs to look like, and then what policies could allow us to get there. And I think those policies will involve the work that FERC has traditionally done. With innovation, for example, FERC has already done a lot with respect to demand response, energy storage, distributed energy resources or aggregated distributed energy resources, and grid enhancing technologies. So all of that work will continue. And as part of doing that work, in terms of laying the foundation to allow electrification to occur, FERC will clearly have to work with state and local authorities. And so I think it's great that this last panel of the day is focusing on this really important issue because, as a number of panelists have already noted, much of this work is going to be occurring at the distribution level, but it will be profoundly affected by the policies that FERC puts in place that can either enable the development of electrification or that conversely could stifle it. So I think FERC will just have to continue to focus on the markets and competition, on infrastructure, including transmission, the interconnection process, and innovation.
Thanks. I wonder if others have some thoughts on that same issue.
See a few hands raised, but not sure if they're from the last round. Oh, the hands went down.
All of them? Okay.
Phil Jones, would you like to comment?
Well, I'm just going to say that I'm going to, I haven't read Chairman Griffith's article yet, but this is an invitation to read it. Thank you for reminding me. Sounds like a really good article, but I would just second what he said. Even if I said it occurs primarily at the distribution level, FERC, Mr. Chairman, has a really important role to play, and I listed a few of those, the policy statement, and then what Norman said about infrastructure, innovation, markets, and competition. Really, really important stuff. My only note of caution was, because the jurisdictional basis for your authorities may be somewhat limited compared to the PUCs, just think about what those areas of complementary authorities and innovation might be one of them. Infrastructure, obviously, is one of
I see Emeka Anyanwu's hand went up as well. Would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Chairman Glick. I just wanted to, maybe I will echo the last thing that Phil said as well, that the support for cybersecurity, equipment standards, communications networks that are supportive of the new grid are really great ways that that there can be sort of support at the federal level. But the other thing I wanted to point out is that as part of one of the regions that isn't sort of doesn't have a proliferation of RTO organization, right? That regionalization push that FERC can support is something that we are thinking about and talking about. There's a lot of dialogue in the Northwest and in the West in general about how do we put that infrastructure in place, right? Because a lot has been said today about the needs on the transmission side, right? And so even as we think about the distribution grid, it's going to be really important that that backstop is there, sort of at those other levels as well. And so that's an important role for FERC to play, I think.
I see Sarah Baldwin's hand went up as well. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just had one thought to add there. The value of FERC, of course, is you have a great public record, and anyone can access information that's made available through your proceedings and through required filings. So, one key role you could play is asking the RTOs and ISOs to start to get a lot more proactive about filing electrification forecasts in their regions, filing related information about utilities that the trends they're seeing both on transportation and buildings, but also in industry, and starting to collect some of this data and information in a central location, in a central format, could start to reveal trends to you as well as to other public stakeholders who are interested in better understanding the variances among and between the different markets that you regulate.
Commissioner Rendall, would you like to comment as well?
Yes, and thank you for this question, Chair Glick. I think, as you know, the states have not always agreed with some of the decisions that FERC has made on this point. So I think something to remember is that, particularly for those regions that are not in RTO, ISO, and even for those that are, states and the utilities that operate in the state at the distribution level are responsible for ensuring the local and the regional reliability, resource adequacy, and affordability, and to ensure that states continue to have the latitude and the flexibility to approach these issues of electrification in different ways that meet those local and regional needs, while still, responding to the important signals for competition and coordination and market-based policies that FERC can promote. So just to remember the different roles that all of us play, and that FERC is one of those entities involved in this conversation.
I believe those are all the hands in the queue, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Michael. Commissioner Rendell, I just want to quickly respond to you. I get your point, and actually, I didn't agree with all those FERC decisions either. But I do want to say that it is a tricky subject because, we've talked about this many times in the past, but the line that we have between what's legitimately or what's retail and what's wholesale has obviously gotten incredibly blurred. And I know we've had some Order 2222 is a good example where there's obviously been some disagreements, but I think electrification is obviously, I think, in some cases exacerbate those issues, and I think that requires further coordination between the states and FERC and other entities as well. So we will endeavor to do that. I just want to. It's probably a good segue to RTOs, and I wanted to ask Mr. Ether and also Commissioner Anthony. in ISO New England, for instance, obviously there are states that are interested in moving forward with some concepts related to electrification, and as markets are moving in that direction anyway. I'm curious, we talked a lot about coordination between the federal government and the states and the local governments and so on. I'm curious what level of coordination there is with regard to the RTOs, in this case, New England ISO, and the state commissions on issues associated with electrification, including planning for whether it be transmission or even in terms of how the markets are going to function in the future to address the changes that are coming with electrification.
Thanks for the question, Mr. Chairman. The ties between the RTO and the states have grown stronger over the last 10 years in terms of coordination. We already have an electric vehicle forecast and a electric heating forecast that are largely driven by data from the states. Before that, we did PV forecasts and EE forecasts that were also driven largely by state spending data. So we have a history of that, and it's ramping up, but it's going to have to increase exponentially going forward. And the way that we see it is historically, transmission upgrades have been driven by clear-cut reliability criteria. We do talk to our stakeholders about it, and they certainly weigh in, but ultimately the ISO makes the decision that, okay, it's time to build this piece of transmission or install this equipment. Going forward, where it's driven by electrification needs and also by renewable energy needs that are not as concrete as what we have today in terms of the reliability standards, we're going to have to work much more closely with the states to decide what is the right thing to build when there's more uncertainty, because it's their constituents' money that's going to be spent. So it's almost certainly not appropriate for us to unilaterally make that decision. We have to work closely with the states to do that. And we also need to, I think, going forward, as we look at this build out, work more closely with the states before we even start to put pen to paper on transmission upgrades, because siting is an increasing issue everywhere, but in New England, it's especially intense issue, especially because our coastline is the most populated part of the region, but that's where all the offshore wind is going to go. That's where all the electrification is going to go. So you can see the need for lots of increases in infrastructure along our coasts. And we can't just draw a line on a piece of paper and say, that's where we need a new 345 kV line and dump that on the siting board and expect it to happen. We probably have to coordinate with the states much earlier to understand, what makes sense, it's not going to make everybody happy, but what's the sort of the best path through this? And, I think we have a ways to go before we get to that point. But it's clearly on our radar, and I believe it's on the state's radar, and something that we're looking forward to engaging with them on the future. And we're going to need to do that pretty quickly before we get too much farther into this electrification process.
Yeah, so I agree that ISO New England has been coordinating the coordination between ISO New England and the states, especially in all of the forecasts that Mr. Ethier just mentioned, has been an overall positive. And I agree that we'll have to coordinate even more for the reasons that Mr. Ethier just pointed out. Today in New England and probably in a lot of the other regions of the country, resource adequacy is very distributed when it comes to heating. Customers just need a small generator to keep their boiler or their furnace running during a power outage. But that generator isn't going to be enough to keep their heat pump, running and keeping the whole house warm. So, when we're switching from gas and oil to electricity for heating and for transportation, we're not just switching fuels. We're switching from a distributed resource adequacy scheme and reliability model to a hub and spoke model. In keeping the distributed, to the extent that we can keep the current distributed nature of that resource adequacy, it can buy us time to transition and hopefully make the transition more predictable and more certain. And in that case, maintaining that distributed resource adequacy could possibly allow us to avoid lumpy infrastructure investments, like Mr. Ethier noted, large transmission projects, if we can smooth the resource adequacy need and make it more predictable, because we know when people are, completely going to toss out their boiler, their furnace, and they really will be fully dependent. Maybe we can actually time that and predict it and plan it. And so we smooth the resource adequacy transition and do it in a controlled way that's also possibly less capital intensive and more distributed and cleaner.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I just wanted to add one other question, actually, directed to Mr. Ethier, and then turn it over to Commissioner Clements. Mr. Ethier, I got to thinking about this earlier today, but, as you well know, and every time we talk to ISO New England, it's always brought up, and because it's an important issue. There's concerns about fuel security during some of the extremely cold days in the winter, where the concern is there might not be enough natural gas for electric generation, and there might not be enough backup fuel oil to the extent that facilities utilize fuel oil. I wonder if there's, in an odd way, kind of a benefit to electrification in the sense that it opens up or frees up to the extent that generation is still occurring with fossil fuels, whether it be natural gas or something else. Does it free up that fuel to provide those services during the extremely cold days, where in the past it might have been redirected at heating, for heating, home heating, or some other purpose?
Thanks again for the question. Certainly, I think that is a possible outcome, especially because the states in New England are so focused on installing renewable energy, probably in advance of the real fast move to electrification. So yeah, certainly I could imagine a world, and I've talked to our VP of Ops, and he's quite comfortable with the idea that as we get lots of offshore wind, that will back down the use of natural gas and free up the pipelines going forward. So yes, building the offshore wind and also having the, let's call it the transportation fleet, and to a certain extent the heating fleet, be fed by that offshore wind, that could certainly go a long way towards reducing our need to rely on fossil fuels and reduce those bottlenecks that we see in the winter.
Anyone else want to comment on that? If not, I'll see if Commissioner Clement. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Anthony.
No, I would just add that, I think one of the dynamics that's possibly unique to New England is that we have so much oil heating currently. And so, at least my state is focused on, first focused on moving those oil heating customers to electric heat. And so that, I think, seems to me the place where I'd be more concerned about our peak winter demand. Switching the gas customers to the electric system is, I think, a secondary priority for at least what I've observed in Rhode Island.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, we'll go to Commissioner Clements. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman Glick. It's nice to see some friendly faces, and thanks for hanging in there, panelists, at the end of the day. Lots has been covered. That's one of the beauties of being at the end of the questions. I'll start with a comment, and to have this presence of state regulators and people with that experience is a nice opportunity. Before I ask the question, it's not fully satisfying that this space between the federal regulation and state regulation, that we don't have concrete answers. And so I'm really encouraged. One of my takeaways from today is the importance of figuring out how to pursue this dialogue quickly, and so there's an ongoing dialogue between states and the commission, as well as others who should be in the room and who want to be in the room. And But I appreciated Matt Tisdale's comment this morning that they had to call some of these questions. So I think it's in the spirit of getting to those concrete outcomes that I hope that this dialogue will take place. And if you've listened to any of the previous panels, this question will be a broken record, but there's a reality that to harness the potential savings and the other potential benefits that come to customers from electrification, we have to make a huge amount of investment. And we should do everything we can, and I appreciated the perspectives on the demand side, on energy efficiency, on harnessing load to be flexible and responsive. At some point, there's still, as Rick said this morning, almost a terawatt of our renewable energy resources in the interconnection queue around the country. And so there's some amount of big, expensive transmission buildup that has to happen. And the temporal disconnect between the times that we might receive these benefits and these savings from electrification and the need to do the investment in transmission now is a hard set of steps to take, especially when you're thinking about customers' bills, right? And so and you see the transmission piece has gone up and will go up. How do we think about that? How as state regulators and others on the panel, how should we think about that reality as it relates to cost allocation responsibilities and moving this ball forward?
Commissioner Rendall, would you like to take a stab at answering first?
Sure, and Commissioner Clements, I appreciate that. And as a state commissioner, we are the ones who hold the public hearings for general rate increases and hear folks say that they can't afford the increase, and that particularly during this pandemic, they have additional impacts of inability to pay. And so affordability is going to be one of those key issues. In Washington, one of the issues we're looking at in implementing our Clean Energy Transformation Act, which is yet another impetus for increased investment. We're going to be cleaning up the electric sources that power the customers in Washington. So we're going to be investing in the clean energy resources at the same time that we're going to be adding more transmission to the grid to allow that to be integrated and moved around across the West. At the same time that we electrify, and similar to Rhode Island, although it's not oil, it's natural gas. Half of the heating load in Washington State and in the region is from natural gas. So as we're electrifying the heating load, as we're cleaning up the electric grid, and as we're adding additional transmission, that is additional impact to customers. And it needs to be, it can't all come in at one point. So the customers are going to be facing significant increases. And so if there's efficiencies that can be gained regionally, and our utilities are talking regionally about how to make sure there is resource adequacy with all the changes going on. But we are not part of an RTO. I'm not sure even being part of an RTO or an ISO would actually reduce the amount of cost that you would have. There's still going to be transmission built. It's going to be spread across all of the various customers. And so there will be impacts, and we will be dealing with it. I don't know that there's any way around that unless there is financing available from federal, state, or local agencies that are going to help offset the cost. So there's only so much that LIHEAP can help with that.
Okay, and Mr. Williams, please go ahead.
Great, thank you, and thanks for the question, Commissioner. And I mean, you know, there are certain points that Commissioner Rendall just mentioned that you know, I won't repeat too much, but there were two aspects that I was going to bring up. You know, that in order for us to make sure we're keeping an eye on affordability. So part of electrification, right, does have some inherent energy efficient outcomes that the customer should realize. I do agree that, you know, we need to make sure we're looking at all aspects of the consumer bill. But we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that as the consumer is electrifying, that there will be, across all of the systems that they'll be using, there is some inherent energy efficiency, and it's not necessarily insignificant. So I do think that the movement towards electrification does provide a degree of cost modulation that the consumer will realize. I think a second point to make is that financing is going to certainly be a key, and how a lot of the technologies find their way into the market is certainly something that we're taking a very strong look at in New York anyway, and making sure that, we are providing degrees of confidence in the financing community as to how these technologies perform and as to the different applications, so that the burden of the realization of electrification doesn't fall just on a ratepayer, that we do start to establish very clearly identified business models for the developers of the technology and then the financing community that can help to support some of that rollout as well. And I think through the competition of making sure that you do have a vibrant community that is providing those services will also, I think, come into the play, perhaps over the longer term, but making sure that we are doing that. Creating competition as we're building out the system, I think, will be key. And that might just also be to the third point that I would also say is that, it's true that we are going to be reaching for a number of different resources, certainly in the Northeast when we're thinking about offshore wind. The transmission build out, we're not even building up on a transmission system, right? This is all brand new. It's going to be quite complicated. But we shouldn't be thinking of that transmission cost as kind of purely sort of additive. We need to get that resource in, and it just means that we need to think very differently about the way that our system is being planned and that the system is going to function. We will have a very different looking supply side. That might be a very different way we think about transmission investment on the bulk system. I think meeting where that bulk system meets the distribution system and how we're procuring the resources and then identifying where the resources come and at what points in time, I think all need to be taken account of as we're moving towards, not only a highly electrified demand side of the grid, but as we're also looking at a highly zero emission or lower emission resources on the supply side. So I think there is a lot more of a holistic perspective that we do need to start taking into account, because the movements that are happening on both sides of the grid, as it were, are really just happening, and we just have to make sure we're capturing it for some efficiencies in the planning and in the cost.
All right, Phil Jones, would you like to go next?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Clements. It's good to see you. I think this is my first time to see you since becoming a commissioner. Congratulations. You asked a good question. So all these memories of FERC Order 1000 and the endless conferences we had and stakeholder process are coming back to me. The work I did as a commissioner on ISO, SPP, extending markets. The questions are really good ones on cost allocation, transmission builds, governance, all those issues. But at least as it relates to CapEx, capital expenses for transportation electrification, I like to think of it as the following. So on the utility side, you'll have upward pressures from a transmission build, perhaps, depending on how successful we are in managed charging, time of use rates, and flexible load management. We may not need as much interstate transmission as you think. I know the Biden administration has put out a number with their thinking, but there's a lot we can do at the state level, I think, with technology and managed charging, but there will be increased CapEx there. As Commissioner Anthony said, we're going to have rate-based pressures, either through deferred accounting mechanisms, which is typical for TE now, or just rate-based. And then down the road, distribution upgrades. So I don't think there's a need until we get to maybe 15, 20, 25% light-duty penetration, generally speaking, depending on the feeders and the distribution utility, to spend a lot of money on distribution upgrades at the retail level. But if we get into medium and heavy duty use cases, interstate trucking, last mile logistics like Amazon, UPS, FedEx, there may be more distribution upgrades. So that's upward pressure on things. However, on the other side, you have downward pressure, right? So the Synapse study clearly indicates in California, based on low profile data, that there's the benefits exceed the costs, just straight numbers. Okay, this hasn't been proven out even in the CPUC rate case, and I know that. But if you just think about total revenue requirements, it's 20, 30, 40% increase in electric load. That money is going to the utility. It will go into the total revenue requirements. And then Commissioner Rendell and Commissioner Anthony will be faced with a decision along with the utility about how to spread those benefits, those increased rates, or that increased revenue back to the customer. So you will have downward pressure on rates, in my view, over 3, 5, 10 years. The other thing, of course, is you'll have savings of gasoline. The normal consumer who buys an EV saves $1,000. Now, this isn't true where in Abigail's, Rhode Island, where it's 20 cents per kilowatt hour, but using a 10 or 11 cent per kilowatt hour price of electricity versus a gasoline price of $2.80, $2.90, $2.60, there is significant savings. The problem is that is usually not taken into account under the utility and the commission cost benefit analysis, right? So I'm not even talking about the non-energy benefits like climate criteria, air pollutants, CO2, but just accounting for that gasoline savings, gasoline and diesel savings. We need to find a way to broaden our cost benefit analysis. So as I said earlier, all of this is not going to be put on the utility. So if you think of those buckets of money that I cited earlier in my statement, you're going to have utility investments, regulated utility investments. You're going to have private equity investments. Wall Street is very interested, as you know, in investing in EV companies, in EV charging companies. There's a tremendous amount of private capital going into the sector. I don't know how long that's going to last. Some people say it's a bubble. It may not last forever. And there's a lot of people like me who think it could be a little bit overvalued. So you have private equity, and then you have state grants like NYSERDA, the California Air Resources Board. There's a lot of state grants and incentives going into EVs as well and EV charging infrastructure. And then, as I said, you have Electrify America. So that's $2.9 billion going into EV infrastructure. So my point is the utility, the regulated utility investment is a really important part of this, but it's not going to be all of the investment going into infrastructure.
All right, thank you. Norman Bay, would you like to comment?
So thank you for your question, Commissioner Clements. It's such an important question. Cost and cost allocation are always an issue when it comes to building out transmission. There are a few things that could be helpful here. There's legislation pending in Congress, for example, to give certain kinds of transmission projects an investment tax credit. The DOE announced that it has a loan program to support certain kinds of transmission projects. So that's helpful. But at FERC, I'm wondering whether the Commission might wish to consider taking a run at cost allocation issues because, after a pair of Seventh Circuit decisions that were decided by a 2-to-1 vote, the Commission basically, in accordance with those decisions, has tried to be much more granular in its allocation of costs resulting from transmission. So this has resulted in a lot of litigation every time a transmission project is being built. So maybe one way of thinking about transmission cost allocation, consistent with Phil's remarks, is that there are many benefits from building out a transmission line that is being used to transmit clean energy. You don't have all the carbon emissions that you would from a fossil generator. So maybe then by taking that into account, as well as the reliability and resiliency benefits, that would support a broader cost allocation so that costs are spread more evenly across everyone who benefits from the transmission line. That might ease some of the litigation that otherwise seems to follow transmission projects.
Thank you, Chairman Beck. It's nice to have you here as well.
All right, Sarah Baldwin, would you like to comment next?
Yes, thank you, and good to see you, Commissioner Clement. I just want to add to what Phil was saying, and also to bring back to the surface something that was introduced in a prior panel. Panelist Rick O'Connell from Grid Lab mentioned a report that was released earlier this month, and I was part of the team, UC Berkeley, Grid Lab, and Energy Innovation, looked at a highly electrified future with 100% EV sales of passenger vehicles by 2030 and all-electric truck sales by 2035, combined with a 90% clean, carbon-free electricity grid by 2035. And the findings from that analysis showed net benefits of $2.7 trillion to consumer savings, for consumers in savings by the year 2050, which averages to about $1,000 per household per year for the next 30 years. With an additional $1.3 trillion in additional public health and environmental savings through 2050. Now, I fully recognize that these national studies may not be fully applicable one-to-one for every state, but we do feel very confident that this is a pretty resounding demonstration that this electrified future supported with a clean grid will bring net benefits to consumers. Perhaps also most relevant to today's discussion, the modeling found that 90% the 90% clean grid is dependable and reliable. And this is based on an hourly dispatch at the power plant level, incorporating 7 years worth of weather data. Now, I am not the modeler and can answer the questions regarding the model, but I do point you to my very smart colleagues at UC Berkeley too, if you want to dig into that. But effectively, you know, this demand growth over 30 years that we've modeled translates to about a 2.3% per year growth. Now, between 1975 and 2005, same 30-year time span, the U.S. saw a very similar growth trajectory, 2.6% annually. So we've done this before, and I think we can do this again, of course, being mindful of all the equity concerns and individual state-related issues are going to be front and center for Commissioners Rendell and Anthony and others. The last point I want to make is as a part of the analysis, E3 did a more granular distribution system level analysis to look at what the impact would be at that distribution system. And they did find that because of the increased throughput, the increased electric load effectively would not result in rate increases and may actually reduce rates. Now, they did have a range of the potential rate impacts, but to the extent that that modeling demonstrates that we're not likely to see huge rate increases if we do this right, I think that's a really promising touch point. Certainly more studies of that nature will be valuable going forward. And the last point I want to make is that if we continue to proceed with a gas system build-out that is blind to electrification, we will see more costs for customers. We will see more energy burden exacerbated, and we will see more problems in the transition that we're trying to accomplish. So if we can start now with proactive planning, proactive evaluation of how to mitigate unnecessary or imprudent costs, and kind of begin to unsilo the economics of gas and electrification, I think we'll become more educated on how to do that the best way possible.
Okay, Commissioner Anthony, would you like to comment?
Person's interaction with societal benefits is different than their interaction with electric utility costs. And if costs accrue to ratepayers, but the benefits accrue to society, we have more than a timing allocation issue. What we start to have is we're using the electric bill as a substitute, as a tax mechanism, and we are exacerbating inequities that already exist within the utility regulation system. And so while Ms. Baldwin and Mr. Jones identified a lot of the benefits of electrification, a lot of those benefits accrue to society. I think it's reasonable for us to assume that electrification will have the opposite impacts of electrification, the opposite impacts of energy efficiency for the electric system. We'll have needs for distribution and transmission infrastructure, as you identified. We'll have upward pressure on the supply curve for power, for clean power. While Mr. Jones raised the possibility of having, spreading the cost of the fixed cost of the power system over more kilowatt hours, that's not a foregone conclusion. And what we're focused on, or what I'm focused on here in Rhode Island, is looking for ways to direct the utility to ensure that the marginal cost to serve new load with clean electricity is lower than the average cost to serve. They're not going to do that unless we develop nuanced, specific, redirection and incentive. Utilities' inherent financial incentives are to add load in the most capital-intensive way possible. Electrification stands to hand over a huge market share to utilities, but it's only going to be sustainable if we get there because the utilities show that they can serve that new load efficiently, and therefore hopefully have that good outcome of spreading those fixed, keeping the fixed costs lower than the new revenue that's generated.
Okay, and Commissioner Rendell, would you like to comment as well?
Sure. I just wanted to add to my comments that the Washington State Legislature has passed significant legislation in the last few years tasking the Utilities and Transportation Commission with working with its utilities to ensure that customers are served with 100% clean energy by 2045, and most recently in the last legislative session to conduct a study of what it's going to take to decarbonize energy delivery to customers, which includes impacts on the natural gas and electric utilities and customers, as well as the equity considerations for low-income and highly impacted communities. This is going to be, similar to the theme for today, this is going to be a coordinated effort with consultation with all the various folks involved in this conversation, but primarily at the state and local level. And I'm familiar with many of the studies and even our state energy strategy, which does show the benefits that accrue to customers from electrification, both health-wise and lowering certain costs of their service. But similar to what Commissioner Anthony just mentioned, the benefits do accrue to everyone. Washington State has, as I mentioned in my comments, there are over 60 utilities in the state, and we only regulate 3 of them, 3 that serve 45% of the customers in the state. The remainder are consumer-owned utilities, similar to Seattle City Light. But there's so many different utilities that are engaging in their own efforts. We are trying to coordinate better in the Northwest and in Washington, but I think we do have to be careful about the affordability and the impact that that does have on those least able to afford the service. Energy burden is going to be one of those things that we focus on in the state. So, yes, our energy strategy shows that this is beneficial to customers overall, but we do have to make sure we focus on affordability.
All right, and Mr. Anyanwu, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Clements, for the question. I think much of the discussion that has just taken place sort of highlights a really important kind of chicken and egg quality to what we're facing, right? Because I think, Commissioner, you described it as a reality and sort of in the framing of your question, And I think that's the most important thing, right? You have to face the need for some of this infrastructure as a reality. But as Commissioner Rendall has just said, it's important to recognize those who will be vulnerable to potential costs there. And I don't necessarily know that it is practical for us to wait for some kind of an elegant solution that sort of makes the temporal quality of the needed investment and the impact on ratepayers come together. And so I think both things can be true. You can be figuring out programs and ways to support communities, to support ratepayers who might be impacted by some of these costs, while also recognizing that reality of the need to build the system for the future. Because again, some of the studies that have been cited, right, they talk about sort of an end state, right? But they don't necessarily chart a path that guarantees something very smooth that has no impact. And I think the reality is we really need to be focused on those energy justice impacts, that energy burden question on both ends, right? And not sort of assuming that we have to solve the energy burden problem on the infrastructure side. So, one of the things that I think could be really helpful is, for us in Seattle, we have the ability to be really close to our communities, have really strong relationships. I know, many utilities sort of work very closely with their local governments as well. And I think those relationships can be powerful, can be ways to speak directly to communities and hear from them, how can we help solve the affordability problem on both sides, recognizing that the infrastructure that is going to be needed will not simply materialize out of thin air. But it's also true that we don't want to have unintended consequences of passing burdens on to those least able to afford them.
All right, thank you. And I do see that Phil Jones has his hand up. Is that from before, or did you have another comment?
You can take it down, Michael. Sorry.
Okay. All right, thank you. I believe those are all of the hands that were in the queue, Commissioner.
Thank you. I'll admit that I've dozed off in some important conferences before, but I think this is the most, with that caveat, this is the most educational response that are responsive to a question I've listened to. So thank you so much. I learned a lot just from each of you taking the time to weigh in there. I appreciate it. And that's all for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Clements. I thought you were going in a different direction with the dozing off comment, but appreciate that. First of all, so I'm just going to go to wrap up here, but I want to thank the panelists on this panel and all the panels. Extremely important discussion today, and you all added a lot. I want to really appreciate the state commissioners for taking your time out, and former Commissioner Jones and former Chair Bay as well for taking the time out of your schedule to participate, because we have a lot to think about. I think a lot of times at FERC, we hold technical conferences in large part because we're trying to create a record, because we may take an action under the Federal Power Act or the Natural Gas Act or something else, and we create a record. I think in this particular case, I found today very helpful, this technical conference, not necessarily from a record creation perspective, but more just an educational perspective. Electrification is coming, there's no doubt about it, and it may be coming at a faster pace than some of us may have thought a few years ago. And it's going to have profound impact on a whole bunch of areas. Obviously, I think at the state level more directly, but even at the federal level in terms of our oversight over infrastructure, our regulation of energy markets, and I think as was just mentioned a second ago, our regulation of natural gas decisions as well. I think all come into play with regard to electrification and what's going on with that. So I come across hopefully more educated, and we have a lot of thinking to do with the Commission as to how best to proceed going forward, but also trying to find ways to work with our partners again at the federal level and also at the state level, and we'll be thinking about that going forward. After Commissioner Clement's talk, I want to thank all of the staff individually, so I'll get to that in a second, but want to give Commissioner Clements a chance to wrap up before I get to that.
Thanks, Chairman. I'll say thank you to you. This is a really good idea, and I've also learned a lot today and appreciate the time. And thanks, Michael, and to the rest of the staff team who have been able to set up this really great set of people that you put together. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And again, I want to thank the staff. Before I get to that, I want to point out that we're going to be soliciting post-conference comments. I want to encourage everyone watching and listening today to participate and submit comments, and we'll get those out soon enough, and that'll help us, I think, formulate our thinking as well in terms of the path forward. Again, I want to thank all the staff. Michael, you did an amazing job as host. It's a very tough job, and I want to commend you for everything you've done, but I also want to thank the rest of the team that you put together, Tim Bilecki, Matt Butner, Michael Kaksaki, Caroline Engel, Dave Cathan, Myra Sinote, Kristen Cohen, Thomas Moss, Polo Soto, Natalie Probst, Michelle Wee, Gretchen Kershaw, Sarah Greenberg, Stephanie Schmidt, Terrence Simon, K.R. Tapia, Al Corbett, Marika Cook, Ayuz, Anuj Kapadia, Carolyn Templeton, Sarah McKinley, Esther Bowden-Lee, Masoom Mola, Fazal Manan, Ricky Hernandez, and Tori Miller. It's a long list, but I think they all deserve to be recognized. So thank you all for everything you did, and we stand adjourned. Thank you.